Hello everybody and welcome back again. I am going to start this off a little bit different than what I did before, and how I am going to do that is I am going to go over a couple of things that I wanted to bring up before, and I kind of went over it, but it's really important and it really needs to be discussed a little bit better than what it was, in my opinion. So, I am going to first go over the filing system that I discussed, about how to set up a filing system for my streams and things of that nature. And the reason why I'm saying that is because, like I said, you can do this any way that you want to. And, I know that a lot of people have a lot of different approaches, but this is basically what works with me. So, the reason why I do it like this is because with these files, okay, the longer or the more that you add to the files, the bigger they get and the bulkier it gets. And eventually, you got so much information on those files that it just ends up crashing on you, and it'll crash repeatedly on you over and over again. So what I did is I broke down my Blender files into segments, and I wanted to go over that with you so that you guys could kind of get an understanding of what I'm talking about. Now, in my document section, I set up a filing system, and I named it blend files. Now, these are my blend files right here, and as as you can see, if you can see it, I'm sorry if you can't, but I have one for Gaming with Infamous, which is my gaming channel. One for Strange Stories, which is not for gaming, it's for like strange stories and UFOs and ghosts and stuff like that. Then I also have a folder for my templates, which I use at the beginning or ending, and sometimes in my Nutslocks and stuff for retro games and things like that. Then I have a folder set up just for my textures and simulations. Now, I also have a channel that I call the Praetorian, which is about current events, history, like ancient history, modern history, stuff like that. And I have the Storyteller, which is just basically telling stories and everything like that. Well, then you go on and you have what I'm basically going to have for this. It's just working with audio and video. Now, what I've done is I've gone in and I have set up blend files that go along with each and every one of these for my Gaming with Infamous. I have Asura's Wrath, Call of Duty, Control, and each of these settings are set up according to each of those games. So it has the intro in it, it has the video edit and how long I want each video to be, plus it has the changes that I want in the scaling and stuff on the video, and the resolution settings are all set up and ready to go according to that game. Now, what I did is I set up a blend file for that, and if you see here, I've even got folders for just my retro games, my RPGs, Elder Scrolls, and Warhammer. In my Elder Scrolls, these are different kinds, like Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Lore, and Elder Scrolls Online. So I have each of those with their own separate blend files. Alright, now that is one example that I wanted to point out that I do personally. Now, you don't have to do that if you don't want to, but that's what I do. So after that, I'd like to also point out the fact that I do my videos on OBS. So on OBS, I record the video and I put those videos into another folder file system, or another folder, but this is in my videos, okay, and I name that unedited videos. So in unedited videos, if you look here, I've got Gaming with Infamous, Strange Stories, and the Praetorian. Go into my Gaming with Infamous, I have 24/7 live TV watch, with Roger Hanson, and that's something I'm trying to do on Minds right now. Then I have my new games, and then I have my old games with all the unedited videos that I've done with OBS. This is my retro games, and these are my RPG games with Dungeons and Dragons, Palladium, and White Wolf. So I have those all set up and organized. Then I have my Strange Stories. Then I have Praetorian. Now, I do this with all of my videos now, and I keep them filed. I usually don't save the unedited ones. I used to, but I noticed that it does bog down the system, so I stopped doing that. Once I have them edited and everything, I just leave them alone. I can go into my unedited videos, go to gaming, and then new ones, and you can see that this is what it looks like. So I've got those are what needs to be edited. So after I do that, I go and I take those videos and I put them into my video editing on Blender, and once I'm done editing them, I put them in this file system, and this is my edited videos. And inside of my edited videos, I have my captures, I have my Gaming with Infamous intros and outros, okay, which goes at the beginning and at the end of every video. New games, older games, retro games, RPG games, then and so forth, like I did with my editing. But these are finished. Now, inside of each of these, like here I have my ancient history, I have ancient Egypt, ancient Near East, background videos, which is the background videos that goes with those narrations, which is my audio, and I'll go over audio later on too, by the way. Then I have my Greek history. I've started my live stream videos, and then my Phoenician theology. Now, inside of here, you'll notice that I have a folder and it says already used video files. These are the ones that I want to keep and I want to store. So I have those in there, and eventually, whenever I get all of this done, I transfer these over to an external hard drive for later use. Now, I do this right here in order to make it to where my videos or my blend files don't become overbearing, where whenever I go to start it up, the blend file just doesn't crash. And it works out this way. You don't have to do it this way. It's just, that's the way I do it. And before I go further, this is something I wanted to say as well. I'm not doing these videos to make money off of them. I'm trying to keep it as casual as I can, because I'm not really wanting to make this out to be like some kind of a tutorial. I'm just showing you how I do things with Blender. There's a few people that I know who are trying to get into this and try to make their own videos and do a good job at it, and the more help they can get, the better they can. So I gave this up a while ago, but since then I've learned a little bit more. So I figured I'd come back in and I'd try to go through and show people how I use at least the video editing in Blender, so that it makes it easier for them too. And it is a lot easier once you figure out the configurations, learn some tricks, and things like that. So this is basically my filing system. This is how I usually get my stuff done on here, and it does actually help out pretty good. So I wanted to go back through that and let people know that this is how I do it, and not too many people do it this way. A lot of them rely mostly on the blend files to save all their stuff, but you have to have these files, the raw video files, on the unedited stuff in the first place. And just so you know, when you start using the Blender and you start editing, it doesn't destroy any of the information on the original video, so be aware of that. I mean, it's completely there. And like I said, I used to keep those, but then finally I realized that it bogs down on memory, so I had to start getting rid of the old edited videos, but I still keep the edited videos in reserves for just in case. I wanted to mention that, and then there was also something else that I wanted to go over. Let me go ahead and get this set up to where I have it ready for you guys. Now, earlier I used Saints Row the Third as an example, and it was fine for that point, but it also had it was recorded badly. There was mess ups in the recording. The audio was off and stuff like that. So what I want to do is I want to find another video that I could put on there so that you guys can see what I was talking about in my earlier video about different frames per second and setups like that. So let me get back on my Blender. If I can find it. Trying to switch it around, and we can set that up real quick. But I can probably find it. It's just gonna take me a second. Oh, sorry about that. But when I find that, I will continue with it, and I'm going to use here we go. Alright. And I'm going to use a different video so that we can go through it and you can see what I was talking about there, because this is also something that's very important that you have to know, and it goes with the resolution, frames per second, stuff like that. So let me come on here, and up here on the top right hand side where it says resolution in format, up on the top corner it says format, and then it has resolution X, resolution Y. I have it set at 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels, and then the percentage is 100%. Now, I wanted to go back over that and point something out too, okay? when I said earlier that if you want better resolution, put it at 100, that doesn't always apply, because if you have a computer that's not very strong, if you put it on 50%, it will actually make it run easier on your computer. Now, Blender has changed since 2.8. I'll put it to that way. At 2.8, it was pretty manageable with a quad-core computer, which is what I had at the time, but they upgraded stuff after 2.8, which made it to where I couldn't get on here and do even a halfway decent job in editing videos, even with a quad-core computer. So I had to learn how to adjust for a little while, and how I did it is I set the percentage down to 50%, and I left it at that, and it did do my videos the way I needed them. So if you have a weaker computer, then I suggest you can do that. Now, if you have a stronger one that has maybe 8 cores, an 8-core CPU with a GPU, set it at 100% and keep your quality and everything down here at high quality, like I've got it right there. Nothing wrong with all that. Up here, if you want to use H.264, it's perfectly fine. I used MPEG-4 the last time on the video, and like I said, if you want to use H.264, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a pretty good system, really. I've found no difference between the two, other than the fact that OBS tries to discourage people from using it, and I believe the reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to endorse MKV video files as well as AVI, because they're an open source. But I've found no issues whatsoever when it comes to using MP4s. And if you've used OBS, you know what I'm talking about. They give you that little line that warns you. So now I've got this set at 30 frames per second, okay, and I am going to go in and pull a video that I know the audio works good at. And before I do that, though, I want to set this to 60 frames per second so that you guys can see what I was showing you the last time. So up here in frame rate, I went and I clicked on it, and in the down drop options or drop options, I went from 30, which is right here, to 60. Over here at the bottom where the sequencer is, you'll see view, select marker, add strip and image. I'm going to click on add, and then I'm going to add movie. Then this selection is going to come up. I'm going to click on Gaming with Infamous, go to well, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come over here to videos so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Down here on system, go down to videos, go to unedited videos, Gaming with Infamous, new game, and I am going to add in Dying Light Part 7. So here it is. We got Dying Light Part 7 right there. So, and I still have to edit this, but this is what I wanted to show you. I videotaped it in 60 frames. No, 30 frames, I'm sorry. But I'm going to put this back up here on the frame rate at 30. And then I'm going to, well, it's actually working. The newer one does this sometimes. It doesn't mess up like that. But before I say that, I want to test the audio to make sure that it's all matching up. So let's go in and check the audio out. What the heck? that point if it's working or not. So sometimes it actually works out, sometimes it doesn't. I gotta find another one where it'll actually show what I'm talking about. So go in here, click on, go to add, click on add, hit movies, go to videos, and hit unedited. I'll go to strange videos, add that one. Scroll with my mouse. Well, that's take my middle mouse button and scroll in until it comes into view. Stretch it out by hitting that button that right here at the bottom, the scroller. Then I want to switch it over from 30 to 60 so that you guys can see this. Oh, it's actually working. That's weird. Well, anyhow, before what would happen is it would be off and I would have to adjust the video with the audio, and then after that I'd come up here to add, go down the effect strip, hit select speed control on the options here, and the green strip would appear above this. The blue one is the video, the green one down below is the audio, and this is your speed strip. And that would adjust the speed of the video to where it matches up with the audio, which it doesn't really have any audio on that one, but you kind of see what I'm talking about right there. So yeah, so basically this has been more or less a review of everything that I've gone over. I'm not going to end it there either. I'm going to go ahead and go over some stuff too that I was talking about in the actual editing. Now I'm going to add a movie, so I come up here to the top of the sequencer, next to view, select marker and add. I select add movie. Now on the right hand side where it says system, I can go in here and I can pick through the filing system in the documents section, downloads, music, pictures, videos, and so forth. Or I can pick them here by selecting this up arrow or the back arrow or the side arrow, or I can create a new directory. I can also refresh the file list. So instead of doing this though, I'm going to come over here to videos and I'm going to select edited videos, or no, unedited, and I will come to Gaming with Infamous. I will come in here and I will pick Saints Row again, but instead of Saints Row the Third, I will pick Saints Row 2. I will get the first video, put it on here, scroll out with my middle mouse wheel and do that until I see as much of the video as I possibly can. If that doesn't work, I come down here to this little tab at the bottom, and where that button is, I hold down on my left button and I move right with it, and it will adjust until I see it. Now both of these files are highlighted, so with them both highlighted, I don't touch anything except for the G button. I make sure that the letters on the right at the beginning of the strip is at 1, or are matching, and then the ones on the left, I want to make sure that they are at 1, and they're both saying 1. That means that the video and the audio are in sync. After that, I click on the left button again. I scroll back in. I take this scroller at the bottom and I move it to the beginning. I have this set for 15 minutes. Now, the video itself is at 30 frames right here, so I don't know if this would actually do what I was wanting it to do. Let me find out real quick. Yeah, here we go. Alright, now if I switch this around to 60 frames, let's see what happens. It's still matching up. That's pretty good. It started doing that whenever they came with the new versions, so that is a pretty good thing, but I'm going to go ahead and set this back at 30 the way it was, because that's the original resolution it was in. And the reason why I wanted to show it to you is because in the older versions that was an issue that you had to use, and you had to use your effect strips, come up here to speed control and add it to it to where it would sync the audio and video together. But apparently that's been modified and fixed, which is good. Now I'll go through the basics with you. This is, I call it a cursor. I don't know the proper name for it. The sequence slide, maybe. Yeah, it could be the sequence slide. No, it's not. This down here is what I was talking about, but right here, this is my little cursor. It goes all the way through. Now if I want to adjust this to where it fits up perfectly with the edges of the scene, I come here, I click on the blue strip, which is the video, and then over to the right in the transform section on the right hand side under the strip tab. Always make sure that this is on the strip tab, the top one. To the far left there you got tabs. One says strip, one says tool, one says modifier, and one says proxy. Make sure it's on the strip one. Go down to transform, which is the second option. Down here where it says scale X and then Y underneath it, you select the X section, and if you go to the right on this button, you can bring the video out. If you go left, it brings it in. Now on the Y section, if you go to the right, it brings it up and down. If you go to the left, it goes inwards, up and down. Now up and down, it'll go outwards. If you go on the right hand side, that's the way I should have really said it. Now what I want to do is I want to match this up. Make sure that the edge right there shows those little gritty parts. Now on the top and bottom, the way this is all set up, it doesn't look, or it doesn't really it's not too reliable. So what I'll do is I will come to this scene right here and I'll look at it, and that is actually a better example. So let me see how much of this actually needs to be edited. So I turn around and use the Y to the right and left to adjust it to the best ability that I can. Then I go up here to the X and I use the left and the right, and I adjust it there too. And that is how you adjust your video. Now, if I don't want all of that black on the top and bottom to be there, I can just zoom it in to get rid of it, or I could just leave it the way it is and let it look like this. The cutscenes, basically, where it shows the storyline. If you notice, there's that little black right there. So what I do is I come here to the Y, or no, to the X actually. No, it is the Y. And I tap it once, and that'll be gone when I do the render. And it'll make the video smoother. So I've got that covered. Now, in order for me to highlight both of these, I can do one of two things. I can do like I've been showing you. I could hold down on the right click button or the left click button, and I can drag the mouse down, creating that little square, or square like ring, and I can put it over the top of both of them and can highlight it like that. But I'm going to click on here to where they all go unhighlighted, and I can show you another way. Now I can do it another way. I can go ahead and hit A, which is select all, and it can do that. Now that's only if those are the only two strips on there though. So I only do that if there's only those two strips. Now I have both the audio and the video selected, and what I want to do is I want to cut that. So in order to cut that video, I select the K button and I click on it. Now, since the mouse was on the right hand side, everything to the right of the cursor, the blue cursor right here, is highlighted. Everything to the left is not highlighted. I can hit Control Z to undo anything that I've made mistakes on. So I hit Control Z to undo that cut. I move the mouse over to the left side. I hit K, and as you see, the highlight is on the left side now instead of the right. So that's the way you can do your cutting. Now say I want to take and I want to move both of these out of the scene. What I do after that is I keep both of those selected, and I hit the G button. Now I don't want to put it in any specific place, so I don't hit X and I don't hit Y to keep them straight. Since they're both selected and they're both perfectly in sync, I can just move my mouse wherever I want to put it, and it will go there. Now if I don't want to do that, all I got to do is right click and it will go back to where it was. Well, almost back to where it was. Now if I want to bring that down to the first row with the rest of the strip, I hit G and I hit Y, and now you see there's a yellow line over by the 1, and that will make sure that it goes just up and down without moving to the left or to the right. Bring it down and it fits right in there perfectly. Now to make sure there's no gaps, I can hold down on the left directional arrow and it will go backwards, and as you can see, there is no gaps. Whenever you see the white that's around the video up on top on the preview, that means that the cursor is above the highlighted area that you've got selected. When it's not on the highlighted, that will disappear. So you don't see any empty space there, so you can know that it's perfectly selected. Alright, so I've showed you that. Now I'm wanting to select this area right here by holding down on the left click button and highlighting both the audio and video, and I'm going to show you something that I do, and you can use this with clipping or without clipping. Not clipping, but snapping. Snapping is up here, which is a very useful tool, but sometimes you do have to turn it off and on, so just be aware of that. But here's a trick that I've done, and really I don't have to do it, but I still do it as a habit. I hit G with it selected, and then I hit X and I drag it over the top of the other clip, and it will automatically snap at the beginning, and it always makes sure that it goes right back to the thing. So I can show you an example. I'm going to turn the snapping off, and I can hit G, then the X, and then move my mouse over the top until that entire strip turns red. Let it go, and you'll see what I'm saying. That's with or without snapping on. No gaps. So I believe I've covered everything over again, and to kind of go over some of the stuff that I was doing before, and later on I will come back with another video to go even further with it. But this is basically what I've done so far, and I'm reviewing it. I hope it's helpful to you guys, and if you do like it, and it's helping you, then let me know, and I'd love to hear if it's helping you or not. And if you have any questions, feel free to leave a question in the comment section, and I can get back to you. Hello, and I'm back with another video. Today is going to be a lot better because now we have new material that we can work with, which is actually the previous videos that I've made, and I can use that to go further with what I was wanting to show you guys. So, starting up the Blender, I come to this screen. I go over to the top of the sequencer, which is down at the bottom, and where it says view, select marker, add strip image, I select add. I go to movie and I click on it. Now it'll bring up these options. This is the game that I was showing in my last video, but I don't want that. What I want to do is I want to come over here to system, which is quicker. I could use these top options if I wanted to, but I'm going to go ahead and use the side option where it says system under volumes in local disk C. I'm going to go down to videos, and I believe I have those in edited. I don't know why I have them in edited, but I do. Under working with audio and video, I'm going to select that one. Then I'm going to go to Blender, and I am going to use video editing using Blender 3.5, and that's part 1. Click on that, and then I add movie strip. Now, before I get started, I also want to mention that on this blue cursor, always make sure that it is right here at the beginning where it says +01. And how you do that is you hold shift and you push the directional button to the left directional button on your keyboard, and that should make sure that it stays at 1. If you want it to go all the way to the end where I have it at 15 minutes, then I would push shift and then the right directional arrow button, and it would go there. So you'd see that. So now I have my video on there. I want to make sure that it's synced, so I'll put it back on the 15 minutes. So what I do is I hit shift, left directional button, it goes to the beginning. It's at +0:1, the cursor is. So, and both the audio and video are highlighted, which means they're selected. So what I do next is I hit G, and both the audio and video says 1 on the left hand side, so that means that they are in sync there. And then on the right hand side it says the numbers are 64853 on both the audio and video, so that means that they are synced up with both the audio and video. It's all good. So after I'm done there and I've confirmed that everything's synced up, I go ahead and I hit my left button without moving, or left mouse click without moving the mouse, and everything should be perfect and ready to go. Now to hear the audio, I can hit play and listen to what the video and the audio says, and to do that all I have to do is hit the space bar. Hello everybody and welcome. This is Roger Hanson, and I'm here to do my first walkthrough for Blender 3.5. Okay, so now whenever I bring this video out, I do not want this scene right here showing. So what I do is I hit play, I let this run through, and then I hit spacebar again, which will stop the video. After that I go and I don't hit the shift. What I do is I just hit the left directional key on my keyboard until it shows the OBS screen. Now I want to then tap one at a time slowly until on the right directional key until that scene is gone and it shows my desktop. Now as you can see, it fades out like that. I wait until that's gone and then it's ready to clip. So I take my mouse and I put my pointer on the left hand side of my cursor. I come up to my keyboard and I hit K, which is cut. Now that part is cut and it's highlighted. Now if you need to, you can scroll in to see it to make sure, and to do that you take your middle mouse wheel and you just aim it, roll it towards the computer, and as you can see it is highlighted. Now I'll bring it up a little bit better, that way you can see it there. So it is highlighted. Now all I have to do there is I have to hit X, which is delete. Now that's deleted, so it's cleaned up. I come over here, I can hit A, which is select all, or I can do it like this. I can take and hold down on my left click on my mouse, and I can drag it down and select both the audio and video at the same time like I did there. Then after those are selected, I hold down on the shift and the left controller, or the left directional button, and I push the left directional button until it goes to +0:1, so that it's at the beginning. Now once that's done, I go onto the keyboard and I press G. Now with snapping on, it'll bring the video and audio automatically to 1. I just have to left click again and it's set. Now sometimes it doesn't go to 1, it'll go to 0, so you'll have to check that. And if it does do that, then what you have to do is hit G, then 1, that'll bring it to 2. Now to back out of that, if you go G and then 1 and it goes to 2 like that, instead of hitting the left button on the mouse, you hit the right button and it'll reset it back to 1. You can do that with anything. Just hit the right button and it'll put it back where it belongs. So now I have the beginning of this starting on my desktop, and it's all set and ready to go. Hello everybody and welcome. This is Roger Hanson, and I'm here to do my first walkthrough for Blender 3.5. On this tutorial, I'm going to do something that's a little different from what most people on Blender are doing. So now I have it started where I want it. And with this video, I don't want it to be 15 minutes. I want it to run the full extent of the video. So what I do is I take and I hold Shift, again, the left directional button on my keyboard. I push that, bring it to 1. After my cursor is back on 1, I press G, and don't touch the mouse or anything, just leave it alone. And down on the bottom where it's on the right hand side and it shows those numbers, remember those numbers, it's 64778. So 64778, left click to leave it all be. So you come down here to the bottom far right hand side where it says current frame is at 1. The start is at 1, and this third one, it's the end. This is the one that's the end frame. So what I want this to do is match up with those numbers that are on the audio and video. So what I do is, let me first get it again. I hit G, 64778. Come down here, I tap on that, and I type in 64778, and automatically the end of that video will be at that number right there. Now if I want to double check, I just hit G, 64778, make sure the numbers match, and it's good to go. Now to come over here, I go to the end, I look at the video footage, and I see how much needs to be at the end, and you follow their directions. You do exactly what they do, and I can tell that I'm still talking there and stuff like that. So I'm going to end this video, and I hope you guys learned something from it and it helped you out. Okay, so I like that, and I'm just going to leave it alone. And right here now, I am going to go into the audio part. So I like the way the voice sounds on there, so that's not going to be changed. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep those selected. I'm going to hit G and then Y. Now that's going to lift the audio and video up, and I'm going to bring it up one space like that. Make sure that all the numbers match. And from this point, what I am going to do is I am going to come back up here to the top of the sequencer, go to add, and instead of adding a movie, I'm going to go to sound, and I'm going to add a sound. Now over on the left hand side under volumes where systems is, I'm going to go to my documents section which says music. In the music section, I have a folder set up. It's my filing folder system, and it's named background audio. I come in here and I choose which background audio that I want to use. I'm going to use background audio 5, which is FLAC, and I'll explain that to you later on too, but I'll use that to put in there in its place. So now I have background audio to go with my voice in the video. Hello everybody. Now that's a little loud, so I'm going to have to adjust the volume, and this is how you adjust the volume. You make sure that that audio is selected, and over here on the right hand side on the top part, make sure that the tab is on strip, the top one. On the left hand side you have strip, tool, modifiers, proxies. Make sure that that's selected, and just to the right of that, still in that boxed area where it says sound, you go to that area and you'll notice that volume and is there, pan is there, mono, display waveform. Now you can use display waveform, and if you use that, it will show you the sound for that. Now you can also use that on your voice thread. That way you can kind of get an idea of the voice and the difference in it. And welcome this. You can't barely hear your own voice, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and click on the background audio stream here. I'm going to come up here to volume, and I am going to click on it and type in on my numeric pad 0.5 and then see what it sounds like. That'll lower it down to 0.5 instead of 1. This is Roger Hanson, and I'm here to do my first. It's still kind of loud, so I come back up here, click on volume, and I put 0.2 into the volume, and I see how it sounds there. Walkthrough for Blender 3.5. On this tutorial, I'm going to do something that's a little different from what most people on Blender are doing when it comes to doing walkthroughs and tutorials. Back in the day when Blender was older, you've seen a lot of videos. Okay, so it's not as bad, but it's still kind of loud, so I am going to select 0.15, not 4.5, 0.15. And we will see what that sounds like, which pertain to the video editing side of Blender, but here lately you don't see that very much. So I have a subtle background audio going on with my video, so that's good. But if you notice, that's only a clip, and I want this background audio to spread out all the way over to here. Now with video, I could easily just click on the end right there, hit grab and X, and then stretch it out, and then come up here and use an effect strip for speed control, and everything would be taken care of. But that doesn't work with audio. So what I do here is I just come here, I click on my background audio, I go down, I hit shift and press D. Then after I press D, I hit enter, and it automatically puts it beside it, and the next duplicated audio is selected and highlighted. So I keep my finger on the shift, and I press D again, hit enter, shift D, enter, shift D, enter, shift D, enter, shift D, and just keep doing it until the end of the video. Now I can go ahead and I can come right here. I can go ahead and hit shift, and then I can hit my directional key, which is to the right, and bring it to the end of the video after that, and if I wanted to cut this off, I just bring it to the end. I go one tab over so that it's off of the video, and then I hit K, and K will cut there. Make sure my mouse is on the right hand side so that the right hand side is still selected, and when I do that, I just hit X and delete that. Okay, so now I have my background audio, and it's at the volume that I want it, and it's duplicated. Hello everybody, and I come here and I want to hear how the transition sounds. We're here, and let me make sure. If you come all the way to the end, you'll see right here where the plus sign is, right here it says add workspace. Add a new workspace by duplicating the current one or appending from the user configuration. Don't worry about all that, just click on that plus. Here it'll come down, it'll do a drop down option, go to video editing, and then instead of coming to render, go down to video editing, click on it, and that will create a video editing tab for you. Now if you notice, my screen isn't all there. I've tested out my audio, it sounds good, and the reason why it's not all there is because of the settings that I've set up for this from the time before, I believe. So, no, actually it's not. So, now when you do that, what you do is you come in here and you hit save. Now I'm not going to save this. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to show it, but you save it, and when you do, it'll pop this. Yeah, so I just realized something that has happened there, and I don't know exactly what that was caused from, to be honest with you. It could have been from my OBS, but I don't quite see that. My resolution, maybe. So I come up here. Well, first I've got to go into my OBS settings, and I've got to see what my output resolution is. It's 1280 by 720, and in my recording it is 1920 by 1080, and I'm not streaming, so I need to go into my settings here, and I will see if maybe that's doing it. 1280 by 720, and no, that's not doing it. So now that I've checked that, I want to undo the changes I've just made. So I come and I hit Control Z, and it will change all that back. So now I have all of that checked out. When I come in here, I was wanting to do something with the video, and I completely forgot what that was. But I have my audio set up, and that's what I wanted to show you guys. Hello everybody, and welcome. This is Roger Hanson, and I'm here to do my first walkthrough for Blender 3.5 on this. Now I know that the background's matching up with my voice, it's not drowning it out, and on the video I was wanting to go over something that I wanted to do, but I have no clue what it was. Maybe I will cover that later on. I believe I'm only at 22 minutes. So I have all that set up now up here in my on the right top hand corner. I went over before the resolution. It's at 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels at 100%. That's where you adjust your resolution. The frame rate is 30 frames per second, and down here is the output. Now this is where the file will go, and over here on the right hand side where it says videos, I'm going to take it to edited, and I will put it in working with audio and video. Now at the moment I have a video in there that is this one, so I'm not going to put it in there. I'm just going to leave it out here. Now if you want to just go ahead and put the same name on there, and then up here where the arrow points up, hit up on that, you can do that. Just make sure you come down here and delete the MP4 at the end, and it'll go into the folder just above the Blender folder, and you can do it that way. After you have done that and you've got that set up, you come down here to the file format, and I've got mine on FFmpeg. I know that some people use WebP and other programs like that, AVI RAW. I use FFmpeg, and I use MPEG-4, which is MP4, but you can also use AVI, you can use QuickTime, Matroska, and WebM. WebM is supposed to be a more condensed video file that you can use. It's also useful on your OBS for if you want to have quick transitions and stuff like that. There's also something else on there that I completely forgot about. I forgot what the name of it is. It's let me see real quick. Well, maybe they don't have it no more. But it's a quick transition basically. Like if you want to start a pop out in between each scene, or you want it to do like that, you can do it. But they might have taken that off of OBS. But that's what that's good for. But I generally go with MPEG-4. Here lately I've been having to use high quality because I've been doing work with other people, and I generally use medium, you know what I mean, medium quality. I don't like use high quality unless somebody else wants me to. I set it at AAC, but you can also use FLAC, you can use MP3, you can use Vorbis, different things like that. On here you can use 4 channels, 5.1 surround, 5.7 surround. You can use stereo or mono. I generally use mono, so that's what I basically do there. Those are my settings. Now after I have all those set up and it's ready to go, I come all the way up here to the top on the left hand side where you see file and render, and I come over to the render and I use render animation. Now I can also use Control and F12, or if I just want to see what a particular scene will look like, I can come in here and I can just hit F12 and it'll take and show me that one scene. And when I do that, it'll show an image. Let me see if I can catch that by any chance for you. I can probably get that on here. Yeah, here we go. And this is the image that it took, so that you guys can see it. That will show if you just hit F12. Now I can also drop this down and let you see it again. So what I do is I come in here and I hit F12. And it should pop up. It didn't. That's an OBS issue. So I'm not going to stay focused too much on that. But anyhow, after I do that, what I usually do, and this is just me, but I hit shift, I use my directional left arrow, I bring it to the beginning, and I come up here, like I said, to render at the top left hand side. I go down to render animation, and then I hit render animation, and it begins to render my video. And I will try to get it set up. There we go. It actually did it. So this is what it does. And it'll render all that out. It could take some time to do. I'm actually going to use that render for the first video, so you're not going to see what was the raw video until the fourth video of this this series. I'm planning on maybe doing 12 videos altogether. Like I said, the only reason why I'm doing this is because I wanted to make a video that would help out some of my friends who are having issues with making their own videos. Maybe it'll help them. I'm not trying to like become some, you know, guru of Blender, because I'm not. I'm still learning myself, but I do know quite a bit about the video editing. That's what I use the most on here, and I figured I would give it a try and make some videos of it, especially since the new upgrades they did to Blender. You don't see very many video tutorials concerning the video editing part of Blender, so I figured this is where I could contribute. So I made it to 30 minutes. I am going to drop this off of my editing or off of my OBS, and I'm going to end the video now. I hope you guys enjoyed and learned something. Hello everybody, this is Roger Hanson. I am back with my daily live stream. Today my topic is going to be about current events. Yesterday was gaming. I did with Zelda with Rapid Glitch and Matt, and I kind of did a brief history of myself when it comes to history and how I got involved with that. And then before that I did some stuff about the stories that I write and stuff like that, and storytelling. Now today is going to be some current events. Before I get started on that, I do want to tell everybody that I am currently on Jitsi. If anybody wants to get on there and talk while I'm doing this conversation, all you have to do is go to my live stream chat, which is 24/7 live TV with Roger Hanson, If you can't find me there, just go into the general chat room and leave a message, and I will see it and guide you onto what you need to go to if you want to talk. But with that said, I am going to kind of explain the whole. How can I say this? I'm going to explain how I'm going to do this current events part. It's going to hold up. You know what? Before I do that, let me check my audio real quick, make sure it's coming out clearly. Current events. All right, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. But before I start getting on this too, I want to kind of discuss my current events thing. I'm cool with politics. I love politics. I'm really interested in the history of politics, political history, and I think that politics has produced some of the most beautifulest writing in history. If people would just take time to read it and everything, it's got some of the greatest ones. But with my current events, I'm not going to get caught up too much into the politics, even though I know that that's kind of a fairy tale in itself. I mean, there's no way that you can't get caught up with the politics of the times when it comes to current events and what's going on in the world, So don't get me wrong there, but I'm talking about like a lot of the crazy stuff, since I'd say 2016, maybe a little bit before that. I've sat and I've watched some pretty amazing things happen when it comes to politics. I've seen people who've had lifelong friendships with other people just completely break those off because of who they were voting for as president. And I mean, I'm not talking about people that they've known occasionally from their 20s on. I mean, lifelong friends that they grew up with. I've seen some pretty wicked stuff happen over that. And it got to the point where, with me, I did get caught up in that for a bit, but it got to the point with me that I didn't like who I was. So, in the end, I finally said, you know what, I'm not going to allow this kind of stuff to break up, my friendships with people that I've known forever and who's known me. If people don't want to respect each other's opinions and views and still be able to hold a friendship with one another, then those people aren't worth calling friends. But for me personally, I'm not even going to partake in the conversation, you know what I mean, because it's just insane. I've watched people have these conversations, and the majority of them are people who don't even vote. They just want to get on the internet and create an environment of hatred. So I've learned that it's just best not to even get involved in that stuff. I will talk about politics, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be the biggest topic on my agenda when it comes to current events, because I have different things that are going on in my life that have absolutely nothing to do with politics. And I prefer not to say or speak about politics because it's just, like I said, it's not even a good thing to do. So with all that said, I'm going to start my conversations off with a good topic, or with a few good topics actually. I don't know if anybody's noticed it, but I've mentioned it in Mine's chat about Twitter changing their name from Twitter to X, formerly known as Twitter. Now, I went and I checked all that out, and it's a pretty good story. To be honest with you, it's talks about Elon Musk and how things took place whenever he bought Twitter. There's a lot of interesting things to know. Like in the last 10 years, Twitter hasn't made anything for a profit except for 2 years out of the 10 years, and it wasn't very much of a profit. So, and this goes way back before Elon Musk even came in onto the scene. They were putting the majority of their time and efforts and money. It was going towards advertisement more than anything else. The Wall Street Journal said that Twitter had 80 to 90% of their income coming from advertisement versus the rest of it, which was from subscriptions and stuff like that. So that pretty much tells me where Twitter was, and I wanted to discuss that because of my own personal experience with Twitter. I can honestly say that YouTube has pissed me off. I can honestly say that frickin' Facebook has pissed me off. I can even say that Minds at some point or another has pissed me off. I've gotten on Minds even and just made a complete ass out of myself, getting angry and stuff. I've said some horrible things on the blogs for YouTube when it comes to their CEO because I don't like her way of behaving and her freaking ethics whatsoever. She treats small creators like crap, and I've pretty much told her, and I don't agree with the way that she or YouTube has allowed themselves to exploit children for as long as they did before an end was put to it. And that wasn't YouTube, that was people who got together and created a petition and took it to court and forced YouTube to stop doing it. For years they were letting these little 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds that weren't even legally allowed to work, to get on there and just play their video games, and YouTube would start putting commercials on their videos and exploiting them for the money, and that's illegal. Any way you look at it, that's illegal. But they piss me off. Facebook and their censorship is just outrageous, But the one thing that's really weird about Twitter is the fact that it's done nothing to me. Twitter is probably the most useful or useless thing that was ever created on the face of this planet. There was so much hype about Twitter, and honestly that hype was just false. There was nothing true about it whatsoever. And you can see that in what was just brought out with like the Wall Street Journal, where they discussed the majority of everything that took place on in money or any kind of economy whatsoever with Twitter was just for the advertisers. Advertisement was the ones that was making the big bucks out of it. There was nothing else there. So I mean, and I always had that feeling whenever I went on Twitter where I didn't mean nothing. It didn't matter if I posted a tweet or not, because I mean the majority of the time nobody would ever see it. Nobody would ever get it. You know what I mean? So that's something that I wanted to bring up because I really found that interesting about that. And then they started talking about the reason why they freaking changed Twitter to X. Apparently it was called X Corp back in the spring, and then it got dropped down to just X, formerly known as Twitter. And that got more attention than the time when it was changed to X Corp. So that kind of clicked in my head too, and it also makes me wonder what's going to happen now with Twitter Blue. Apparently they only was able to get maybe like 40,000 subscribers to that. Not too many people signed on to that, so I never heard anything about what was going to go on there and what happened there or anything of that nature. So that was one topic that I wanted to bring up, and if anybody wants to talk about that, like I said, feel free to come on here, get on Jitsi with me, and we can have a conversation about it. Another thing I wanted to talk about is streamers who left Twitch and YouTube for Kick. I don't know if anybody's aware of the new platform called Kick, but it's been such a big hit with all these large creators, I guess you can call them, from YouTube and Twitch, that they've been just migrating over to Kick, and content creators like Amaranth, Sapnap, and band streamers like Dr. Respect, they all joined Kick as well. They just went right in there. The one thing that I wanted to talk about that for was because I decided to go with Minds, and the reason why I decided to go with Minds is because I basically get paid for the effort that I put in to my own videos, my own content, my own posts, and it's not me being paid by somebody. Now, I went in and I checked out Kick after I heard about it, and the first time I heard about it. The second time I heard about it, my friend John told me about it. But the first time I went and checked it out, and I found out that the majority of these people who are migrating over there are like these little girls who sit on Twitter or Twitch, and they lick freaking microphones, or they sit in freaking bathtubs with little fucking aired up like pool freaking toys and draw on themselves and shit just so they can get people to freaking watch their videos. The majority of the people who went over there, from what I've seen, is that, or little girls who freaking wear bikinis and short shorts while they're doing woodwork, stuff like that. But basically what it is these guys have all migrated over there, and instead of you doing like on Minds like I'm doing, where I put in my time and my effort for the money I'm making, they become freaking employees of Kick. Well, it was like my buddy John, he was talking to me, and he came over to Minds finally after me talking to him about it for about two and a half years. He finally came over, but he first talked to me about Kick, and I'd already heard about it and found out what I just told you. And I went on there, and I looked at it again, and that's when I found out about becoming an employee of Kick. And I just, sent a message back to him. I was like, well, why would you want to become an employee of a streaming company? Why not just do what I'm doing? And I told him about Minds. I was like, if I turn around and I make content on Minds, then that's my stuff still. You know what I mean? It's still my content, and I'm nobody's employee, and the amount of money I make is determined about how much effort I put into it. So that kind of interested me, but how they're doing that, and all these streamers are just flocking to them too. Don't get me wrong, I mean, when it comes to all these weird streamers going on to other platforms and stuff, they did the same thing with OnlyFans and all of that stuff. They basically, it's a fad basically, and TikTok. TikTok is another one. Well, TikTok and then OnlyFans, because OnlyFans is more mature than what TikTok is. But I thought that would also be something else that would be worth discussing if anybody was really ever interested in doing that. And I'm going to be recording this too, and it's going to be going up on my 24/7 live TV with Roger Hanson chat room to where you guys can watch it. But I just wanted to, bring it up, and hopefully if somebody wants to talk about it, they're more than welcome to, and they can come on here into my Jitsi, which I'm already in, I believe, and have a conversation with me. It's up to them. Just send me a message if you can't get into it. The link is up inside of my chat. All you have to do is click on it, and it should bring you to the chat room. So it's completely up to you. With that being said, I will go ahead and move on to my third topic that I wanted to mention today. My third topic is the merger between Activision, Blizzard, and Microsoft. Now, if you're not into gaming, you're not going to know anything about that, but it really was a big it really was a big deal, even though it was about video games, because Activision is the video game that it's the company that freaking has it does all of the stuff for Call of Duty, and Call of Duty is one of Xbox's biggest sellers. And Activision ended up splitting up from Blizzard, as I recall it. And all of a sudden Microsoft, which is PlayStation, I believe. No, yeah, it's PlayStation, I believe. But that Microsoft came in. No, Microsoft is Xbox, and PlayStation is the one that had Call of Duty. That's what it is. Or some stuff like that. But anyhow, Microsoft and Activision were merging together, and it caused a big problem with the courts and stuff. It ended up making it to the federal courts, and there was actual judges, and even Biden, who had turned around and said they were against the merger between Activision and Microsoft, or the purchase, whatever you want to call it, because they said it was against federal regulations and stuff, which I'm aware of what they're talking about. They're talking about this bill that came out a long time ago about businesses that were too big to fail. But when you take a look at the video game industry and you take a look at the social media industries, you've got all these corporations that are just way too big to fail, and nobody's even interested in breaking those up. So these days it just seems like that was just a little bit too much. I mean, the fact that it's a video game company that's being brought into federal court over who can buy it and who can't buy it is just, it's completely amazing, okay? I can't believe that it has come to that when it comes to video games, but it has really come to that. That's how big it's getting. Biden apparently was against it, and so was Europe, pretty much the European Union, all of them. They were dead set against this merger, but somehow Microsoft was able to pull it off. Microsoft did agree to a license for Call of Duty to their rivals, and that was a 10-year contract included with Japan's Nintendo company. So that was pretty much taken care of. It was it was a pretty good read on that, actually. I couldn't believe that, like these federal judges were actually having a fit. And then um, they did an appeal against the decision. They wanted to try to appeal it. And they, I think it was the Federal Trade Administration, FTA, or something like that. They've never done that for like since the 1980s or 1990s, and all of a sudden they're wanting to do an appeal on this one. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. It really sinks into a lot of old politics when it comes to contracts and corporations that are too big to fail. And I was reading up on it, and I can see why it went to the federal courts, and I'm just amazed by it. I mean, like I said, the fact that Microsoft was buying and I never even thought Activision was that big of a deal. I didn't think it was that big. I do know that Call of Duty, on my YouTube channel for my streams, like Call of Duty is one of the highest viewed video games that I've got. It's the only one that comes close to Super Mario 64, and that's in just views on YouTube, and I don't have that big of a channel on YouTube, so, but for the size that I have, that is right there. I think it's the second or the third largest views that I've got. I think it's part 2 of my series, but it's up in the 900s views, and then you've got Super Mario and then King of the Monsters. Those are the 3 biggest ones. 2 of them are retro, which Call of Duty 4 is pretty close to being retro, to be honest with you, but it's pretty amazing that it's that big of a deal. And I know Call of Duty is coming out with Black Ops 3, and I think that's what really was the nail in the coffin. When they were coming out with Black Ops 3, they had these big plans for it, and then all of a sudden, Activision said, hold on a minute, we're gonna sign on with Microsoft, and you guys can go screw yourself, and it caused a big stink. So those are 3 of the topics that I'm talking about that I want to do, and I can do more of them as I go, but these are the kind of current events I'm talking about. I can talk about politics, don't get me wrong, alright, I can, but I just don't want no dirt slinging. I don't want to hear about how horrible Donald Trump is, or how horrible freaking Joe Biden is, and those damn Democrats, and stuff like that. The only thing I do talk about is socialism, because I am 100% against socialism, and I don't mudsling when it comes to it. I just throw the facts out there, you know what I mean? And I believe, my personal belief is that the biggest problem we had in the 20th century and now was socialism. It created every single problem. Every world war we've ever had was a direct result of socialism. Every war period the United States has ever been in had something to do with socialism. It's completely amazing that people don't understand that concept, and like nobody understands, or nobody wants to understand that fascism was socialism. It was born out of socialism. Mussolini understood the concept of socialism. Hitler understood the concept of socialism, and that's why they were able to get away with what they did. I mean, Hitler joined the Nazis. The Nazis were around before Hitler was in charge of them. I mean, the name for Nazi is an acronym for the freaking People's Work Party, in German. So, I mean, you mention that to people and they just flip out. They think, oh, you're just this prejudiced white guy talking shit. No, I'm not, dude. I'm just telling you the facts. You know, socialists are these fascist, racist people who are skinheads. They love socialism. Socialism is what started everything. You know what I mean? You take socialism, you manipulate it, and you learn how to monopolize. When you create monopolies with socialism, it becomes a fascist state. That's how you do it. Okay, that's how fascism is born, and that's the thing that I've learned by doing my political history. I've learned about the First International, the Second International, and the Third International. I know what communism and socialism is. Socialism didn't start in China or the Soviet Union. It started in Germany and France. If you do your research, you'll find out about it. It's very boring stuff, but if you search through it and you learn, then you'll know the truth. I mean, sometimes you got to do boring stuff to become educated and know things, but that's for another conversation. It is at 27 minutes and 35 seconds. I am probably going to end this now. I wanted to make different topics for different days of the week. I'll go through again and I will update you on what those are. On Sunday, I'm going to be working with audio and video. I'm going to be making relatively short videos, about half an hour, of like a walkthrough on how to edit with Blender. That'll be the first one. And then later after that, I'll get into other topics too. That's going to be at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. That'll be 6 o'clock Eastern time. And then I think it's like 6. Be about 11 o'clock in British time. 11 or 12, somewhere around there. Then on Monday, I'm going to do storytelling. I'm going to also do, I'm going to do storytelling on Monday. And that's going to be mostly about my stories. I'm going to be discussing my stories and how I do plots and stuff like that. On Tuesday, I'm doing my history, and the one thing I really want to get into is the archaeologists, just as much as the history. The archaeologists who went out and actually did the work. Budge is one that I want to discuss because he is something that came up when we were talking about when we were talking about Egypt and the Tuat, which is the Egyptian Book of the Dead. And that's one thing I want to do. On Wednesday, I'm going to be doing gaming. Right now, I'm doing Zelda with Rapid Glitch and Matt on Team Retro on Nostalgia Gaming Retro on YouTube. I go in there and we're doing Zelda. Right now, we're doing a randomizer on Mod Loader 64. Then on that might be like old videos that I do because I'm going to also stream live when we do it, you know what I mean? So it's probably going to be recorded on a different day, and then I'll play it again on Wednesdays. But that's my gaming day, is on Wednesday. And I'm also wanting to get caught up in topics and stuff too, and interviews about gaming, but that is pretty hard to find, is people who are willing to actually do an interview about their video gaming, and being streamers and stuff. Then, like, today is current events, and after that on Thursday. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. So on Friday, I'm gonna do my videos about strangeness. All right, and that's the way I term it, is strangeness, because I don't want to call it conspiracy theories or aliens or ghosts or all of that. I want to call it strangeness because it encompasses a lot of different topics. Like I said before, it could be the guy whose skin is like freaking rubber, you know what I mean? He could stretch his lip over his forehead, stuff like that. I want to do stuff like that. And then my conspiracy is going to be on Saturday, and on Sunday, on Saturday it'll be conspiracy theories, and I'm going to get into that and discuss that. And all of these are going to be relatively around 5 o'clock, so I'm not going to give them I'm going to schedule them in for the full hour and stuff. So it doesn't necessarily mean it'll be the full hour, but it will be given the full hour. So that's the one thing I do want to mention there as well. So with that, I am going to end this. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. If you want to, and you watch this video or you watch this stream and you want to make comments, go into my 24/7 chat, make a comment, in it, you know what I mean? Do it on my main page if you want to. It's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. But get involved with the conversation if you want to. I did open up my stream so that if anybody wanted to join, they could. They didn't have to, but I went ahead and did it anyhow. Like I said, we've got it set up to where you can come into Jitsi and we can actually have a conversation about it. So I appreciate you guys showing up, and if you did show up, but I am glad that I was able to do this too. So thanks for stopping by, guys. Hello everybody, and welcome to another of my live streams with Roger Hanson. Today's topic is going to be history. In particular, it's going to be ancient history concerning the Phoenicians. With me today is Karma Love. Karma, you want to say hi?
Hi everyone.
Hello, Karma. Now, last time we were on here, we had a pretty good conversation, and I ended up messing all that up, and I just wanted to apologize to you about that, Karma.
What do you mean yesterday with your story?
No, the one with the history.
Yeah.
We actually did have a pretty good conversation there. So, but the good news is I want to go back over it and discuss the part where we left off, because it was actually getting interesting, and I figured I would start it off with let me make sure I got everything set up. Yeah, I wanted to start it up with what was it, I believe we were talking about Santa Chuniafian.
Okay, yeah.
And then we got to Tawatus. And Tawatus is actually a pretty interesting topic too, because Tawatus is the Phoenician name for Toth.
Yeah, I remember that. I said Toth under my breath, but I didn't want to say it wrong, and I'm just pulling up my notes to make sure, because okie dokie.
So that, I think, would be excellent, you know what I mean, to get started up and everything.
Yeah, because we were talking about Neoplatism, and yeah, I remember now.
Now, Neoplatism is
Paleo-Biblist,
but it kind of takes you off focus with the Phoenicians and the Egyptians, especially, because there was this tight connection between them, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like with the Egyptians, you can see where that connection is with the Phoenicians, and even later on with the Hittites, because they basically had the same beliefs when it comes to Thoth. And there was a big bond there. Don't get me wrong, they had like wars and battles. I think they had like one of the biggest battles in history too, but like they also had a real tight bond. They considered each other like brothers, you know what I mean? Like
Orpheus is what I was reading about here. I was just looking.
now, Eusebius of Pamphylia was the bishop of Caesarea that we were talking about, of Caesarea in Palestine, and that was what we were talking about before, Preparatio Evangelica. But Sanitarium of Berytus is who we finally got down to, and his name is the god Succan has given, and Succan was the Phoenician god. Alright. Now he was a Phoenician sage, priest, and writer. He lived before the Trojan times, so this was way before the Trojan Wars. Okay, and judging from the fragments of the Phoenician history, Sennacherib appears to have been a contemporary of Semiramis, the queen of Assyria, the wife of Ninus, with whom she founded Nineveh in 2000 BC. And Nineveh was the city I told you about where they used to hang the skin of their enemies on the walls. You know? So.
Yeah. I'm just, I was reading, but can you spell
Sennacherib?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
SANCHUNIATHON.
Okay.
Now, Berytus, that just means Berytus just means Beirut. So he's from Beirut.
I thought I had this already. I think I must have closed that tab because I remember reading this. Philo Biblis. No, that's not it.
Now,
okay, go ahead. I apologize. Just, this is something I had. Yeah, I thought I had this already. This Sanitarium, but maybe I closed it out and I didn't save it because I remember reading some of this stuff, but maybe not.
Now, what it says is his book goes back into fabled antiquity. Sanatoniatheon, like Vagasa in India, is said to have been a compiler of extremely ancient theogonic and historical documents that have been transmitted to him either by oral tradition or in writing. And I know that that's true because, like, I've heard, I know from what other people have said, I should say, that's what he did. He would listen to oral traditions, like, where people would tell their stories orally.
Yeah.
Or in writing, like if somebody brought him a text, he would gather them up and add them to his book. Sanatuniatheon derived the sacred lore from the mystic inscriptions on the Nephwatis, probably Hamanan sun pillars, which stood in Yahweh.
In where?
In Yahweh. And that's interesting because Yahweh is a Jewish word. I believe Yahweh has to do with that area when it comes to Israel. Because Yeah, Yahweh is just a little bit off from Yahweh.
Yeah, for that moment. Oh, my third eye. Yahweh. See, Yahweh, as they even say it as the same. Is it Yahweh or Yahweh? And then mine, blah, 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 blah. See, they say it could be used.
Now, the god Javu, Jevo.
Interchangeably, Yahweh or Yahweh. What did you say, J-E? Spell it again?
Jevo.
Jehovah. No.
He dedicated it to Abubal or Abubal, king of Berytus, Beirut. The story was thought to be fictional because of its reference to Berytus. However, excavation in Berytus in recent years proved that the city may be older than Byblos, that has cultural tradition to 8000 BC. His Phoenician history may be regarded as one of the most authentic memorials of the events which took place before the flood. It begins with a legendary cosmology and relates to how the first two mortals were begotten by the wind spirit and his wife, Ba'u, darkness. It refers to the fall, the production of fire, the invention of huts and clothing, the origin of the arts of agriculture, hunting, fishing, and navigating, and the beginning of human civilization. Sanchuniathon gives a curious account of descendants in the line of Cain. His history of the descendants of the line of Seth reads like the record in Genesis. So that is Sanchuniathon, and that's pretty interesting. And that's the area that I was just here recently getting involved in and researching because of Tawatis. And the story that I'm getting from it is like Sanchuniathon wrote of Tawatis being mortal. He wasn't a deity. He was a intelligent human who actually first developed writing, and then he migrated from Beirut and that area in the Phoenician area down into Egypt, and he taught them how to write. At least that's what I've made out of it. Now, Tawatis came from Bablos, which is Beirut, Phoenicia, that shows a continuous cultural tradition to 8000 BC. He played his flute to the chief deity of Bablos, the moon goddess Ba'alat Nikal.
Wait, say the name again. This the moon goddess. Say it again.
The moon goddess Ba'alat, B-A-A-L-A-T. Those are separated, and then Nikal separated, and that's Nikkal. Ta'atus was called Thoth by the Greeks and Jehuti by the Egyptians. Mythology of Ta'atus is echoed in the god Dionysius, or Negurth, the snake priest, who was the consort of the moon goddess. The snake priest was also represented by the symbol of a pillar, a wand, or a caduceus. The Greeks equated Thoth with the widely traveled Hermes. According to the Egyptian tradition, Osiris traveled the world with Thoth. Asclepius, aka As Eshmun, is responsible for carrying on the teachings of Thoth on snake priesthood.
Yeah, the Brotherhood of the Snake, the Brotherhood of the Dragon. They say Lucifer is the one true God symbol represented by the Caduceus, and devoted to guarding the secret of the ages. But that's something separate that I was learning about. It was just funny because you mentioned that, and I had notes on it. The Caduceus,
Well,
which is the medical field symbol as well. Which
yeah.
I don't. Yeah, no, definitely not coincidental at all.
Well, see, that breaks down even into the Bible with the Christians and Jews too, because when Moses came out of Egypt,
The staff.
yeah, he had the staff, and like snakes would bite the Jews, and he told them to not have fear of the snakes because as long as he had that staff, they wouldn't harm him. And he left them alone. And now it goes on to say, in the early ages of Christianity, some monks, such as Pachamulius, was a seraphic priest before he became a monk. Similarly, Ormus is said to have been a seraphic priest before being converted by Saint Mark. He fused those mysteries with Christianity and established a school of Solomonic wisdom. Herewith, Phoenician mythology and Christian theology are explored and analyzed through the pens of two major icons of both faiths, Eusebius of Caesarea and Philobibulus.
Yes, that's who I have here. And I was reading about him here.
Yeah.
This. Yeah, he talked about him last week. So this all goes back to the same thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
See, Philos, Biblos, and Porphyri are, well,
Yeah.
mostly Porphyri. He's the one that started the Neoplatonist movement.
That's why we got into Neoplatonism, because I have him Porphyri, but it's also a sort of rock as well. Porphyri the Tyre was a Neoplaton philosopher, and but Porphyri, born in Lebanon, yeah, and then he's influenced by Plato, which I remember they were thinking that Plato. We were talking about how they think Plato is responsible for the Neoplatonism movement, and it's not
totally different.
Yeah, two totally different concepts, right? I remember so much of that from our conversation last week. Excuse me, I had to warm my tea up again, so that's the beeping in the background.
Now, the Phoenician history is the oldest non-coded document of our historical archives. Furthermore, it is particularly valuable because of its author. Senechuniathon was a free man who did not hesitate to announce myths. Now, that's the part that I read the other day. So, judging from the fragments of the Phoenician history, Senechuniathon appears to have been a contemporary of Semiramis, 2,000 years before Christ. If so, his book would go back into fabled antiquity. Senechuniathon, like the Vagasa in India, is said to have been a compiler of extremely ancient theological and historical documents that have been transmitted to him either by oral tradition or writing. So that's what we went over in the last one.
Spontaneous, yeah, here he is. And Iamblichus, you just see him right here. I'm just reading, they were saying, showing a correlation between Iamblichus and Plotinus. to Porphyry or Porphyry. Am I saying it right now? Porphyry.
Yeah, Porphyry.
Hmm. So when you okay, so I guess for me, how would you describe their influence in regards to developing culture? Because I like what how do we correlate it towards like our I guess I would like to say our transformations or our development evolution more so probably would be the correct terminology. How do we correlate their influence in regards to such?
Well, first you have to take into consideration Toth, okay? Tawatas. Alright.
Yeah.
Now, Tawatas was eventually created into Toth. He also became Hermes Trismegistus, and a lot of secret societies formed around that, and mystery schools. Like back during the old days of Greece, they had mystery schools, and Neoplatonism was a big part of that. They practiced in the mystery schools and the teachings and stuff, and they like Porphyry. All right, not everything that he wrote was barbaric. I mean, he was very scientific in a lot of things that he did, and he was inspired by these teachings, and they were just handed off. And really saying that the Greeks stole these people's freaking heritage isn't true. I should re-say that. You know what I mean? They basically just merged it into their cultures.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And all of these people back in those days did that, you know what I mean? Like the Egyptians.
They do it now. I
Yeah,
mean,
they do it
every
now.
like because we all come from the same place. But that's what I was talking about before. We make a big deal about the separation, but the truth be the same. One unit, like it all started as one, and then it broke off into different cultures and different areas. But because of the foundation, the roots, the where we come from, it being completely connected, it seems as if they're taking cultures or we're taking cultures, or you get they're acting black or they're acting white, but literally we are like the same, not the same people. We're not created equal. Let's not do it like that. But we come from the same place, so it's inevitable when you're getting fine-tuned and getting down to the inside of who you are and where you come from, that you're going to incorporate cultures that seem different from what you may not been practicing currently. I don't
Yeah.
think people understand that part though.
Now see, like with Philo of
Follow the list. Mm-hmm.
now, and he wrote his collection of 9 books that he divided Senator's collections. He wrote a book and divided it into 9 books, or actually he has 9 books of it
I see these.
that he did. And the preface of the first book he writes as follows: things being thus, Senator, a very studious and active man who desired above all else to know the principles of things, and that of which all that exists is formed, diligently inquired into the writings of Tawatas, having learned that of all the men who have ever appeared under the sun, Tawatas was the first to conceive the invention of letters and open the way for written documents. He therefore made him the foundation of his entire discourse. It was Tawatos whom the Egyptians called Toit, and the Alexandrians called Thoth, which the Greeks translated as Hermes or Mercury. Now, it was the Alexandrians that actually called him Thoth. Now, the Egyptians called him Toit.
See, and I never knew that. This is the first time I'm ever even hearing that. And even when you look it up, like you look up TOTH and you just look him up, it's like they automatically pull up like all the stuff about Egypt. and not even really say much. Well, I might just not have gotten deep enough. Thoth, and I have them all as Egypt. Egypt, see, ancient Egypt. Everything
Yeah.
is ancient Egypt, and you're saying it's the Alexandria. That's wild.
And see,
Egypt,
Alexandria,
Egypt. Everything's Egypt.
Alexandria is where everything gets warped, or where it always got warped, because the Alexandrians would, they were notorious for that stuff. Like they wanted to mingle all these religions. You know
And
what
that
I
was
mean?
near Lebanon, right? Isn't
No, that
Alexandria?
was Alexandria is right in Egypt, right? You know where the Nile comes out?
Yeah.
Okay, Alexandria was right there in that area.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't include Alexandrians as like actual like Egyptians, really, because like that was more of Alexander the Great and all the Greeks when they came to Egypt, and they kind of influenced the Egyptians to where they had a mix of Greek and Egyptian theology going on there, and that's where Thoth came from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're notorious for that too, because like I was getting ready to say, the Gnostics. Okay, the Gnostics are a good example of that as well. Like if you read the Gnostics, you'll hear a real strong Egyptian influence in it, and it's not really the Egyptians, it's the Alexandrians that did all that, you know, because Christianity hit real big in that region, and they started incorporating again, and that's one of the things I do.
Is it Gnostick or Gnostics? Gnostic?
It's GNO.
What? Okay, hold on 1 second.
GNOSTIC.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, having said these things, Philo denounced the newcomers who, after those writings, wrongly and untruthfully introduced allegories, theories, and expositions of physics into fables concerning the gods. He continues, but more recent religious scholars destroyed all vestiges of events that occurred after the origin of things, inventing allegories within fables and combining them in such a way as to unite them with the movement of the universe. This is how they instituted mysteries and spread such thick shadows over all those things that it was no longer easy to determine what had really occurred. But Sanchuniathon discovered the secret writings of the Ammonians, which were known to very few people, and studied everything they contained. He then achieved his goal by setting aside the fable based on allegories until in later times there appeared priests who wanted to dissimulate the truth and restore to honor that fable which was the origin of the mystery and had not yet penetrated among the Greeks. After more observations, Philo continued in his preface. It must be stated at the outset, for greater clarity and partial knowledge of everything that follows, that the most ancient of the barbarians, notably the Phoenicians and Egyptians, who have served as guides for all other men, considered the greatest gods to be those who made discoveries to aid our existence, or who conferred benefits of any kind on the various populations. They called them benefactors because of the many benefits they owed to them. They worshiped them as gods. As for that purpose, they re-edicated already existing temples to them. They erected pillars and branches to them and worshiped those objects with great devotion. The Phoenicians dedicated their greatest festivals to them and gave the constellations the names of their kings, some of whom were already regarded as gods. They recognized as natural gods only the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, and other things in that general category, so that there were mortal gods and immortal gods. And that is what is written by Philo. That's pretty good. That's some of the stuff that I remember going over on that, you know what I mean? And that's basically what he's saying is what I was saying, you know, like they took these humans who were benefactors and actually help man benefit from their good deeds, and they deified them, made them into gods. Then there was, you know, mortal gods and immortal gods.
And see, I had no idea about that part. I thought.
Well, think about it. Think about it. You know, I mean, everybody's like taking it off of facts, but you go back through the King's List in the Sumerians, okay, and it just seems odd that freaking kings are also gods.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you just kind of put two and two together on that stuff. I mean, and I get a lot of grief when I mention that, you know, that there is kind of a correlation going on there with them. So,
but what's the what I don't understand. Why would there be an issue with bringing attention to or acknowledgement of the correlation? Is it, I guess it's denial? Is it unwilling to accept the truth, or like what?
There's a lot of people that take this stuff on face value. I mean,
so they don't like to dig deeper to find out, like to find out the facts. They just basically get told something and that's what it is. And if they've been shown it a few times repeatedly, then that's what it is without doing any of their own research.
Well, getting the facts is kind of the key word right there. You know what I mean? Like on a lot of this history, it's so ancient that they don't even.
It's difficult, right?
Yeah, I mean they don't have the technology available to them. You know what I mean?
That's where the universe comes into play. You can get every single answer from literally connecting to the universe, and that's what I'm always talking about. And people, I know it sounds far-fetched, but like trees have souls. Trees have been here for hundreds of years. If you really sit and connect with self, you connect with nature, and nature will tell you anything that you seek to know. And if you actually just engage with it, with the belief that you're going to get your answers, you'll hear those answers. Even if you say, hey, if there's some type of mystical or, you know, ancient scroll that's missing and you're looking for this ancient scroll, and you really commit yourself to getting connected and in tune, you'll say, okay, and you'll go to the area, or even if you don't go to the area, you just go outside and you ask nature, and then you'll be guided to where that scroll is. But you have to believe in it. That's one of the biggest things, though. You have to believe in the ability to connect with stuff.
You want me to finish this up? Because I mean, listen to this after just saying that, okay? Okay. He supposes that the dark and windy air, or a breath of dark air and a muddy, infernal chaos, were infinite in both time and extension. When that wind, he says, fell in love with its own principles, a conjunction resulted, and that coming together was called desire. Such was the principle of the creation of all things. The wind had no knowledge of what it had produced. From that cohabitation of the wind came Mot. Such was the sole germ of the creation and origin of all things. Animals appeared, but they were lacking in sensibility. They gave birth to intelligent animals named Zephysimen, that is, observers of the sky. Mott had the shape of an egg when he was formed. He became luminous and produced the sun, the moon, the stars, and the great constellations. Such is the cosmogony of the Phoenicians, which openly introduces atheism. Next comes the generation of animals, the male and the female, where on the earth and in the sea. No, next comes the generation of animals, the male and the female were on the earth and in the sea. These things, writes Philo, were found in the cosmogony of dissertations of Toatus, supported by the conjunctures and convictions which Sanchuniathon conceived and made known by means of his insight. After speaking of the winds, Notus and Boreas, which were defiled, Philos adds, such were the inventions of religious worship that were in conformity with the weakness and cowardice of their inventors. Now that's kind of where I split with Philos, you know what I'm saying? Because if you listen to the story, he's kind of introducing, he's trying to introduce the one thing that freaking Senna Chuniathion wouldn't have agreed with, because he was trying to stay away from the lore and the allegories and stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just to have something that could be solid so that way people could kind of grasp onto. When you started doing abstract, it kind of gets dissonant for other people. Well, people that are kind of afraid of what could be in the abyss type of thing. So if you would like to be relatable, in most cases, people attempt to stick with something that can be seen, something that can be felt, or at least a solid explanation of such. So yeah, I can see where they would differ. Because one is more of, I don't want to say mystical, because it's not more mythical, because it's not mythical. It's true, but it's presented as mythical because it just seems surreal. But that's the crazy part about it, because you're talking about the speaking of the winds and the wind creations and creations from the winds and just the breezes and like literally that nature causing creation. But imagine what you can do with nature if you allow it to. With him, but he's causing nature to create. Okay, we understand that's how the story is being told, but that's just one.
You got to understand too, Mont is an Egyptian deity, all right, and the wind had no knowledge of what it had produced. The cohabitation of the wind came Mont. You know, from the cohabitation of the wind came Mont. Okay, and now you see right there where he's Phoenician and all of a sudden he's introducing
Egyptian culture,
you know what I mean? And really, Mott, I really never took time to notice if it was actual Phoenician or if it was actual Egyptian or if it was Alexandrian. That's one area that I do need to touch up on, but that's what struck out to me, you know. I mean, and this is the Phoenician philosopher using Mott in his writings too, you know.
And Mott is thought to come from
Egypt, but... And see, I thought for sure that Mott was supposed to be female, but I could be wrong.
I just thought Egypt completely wrong. Mott was it? It is Canaanite.
It's Canaanite?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Canaanite, god of death. Maybe that's what's wrong. MOT, right? Mesopotamian, Mesopotamian Canaanite deity.
No. Let's see. So he's
Phoenician, Mad, Phoenician, Hebrew, Bible, Arabic, was the Canaanite god of death and the underworld. But I'm sure we could go deeper because this is just a quick. This is Wikipedia, so Wikipedia is not as reliable as you'd like. But I see a lot of different sites quoting him as Canaanite. The Semitic.
no, see that would
Semitic god of death.
now see, Canaanite is what we were discussing the other day. It's a generalized word for all the cultures that was living along the Levant. And the Levant is the region that starts up by freaking Turkey.
And Lebanon and where all that area was.
Yeah, and it stretches down into Egypt right there along the coast.
What was it called again? Hold on, cause Levant.
Yeah, the Levant.
Excuse me. No, that's not it. West Sussex, a civil parish, Levant, blah 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 blah. No, that's not it.
Anatolia.
Oh, I was spelling it wrong. I found it though.
It's Levant, yeah.
Yeah, I was spelling region in Asia. That's wild because it's right there. Israel, Iraq. Yeah, okie dokie. All right, I apologize for holding you up.
That's fine. Now, according to this, the Levant, it consists of Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Palestine. So, within that area, that's where the Canaanites came from, and
Cairo, I see all of that here. Damascus, Mount Sinai, yep. Syria, Damascus. Amman. Let me see you. You sound something. There's Jordan.
now with the Tuat, they would always refer to his name as Mott on there. So I'm wondering if that has something to do with it too.
King of Jordan, since 1999.
I don't even know for sure if I've still got the old notes for it. Ancient history. Yeah, the Book of Gates. Pull that up and I'll run a search on the word Mott. It should be in there, I believe. If it's not, it's in the other one, and I don't have it at the moment. Hopefully they got a search for it.
I searched the Book of Gates, and I've been doing the same. Look at this. I had been doing the same browser, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, can we know where you're at right now? No. No, you cannot. Why do you want to? That's my concern. Like, I've been doing all of this. I done struck a nerve with this Book of Gates.
So we've got Mother so far in there.
Principal Guidebook. I wonder if I can get this on Apple.
Yeah, Mott's not in there. Yeah. I thought I heard it in that book, but I could have been wrong. There's only 10 mentions, and they all relate to Mother. But yeah, Mott is where we're at now. I'm off topic. I gotta figure out what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, so that's Canaanite, and that's what'd you say? Just basically Canaanite.
Yeah, that's what it says here. Let me go back to it. I was looking at this Book of Gates and attempting to find it. Let me see if I have my tabs open. It says, oh wow, thank you for being distracting. Ma, Egypt, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Mesopotamian Canaanite deity was a god. See, and this one says Mot was the god of sterility and the master of all barren places. And then traditionally, Mot and Baal were perpetually engaged in a seasonal struggle. Baal, that's Britannica. Then it says, but see, Wikipedia says that it was the Canaanite god of death, whereas Britannica says Mot was the god of sterility. That's like sterility, yeah, because sterile, so I guess that makes sense, sterility. Oh, okay. Now it says Mot was Semitic, death, ancient West Semitic god of the dead and of all the powers that oppose life and fertility. He was the favorite son of the god El and the most prominent enemy of the
Yeah.
god Baal.
Yeah. Now
Mm-hmm.
see, El is the Christian god and the Jewish god. The Canaanites all practiced El, and every one of them had like their different versions, kind of like what the Egyptians did. And each city within the Levant worshipped El in a different way. That's why.
And that's crazy.
That's
Because
why.
have you heard of Asiatics?
Hmm.
Yeah, they use L and Bay, L at the end of their surname.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Baal is also supposed to be the son of El. Baal.
No, it's a. Oh yeah. Yeah. Mahava was annually killed by Baal's sister, and it aided in Anath, and she aided in Baal's resurrection. But see, he was sometimes called the creator, possessor of heaven and earth, father of all the gods except for Baal. See, look. Hold on. El was described as the titular head of the pantheon, husband of Asherah, and father of all the gods except for Baal.
Yeah. I mean, I was under the impression that Baal was his son. You know what I'm saying? But
God.
it got really like muddied in that area. Like El, people today are trying to relate El to freaking Enki, and I've found no evidence that Enki and El are the same, one and the same. If anything, El would be more closely related to Enlil. You know what I mean? But,
and here it says it's commonly used as synonym for Yahweh.
Yeah. Yahweh is the God, is the Jewish God, which is very controversial, and like Jewish people really don't like being included into the Canaanites. You know what I mean? They like to be distinct and set aside on their own. Which I can understand that too, because like their beliefs are a lot more passive than what the other Canaanite beliefs are. I mean, they were pretty out there. But, okay, now after that it goes on to talk about the birth of mortal men in a divine race. No, birth of mortal men of a divine race. The mortal men Aeon and Protogonos were born of the wind Calpea and his wife Ba'u. Aeon discovered the food provided by trees. They were the parents of Genos and Geni, who lived in Phoenicia. Great droughts came, and they reached up their hands towards the sky and the sun. He says that they regarded the sun as the master god of the sky and named him Bel-Salmon, which in Phoenician means master of the sky. He was the Zeus of the Greeks. Then Philo attacks the error of the Greeks. It is not without reason that we make this distinction known. It is in order to establish the true meaning, which has been misinterpreted of these names applied to objects. Misled by the uncertainty of translation, the Greeks took them in another meaning. From Genos, son of Aeon, or Aeon,
Aeon.
Aeon, and Protagonos were born new mortal children named Phos, Pyre, or Pyre, and Phlox, light, fire, and flame. They invented fire by rubbing pieces of wood against each other and taught its use. They had children of great size and marked superiority, who gave their names to the mountains of which they were the sovereigns. It was from them that Mount Cassius and the Lebanon Mountains and the anti-Lebanon Mountains took their name.
Cassius?
Cassius, yeah. It was from them that Mount Cassius, the Lebanon Mountains, and the anti-Lebanon Mountains took their names. They gave birth to the Sumimrumus and the Hepsirianos, celestial height. Sanchuniathon observed that men were named after their mothers, and that women shamelessly gave themselves to any man they saw. Then he says, Hepsirianos lived in Tyre and invented huts made of reeds, rushes, and papyrus. He had a dispute.
Philabilius is from, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, he had a dispute with his brother Usus, who was the first to think of taking the skins of animals he had killed and making them into a covering for his body. Torrential rains and violent winds devastated Tyre and broke the trees. The forest was swept by fire. Usus took a tree, stripped it of its branches, and was the first to venture into the sea. He consecrated 2 steles to fire and the wind, and worshipped them by spilling on them the blood of animals he had taken in his hut. Many centuries had gone by since the age of Hepsirianos, when Agrius and Alius, inventors of fishing and hunting, were born. It was they who provided those arts with their implements. From them came 2 brothers who invented iron and production of all things that makes use of it. One of them, Chrysor, devoted himself to sorcery, predictions, and the composition of discourses. He was the same as Hephaestus, who invented the fish hook and bait, the fishing line, and the raft. He was the first of all men to sail on the sea, and that is why he was worshipped as a divinity after his death. He was called Zeus Mitius. So it goes on even further right there.
Okay, so who's Poseidon? Like, in regards to this, would it be possible that that guy would have been correlated to, or to be kind of like, or no relation possible, or is it just definitely always the possibility but not likely?
Now, at the beginning, if you remember what they were saying, these are mortal men of a divine race, and it also mentions that they were also giants. Okay.
Where have you been?
So it's kind of interesting on that aspect. Like and a lot of this correlates with the Old Testament too, with what the Old Testament was saying. It's kind of interesting. I could see where the Canaanite beliefs kind of filtered their way into Judaism too, and it's all Semitic. Like, people think that Jews are the only ones that were Semitic, but they aren't. They're just a distinction of Semitic people, you know.
And I wonder why that is. Like, why is it to where that's the only culture associated with being quote unquote Semitic, but there are so many cultures that actually were Semitic? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. That's not making sense to me there.
Well, a lot of the northern areas that were above what would be now Saudi Arabia, that was all. They were either Semitic or they were Aryan, and up around Iran, those were the majority of those were the Aryans and stuff, and a lot of the Semitics were from Iraq all the way to Lebanon. You know what I mean? And then what happened was the freaking the Arab invasion, where the Arabs came up out of like Saudi Arabia and those areas, and they invaded the rest of them. They took over Turkey.
When did this happen?
This happened back during the time of Muhammad, just as Christianity was starting off.
To develop. Okay, so and you said it's called what was it called? The invasion.
Arab invasion.
Arab invasion. Okay.
See,
I just want to look it up. That's why I'm asking.
That whole region, I mean, like, people have a hard time understanding the history of it because of how much chaos is going on in the Middle East and stuff, you know what I mean? But if you have patience and you actually focus on it and spend time on it, you can kind of figure it out. And I still don't know a lot about it. I mean, that's what's so fascinating about that region is it's immersed.
A lot to learn.
I mean, there's so much history in that area. So much different cultures.
Let me put this on my tabs because I have a bunch of stuff I have to do. And like, this is for my history, just for my knowledge, the stuff that I've been doing with you, a lot of it, and as it relates. But eventually, how you do this type of stuff that I'm fluent in, I'd like to be able to be like present, like, so I'll probably be like reading some of the books that I'm reading and stuff like that, just a little bit, not much, but the stuff that you're doing is the stuff that for whatever reason it's related to what I'm studying, and it'll explain why and how these laws that we have now currently have been developed, just not even the laws, the culture itself. And so that's why it's significant. That's why I feel like it's significant what you do, because maybe not a lot of people understand it, or maybe they're not present for it, but the answers that we're looking for is in what you're doing right now.
Well, like, a lot of, like, they make statements that just, if they really would pay attention, they'd understand that it's not true. Like, even in this one, they mention the fact that that Philo is he's introducing atheism, okay? And if you read what Philos is really saying, he's actually talking about paganism. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know why it said that, because I didn't hear anything about until you said it just now. I didn't understand a correlation to atheism. Yeah. So that's why I was just going to do more digging, because I heard you say that today, but I didn't get that. See, there it is. I knew I had already.
I didn't get that either. Like, a lot of the stuff that he mentioned here had more to do with paganism than it did anything to do with atheism.
But that would be why they say it's atheism, so that way people will denounce it, and they'll say that it's, but because paganism, people like to incorporate it even if they're quote unquote Christians, or regardless of the fact, they like to overlap it and say, oh, this is acceptable. And like, so if we say you get your pagan holidays, you have your, you know what I mean, we're going to incorporate what benefits us. So if he's attempting to tell you, hey, this is what you're doing in regards to this, and this is what should be done, then they'll just correlate. They'll say, oh, okay, actually, we'll just charge this as atheism, so no one pays him that much attention to what he actually is doing. I mean, at least it makes sense. This is discrediting something that's true, because if it's not if it's not the norm, or if it's not the trajectory what people would like to be shown, then it's easy for them to just deny it by making it something that they know people dislike.
No, just so you know, too, this came off of Phoenicia.org, and
Oh,
it's the
hold on.
largest compilation of and repository for the whole studies of it. Like, they cover extensive stuff about the Canaanites, the Phoenician, and
Can
all
you
that.
spell it again? This is Phoenician, like, right?
Yeah,
PHO.
PHOENICA, and then .org.
This keeps. I gotta be spelling it wrong. A server with the specific host name cannot be found. PHOENE.
No,
Oh,
I.
I.
And then CIA.
There we go. Okie dokie.
And they have quite a bit of stuff too. I mean, that's pretty good repository there. You can get a lot of information from that. But
This is talking about going on trips. I got the Phoenician
like, hey,
Sky.
come along with us. We'll take you along and give you a tour of all this stuff.
That'll be dope. That'll be so dope. I mean, I can. Whoa. Now I'm really tripping, because now I just.
Like, they've got a freaking image gallery too. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing here. His Camelback? Am I not at the right page? Camelback? Am I? No.
I don't know.
Now it's just taking me to Expedia. Let me just.
No, on that, I was just like showing you that's what it is. The Phoenician Encyclopedia is basically it. But like, just
I had to type it wrong. I'm gonna redo it. Here it goes.
Browse through it and enjoy it. I was just pointing you to what I was using there. That's all I was doing. But yeah, it's a pretty good setup. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah. But how long do we? Yeah, we're at the 1 hour point. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna end this, and we'll come back to it later on. I think that what I wanted to cover was actually important, like the Tawatis. Tawatis is very important because, like, even in the beginning episodes when I did it, I was mentioning Egypt, and started getting to where I wanted to go into Phoenician, and Toth is a really good example of what I was talking about, so I think that was covered pretty well.
Yeah, and especially gives me something to do some research on, because Tawatis and Toth being basically the same person but in different cultures is kind of heavy. So,
and like with Philos and Porphyri, kind of separate them from what's being said there too, because they have their own agendas as well. You know what I mean?
okay.
So just to realize that, because like I said, that I mean, they basically like to incorporate things during this time period, and they still do it, like you said, but they were really big on it back then. And the reason why they did it is because they had to bring kingdoms under their obedience, you know what I mean? So why not just take their gods and mingle them in with our gods, and we got a new god to worship,
Right. But at the same time, what if maybe they're the same? Like they're all, like, it might not be a mix. It really might be just signals being crossed. And I'm attempting to light candles, but maybe it's a signal being crossed, and they're actually like they're connected. We don't know the connection, or we have yet to discover the correlation. But they actually are one.
For me, the best way I could say is just, figure out how long ago it was when
Oh, the
Thoth was
timeline.
mentioned. Yeah, and then
Right.
like compare that to when the Canaanites and the Phoenicians started mentioning them. So,
Okay. No, that makes more sense what you're saying. Okay. Oh, maybe it did. Oops.
but
Looking for a light bulb. I found it.
now, are you wanting to do that, or are you you want to continue this until later?
What do you mean? We can do more now? If you can do more, you said you're gonna stop. You said you're gonna stop at an hour. I mean, like whatever.
Like
This
it's
is
an hour and 2 minutes now.
it's a, it's okay. I mean, like, I just was getting a light bulb from my little desk area so I could be more committed to the research because this one was flickering. So I mean, it's
Well,
all good.
stay on where you're at and build up some information, and then next week we'll get into it, and we'll start doing more stuff. Because I'm still going to be doing the Phoenicians. It's like I said, this is probably the most interesting when it comes to ancient history. Is researching the Phoenicians. That's where most of the stuff comes from.
You're the first to tell me about them. I mean, like, I never learned about them.
I'm going to end the stream though, okay?
Oh, okie dokie. If I have questions, I know where to find you.
Yes, you do.
Have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, I'll hear you tomorrow.
Alright, I'll talk to you then.
See you. Be safe.
You too. Hello everybody, this is Roger Hanson back with another stream for my storyteller topic, and today I have a really good story that I want to present. The last time I did a little bit about my plot for the story I'm doing, but today I have somebody here who's going to do or tell you his own story, and it's a lead in, and I've talked to this guy for another I guess you could say another stream before this, and the stuff that he said was really interesting, and it was something that caught my curiosity, so I wanted to bring him back so that he could tell his story. Now, for this entire hour, it's going to be designated to him just telling his story, or at least as close to an hour, however long he wants to do it. If it takes 2 hours, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. And with that being said, I'm going to ask everybody that if anybody does join the stream, please remain silent until he's done with his story, and if he chooses to do questions and answers, that's completely up to him. That's if he wants to do it. So with that being said, I am going to introduce him, and I might get this wrong. He just told me it too. It's Pecos Dave.
Pecos
Dave.
Yes.
And with that, I'm going to let him come in and talk a little bit about himself and go from there. So turn it over to you, Dave.
All right. This is completely unscripted. I haven't actually sat down and thought about what I was going to say or anything along those lines, but we did have an interesting show a few days back, and I was asked back over here. I guess I do have sort of an interesting story to tell, and I can't tell all of it for various reasons, but I am in so many ways one of the most mundane people you'll ever meet, and in others, people don't believe me when I tell my story because it seems so outlandish. And it's really not as outlandish as most people think. I'm one of those people that when I decide to do something, I just go and do it. And apparently that's worked out for me. I've never made it rich or anything, when I've set out for money. I'm not someone who just, falls into a pile of cash. But when I want to accomplish something, I tend to do it. in many ways, I started out with a handicap when it came to moving forward in life. One of the reasons, my username that I go by, Pecos Dave. See, back in 1996, when I was trying to come up with an internet handle, there was still some good one-word ones left that you could use, but everything I tried to use to establish an email address was taken. And since I was from the town of Pecos and there was the tall tale of Pecos Bill, it's like, you know what? He can call himself Pecos Bill and he's not even from there. I'm going to be Pecos Dave. And for the most part, I've had an exclusive on that name. A few other people want it. Unfortunately, on Sony, a couple of gambling sites, and a porn king all adopted the name. And I'm telling you, I definitely won the porn king, because if I'd have done that, I'd have used a name my grandma didn't know. But I've mostly stuck with it just because of the tall tale, and I get to keep it all to myself. So, let me bring up the chat. I was looking at the Minds chat, but it occurs to me I need to actually look at the Jitsi chat too. There we go. Okay, so I've been a Texan almost all my life. Was actually kind of conceived over in Pecos, but I was born on the east side of the state. And when I was about 3 or 4 years old, my parents moved back to Pecos, and I grew up there. And that was the handicap I was talking about. Most of the people around Houston, where I live now, don't comprehend what I mean when I say I'm from a small town. You say, like Humble? Oh, no. A small town around Houston is still pretty much attached to Houston. You get city things. I was out in the middle of the desert. I decided when I was quite young that I really liked technology and electronics, and I really wanted to go that direction. And that was one of the worst places to be, if that's what you were into, if your parents were, I kind of grew up on the poor side. And my parents' attitude towards electronics, computers, was, we didn't have them when we were kids, you don't need one now. So I actually got a late start in the IT industry. Here I was when I went to my tech school, surrounded by people who've been playing with computers since they were the age of 4. And I got my equivalent to an 8088 in about 1995. So, I started on DOS good right before I graduated. But I picked it up fast and enjoyed it. It was a rough town to grow up in. When I was growing up there, I was a minority. Most people say, white people aren't minorities in the United States. Well, you can be a regional minority. The town I was in was about 87% Mexican. And it wasn't, the city people. It was the broke people from near the border who came from the small villages that didn't have a pot to piss in. And they were the ones who came across, sat down and said, give me welfare. And I learned a bad way of looking at these people because of where I grew up. After I moved to the larger cities, I met a lot of immigrants from Mexico that are some of the best people I've ever been around. But out where I grew up, it was a welfare city. It really was. It's a major hub of human trafficking and drug trafficking, because it sits where 2 interstates fork near the border. And when the sheriff that had been paid off, there was one sheriff the whole time I was growing up there. And he finally died, 2000 or so after I moved away. They had to send in a federal task force to help the local police department bring the town back into order, because once the new sheriff came in and actually tried to enforce laws that the previous sheriff had been paid off about, criminals started rioting, and the cops and sheriff's department couldn't keep them in line. So yeah, they sent in a federal task force to help clean my town up. So I've got scars on my knuckles. Fighting. If you weren't a wimp and you weren't part of one of the gangs, you had to fight because somebody had to prove themselves, and you were just the target. And I was a major target because I wasn't in the gang. I worked on a ranch on occasion, but I wasn't one of the cowboys. I wasn't one of the shit kickers. Didn't want to be. I'd work cattle all day, work on the fences, whatever, but I wasn't going to join their culture. I'll put on boots and a hat now, but that's not because of shit kicker culture. That's just not what I wanted to be. So, I was out of there less than 2 weeks after graduating high school, and I moved to Phoenix for a year and a half. That was an interesting time in history, and I'm not going to talk about all my personal ins and outs there, but I went to a school called High Tech Institute that doesn't exist anymore. When Obama started his for-profit college thing, where the saying for-profit college became a dirty word, my school didn't survive that. They cut off all federal funding to those types of tech schools, and it just didn't survive. Last I checked, it was a beauty college now. Used to it was an architecture and electronics school, where I learned basic electronics. They taught basic computing, but I pretty much had the DOS end of that mastered in Windows 2. By the way, I was an early adopter of hating Windows. I didn't have anything else to fill in the blank with. But when I learned I could start a computer that launched Windows 3.1 with an auto exec, and I could exit to play Doom and it ran like crap, but if I took Windows out of the auto exec and it never loaded Windows and Doom ran great, I learned to hate Windows. So when let's see, so turning in. Oh, okay, no. Thought somebody was asking about something else. But yeah, I learned to hate Windows early on. I learned ICON stands for Idiots Can Operate Now. And I embraced the command line from early on. But back then, GUI sucked anyway, right? It wasn't until Windows 95 really took hold that people were bound to a GUI anyway. But no, while I was out there, I started out as a security guard. And this is relevant to the last interview that I was a part of. While I was a security guard, I spent a lot of time just hanging out in front of a Bash's grocery store or guarding a big old pile of wood. But there was one particular site that I kind of liked. There was a school that was just on the edge of Scottsdale, and it was kind of up in a mountain peak. There was like multiple, it was kind of like a mountain valley peak area. It was a real interesting place. The school didn't have hallways. All the classes open to the outside. And there was a big soccer field. And usually about 4 a.m. I'd go take a break. I'd sit down in the soccer field. I'd look up at the stars, and they were beautiful. The mountain peaks blocked out all the light from the surrounding cities, and you could really see the stars well. By the way, I couldn't remember the name of this school to save my life, because this was what? This was 1996. 97 is when I actually started. For the end of 96 is when I got into electronics. So there was a star that I found. And this star would rotate colors as I watched it. It would go like red, green, blue, yellow. It was just keep cycling. And I figured out how to find it. And I would sit there and I'd look at that star for about 15, 20 minutes, and I'd start walking around the school again. One particular night, and this is the incident that I talked about in the previous show where I saw something that defied the laws of physics. I looked up to find that star, and I found another star zigzagging in the area. And it did about 3 or 4 zigzags. It was just kind of doing like this real slow. If y'all can see the camera, I don't know if you can. Then it hit the end of one, and it immediately arced off back the direction from which it came in an arc, and it was out of sight. It's like the Enterprise going, more like Star Wars when they start to go into hyperspace while they're in a battle or whatever. They just hit the hyperspace. It was like that curve, and it was gone. It looked like a star. So I tell people, yeah, I've just had a UFO sighting simply because nothing turns around nothing turns around that fast and takes off so fast you can't see it in under a second. It isn't defying the laws of physics as we know it. So that was my minimal personal encounter. Basically nothing, but it was a star accelerating. But working security was pretty rough. My share of the week rent was like $420 a month at the time, and I made like $390 every 2 weeks. I was barely making it. I graduated high school at just a slightly overweight 220. I was built well. And I went back to visit at Christmas at 175. So, yeah, I was kind of starving when I was out there doing that. My first computer-related job is interesting. If you'll remember, there was a period of time after Apple fired Steve Jobs. And during this time, they were practically giving computers away to certain schools. They came out with the Apple Newton. And they were doing really poorly as a company. Nobody was buying Macs at the time. They did start to come out, I think. No, this was before that time. But the Macs weren't doing well. And Apple of that era was still using Motorola processors. And they did a contract to let Motorola manufacture Mac-compatible computers. And I was actually on an assembly line in Tempe building Mac clones. I was the guy who put the motherboards in and connected all the little wires and did them up in a little bow. Not going to comment about how poorly the chassis were made, but they were power PCs from the 1996, early 1997 era. And yeah, I made Mac clones. And it was around that time they rehired Steve Jobs, and I lost my job because he said no more clones. So yeah, I lost my job. I legitimately lost my job to Steve Jobs and Barack Obama over the course of my lifetime. So not many people can say that. But after I quit there, I went into manufacturing. And I did automation. Fresh out of school, I have ambition, but I'm still running low on talent. I just haven't been out there doing it long enough to have the talent. So I originally was doing panels for automation, and I was pretty slow at it, and I wasn't the best about judging my wire sizes on down the line, but I actually had a lot of fun doing that, and I went on a couple of installs. After I'd been there long enough, after I graduated from my school, they moved me over to the engineering department, and I started building the consoles for the sorting system, which was all building PCs, and I got to actually go to bulk mail centers and install them, which was a very fun job. I had a lot of fun there. Loved my coworkers. The company wasn't necessarily the fairest all the way around, and they kind of pissed me off, so I quit over something to do with Christmas. And my family, I actually moved back in with my parents. And what I did was I was there for 3 days. I had some relatives find me a job. My parents still lived in Pecos at the time. My great aunt found me a possible position in Houston. So I left my dog and my stuff at my parents' house, drove to Houston, did the interview, got the job, drove back to Pecos. And mind you, okay, I'll tell you about this. Pecos is about the halfway point. My parents were so happy I was back in Texas. I was so much closer, and I wasn't way out there in Phoenix where nobody knew where I was, just off by myself in Phoenix. Yeah, you're back in Texas. I got on MapQuest at the time, and while my family was celebrating how much closer I was, I compared my distance between moving to Pasadena, Texas, just south of Houston, where I lived almost in Chandler, Arizona. I was 30 miles closer when I was in Houston than when I was out there in Arizona. But they were so happy because I had family around, so that's cool. And I've kind of been stuck here ever since. My first job here in Houston was nothing to write home about. I wasn't really ready for it yet. I was still young. It was kind of a company representative tech position. I went out to client locations that were doctors' offices, lawyers' offices, a lot of gas refineries. It didn't matter. Anybody that had a computer network and wasn't really big enough to have their own IT team. And at that time, I specialized in Novell. That's what I learned at my school. Loved NetWare 3 and 4. I honestly did better with NetWare 3. 4, I wrapped my head around great. I just like the old bindery setup, but I did get better with 4. And then 5 came along before the company for the next step. The next step is what's important. We got to get Y2K was closing in, and big companies were spending lots of money to make sure they were going to be Y2K compliant. Little companies battened down the hatches. We're not going to spend any money on these computers if they're all going to break in a year and a half anyway. So we're not going to dump any money into this. We'll just wait to see what happens. And the company started to go out of business. And it's because we dealt with smaller clients. We did have a little bit going on, but what we did was we got together with our client that was a beeper cell phone company. They did Primeco phones, if anyone remembers Primeco. So they were our client, we were theirs. We got together and we started an internet service. And this was a big deal to me. I was there at an upstart on the ground floor, and I built some of the original servers while I was still at the old company, and we were getting it off the ground. And this eventually became the largest local ISP in the United States. So we were the biggest of the little guys, is what it boils down to. And made a lot of great friends there. As a matter of fact, I work with one of my old coworkers from there now. He sits 3 desks that way. I didn't know him too well when we worked there. When he first got hired, I was on the night shift and he was on the evening shift, but I did meet him. So when he first got hired at this company, I kept looking at him like, I know this guy. I know this guy. And I showed him a picture of all my nerd buds from a wedding, and he pointed at three of them that he knew. So, and that's how we put it together, where we knew each other from. But it was a big deal. I actually had the potential to become a millionaire off of that. I got completely screwed over. Turns out, sometimes, if you're too good at what you do, you don't get to stay at the top of the ladder. I was so good at supporting customers and training techs that even though I was technically upper echelon of the company when we started, they hired people to replace me, not because I didn't perform well, but because they didn't know what they'd do without me. So I kind of got stomped down the ladder there. I stuck around way too long. But somebody finally did pull me out of there to go help support gas stations, and did earth stations that, satellite support. Took care of gas stations all over the U.S., but my support of the satellites and communications is what got me in the door at NASA. I spent nearly 8 years there. I think that is part of what everyone wanted me to talk about, was my time there. I have to say, I didn't want to stay there as long as I did, and I wanted to stay longer than I did, at both at the same time. For legal reasons that I'm still having to deal with, I'm not going to get into too much detail, but a court psychiatrist declared that since I'd changed so many jobs, I must be unstable. And considering I was still in my 20s and in the tech field, and I'd hold a job 2 to 3 years at a time, I was actually doing exactly what I was supposed to. In the tech field, if you stay at a job more than a couple of years, you're not really moving up anymore. I've been here for 5, but I stayed at NASA specifically to keep a court psychiatrist happy when it came to dealing with my daughter in the custody situation. And there's worse places to be. I got to work with Fred Hayes on occasion, and he would talk about plane incidences. He would talk about, going around the moon in Apollo 13. I got to work with Gene Kranz on occasion. He liked to talk about the Apollo 13 movie quite a bit, and what was accurate about it and what wasn't. And, dealing with everyone on set, he really liked to talk about that. He talked about making the movie almost as much as he did the actual Apollo 13, because he would tell you what was real and what was made up for the movie. It was great working with Fred Hayes. And as far as I was concerned, a lot of my coworkers, there were several of them there that had been there for over 40 years when I got hired. I liked listening to the stories from my coworkers as much as I did, the big guys I just mentioned. I don't even know if this particular guy's alive anymore, but I got a story that'll put FedEx and UPS to shame. You know how it is when you start talking to management and they ignore you. It's like they were decommissioning a system, but they still had some of the racks in use during the early shuttle days. And they decommissioned the racks and they sent them off to another space center. Now, the whole time my coworker's like, you need to keep a few of these here in case we need a spare off of them until we get the rest of them decommissioned. Well, they didn't listened to him. And what is it? There's a space center up in Kearney, I think, up in New Jersey or somewhere in that area. And the racks were up there, and they had one of the cards go out right before a launch. And they asked the guy, "Do you know where one of these cards? How to find one of these cards?" He said yes. He told him the rack number and exactly which slot it was in, how to count over, and exactly how to locate the card they needed. They sent an astronaut in a T-38 Talon to go get that card and fly it back to Houston. So, yeah, delivery by T-38 Talon. I don't think UPS or FedEx can touch that story. They had a card there back within a few hours and ready to launch. His shuttle went up on time. Unfortunately, that's a secondhand story. I didn't experience that particular one myself. But no, typical government job. Way too many politics being played. I got a lot of cool stuff done. I rebuilt multiple flight control rooms, and I had my parts in that. It's mostly running cables under the floor, putting equipment in, wiring it in, tying it up. In my case, I tend to be a natural with working machinery, so I was up on the lifts a lot. So I did a lot of projector hanging. My actual job function there was communications, and I did a lot of LVDS wiring, twin X cables and twin X connectors, mil-spec, that most people had never heard of. And that was my official job, but I helped out the video group and the audio group. I helped to change the space over from Divas to Device. And if you look at any of the pictures of the control rooms, what that is, the little communications terminals on each side, I helped do that changeover. Hell, there's been a lot done since I've been gone, so if I looked at pictures of the Space Center now, there'd be stuff I just wouldn't identify. It has been a while. Shortly before, and this is getting personal again, I can share a little personal stuff. Shortly before I worked at NASA, I lived with my grandparents for a couple of years. When I lost my job supporting the gas stations, Shell in Texaco, where I told you I supported the Earth stations, I spent a little over 2 years not being able to nail down a solid job. And I took care of some power plants. I converted power plants from token ring to Ethernet. I took care of other gas companies. I worked with ConocoPhillips and Murphy, and it was mostly like Conoco. I took them off of satellite and put them on DSL. Sounds funny to say it now, but no, mostly communications upgrades. Murphy, I was just upgrading their registers. ExxonMobil, I spent some time there, and the Gestapo runs that place. I don't ever want to go back to, I've got an incoming. Let me put you on mute.
As we go through the interview, we're going to have times where he'll have to take some pauses, so be patient, and if he can come back and finish his story, that's fine. If not, we can schedule it for another time, but we were discussing this before the stream started, so if you guys want to return, it all depends on what happens with him, but I'd like to remind everybody too that if you come in, you're more than welcome to come in, but if you do come into the Jitsi, please remain silent, and after he's done with his story, then you can do it.
So that was my work on call phone, so it was one I had to answer. And that was one of those where they make up a name and ask if he's there. The purpose of the call, it's debt settlement. Do you have debt? I told him my ass was mortgaged and I walked funny without it. It would really help me if he could help get my ass out of hot. But yeah, I get a lot of those trash calls, so, unfortunately, with the company phone. But where was I? I was talking about living with my grandparents. I got very fat. Granny fed me well, and Grandpa insisted that I ate. So when I got hired there, I was at a weight extreme. I'd made it up to about 280 pounds while I was there, and I just wasn't happy with it anymore. When I was a kid in Pecos, I got to be known as the kid who rode his bike to church. I loved to ride my BMX. I'd go all over town on it, and I had incredibly large leg muscles. Like I couldn't even wear relaxed fit pants. I had to get the full on ultra relaxed, at the time period gangster jeans, or I couldn't put them on over my legs. And I kept that muscle, but I still got incredibly fat. So it was weird. I was 280 pounds, but I could still do forward handsprings. And I could still do more push-ups than my coworkers who looked like they were fit. But I wanted to address it, so I decided to get back into bicycles. And I went over to Webster Bicycle, and I got myself a 24-inch BMX because my previous bike was stolen. It was too small for me anyway. Got a 24-inch BMX, and I owned it all of about 2.5 weeks before Hurricane Ike came and put 4.5 feet of water in my rent house. So, my bike floated around the house by its tires. It was in a completely different spot than where I left it when I got home. But I was actually able to rescue it. I hosed it down and what have you. But I got serious about biking when I was there, and it totally worked. One of the best things about working at NASA was they had showers on campus you could use. And I could totally ride a bike there, take a shower, and go into the shop with water still kind of in my ears. You know how it takes a little while for that to clear out. I loved it. And it made it very convenient. I've usually had a hard time working out just to work out, but if I can make it practical, like I'm going somewhere or I'm doing something, I can do it all day long. So I was in the best shape of my life about the time they laid me off. I still hadn't gotten down to my ideal weight yet, but my legs were rock hard. I felt great. And I was in the best shape of my life. I tried really hard to go back there on occasion, not for pay or anything, but because I was going to live further away and bike further. I kind of missed that. No, I know I'm talking to you mostly about career stuff, but a lot of the personal stuff I unfortunately do have to leave out just because, custody struggles. I'm not the divorcing type of person, and I'm starting to go through my second one now. And unfortunately, I think I married children. They were adults, but I married children, and I'm part of that. I've gotten wrapped up in part of that American woman mentality, and I thought I chose well the second time, but she's recently told me otherwise. So it's rough, and I'm about to go through another custody battle for my boys. My boys are wonderful. I'm a little bit on the autism spectrum. And I think I was one of the early people to get it from the MMR vax. I've always had social issues because of it, and it took a long time. But when I was in the fifth grade, I was at a very, very low point in my life. And I always paid attention in Sunday school, and I was good with that. And I prayed a prayer to God to get wisdom like Solomon. I flat said, I don't care if I'm never rich. I just want to be wise. I want to know how to get myself out of this social rut that I'm in. Remember, I told you it was a rough place. It wasn't a place you wanted to have this kind of problem because the school didn't identify it properly yet. Anyone who was a little bit off was just labeled dyslexic, and they tried to teach them how to read. So the school recognized I had a problem. And even though I was in the fifth grade reading on a college level, they put me in a class to teach me how to read. And it didn't go over well. But yeah, they just had me completely misidentified, and I kind of threw a fit till I got out of the class. I know that school does great now because I do have a nephew that had some issues kind of like mine, and they did a lot to help him. So I'm glad a lot has changed in the last 20 years. But yeah, they totally didn't know what to do with me. And my older boy is just like me. And there's times where I look at him and I see what he's doing. I think, oh God, that's so retarded. They're going to hate him at school. It's like, it's exactly what I did. So I do my best to help my boy out. He's got something I didn't have. He's got me to help guide him along. And I love him to death. The little one is super smart. Yeah, you couldn't pull a fast one on him when he was still scooting on his belly. He always figured out what you were doing. I actually had to install a mechanical switch, like with a key lock on a computer. I actually drilled a hole into a computer case, put an electrical bypass switch in that had a key, so he wouldn't hit the power button to turn the computer off and on when his brother was watching TV shows on it or playing video games in the living room, because he'd do it just to make him scream. And I had to make it where he had to put the key in, turn it so he could hit the power button and then put it back into neutral. So he figured out if he wanted to turn on the PlayStation, the automatic, I can't even remember the acronym. I don't shift gears fast. I don't remember the acronym at the moment, but the HDMI stuff would automatically switch on the TV, and it switched to the PlayStation. It'd make his brother scream with the same results. So, yeah, super smart and devious from the start. The gear shifting thing that I just told you about. I've got a genius level IQ, but I have learning issues and some other issues. So I did very poorly in school. School was all about memorize and regurgitate, and I can't do that to save my life. I scored very high in the sciences. I started out really slow in math, but as I grasped math and I got older, I did really well in it because I could figure things out. It wasn't a memorize and regurgitate thing. And because of that, turns out I'm the opposite of what my school liked to do. My school liked to get people to memorize things long enough to pass a test, so I made horrible grades. And my family very much judged me on it. I'm making sure I don't do that with my own children. I want to make sure that I address things properly. And one of those things that I have problems with is I don't shift gears well. If I'm focusing on wiring and I'm wiring up a panel and I'm troubleshooting, I'm trying to figure out where a fuse is wrong, I can do that very well for hours on end. But if in the middle of that you ask me a Unix command or even my own name, I might just freeze up and not be able to answer you. Whereas if I'm working at a Linux console all day, I can tell you all the commands just fine, but if you ask me where a fuse is located, I'm going to draw a blank for maybe, 10, 15 minutes. I just don't shift gears that fast. So I don't even remember where I was going with this. I tend to ramble. This is one of the best things ever. I am awesome about rambling. And considering I didn't have anything directly mapped out, I think I've done a good job at it. Well, after NASA, I was actually jobless for maybe 2 days. My buddy had me hired at an advertising agency. And I really enjoyed my time there. That was probably the best job I ever had in my life. I told you earlier where I might have had some reactionary racism just because of where I grew up and how it was treated for being the white guy. That next company was so incredibly awesome. It was Hispanic people from Spanish-speaking countries all over the world. Even people from other countries that aren't really regarded as Spanish-speaking. Like we had Hispanic Australians in there occasionally, and the less well-known Hispanics, we've had some Black Caribbean Hispanics in there, and all over South America, and it was easy to gain weight there. Everyone hugging was how they greeted you. I found that because I like to explain what I'm doing to people and I didn't berate them, I became almost a king to them. I'm the IT guy that not only fixed things, I was the one who didn't make you feel stupid for having the problem. And I was very popular there. And unfortunately, and when they hired me, I was employee like 96 or 97. And they got up to nearly 300 employees. And by the time they laid me off, they were down to under 50. They lost their biggest clients, and they were struggling to stay afloat. So I didn't take it too personally when they let me go. When I went back there they hired me to do some fiber after they laid me off. And I ran into some of the people I used to work with, and they were practically begging me to come back. It's like, not up to me. But I was jobless for about 3 months, but this is where it got interesting. The place where I'm working now, you see the X-Wing in the background. No, the place where I'm working now is a Spanish company that focuses on electrical work. So I went from one Spanish-speaking company to another. And what's really screwed up is I don't speak Spanish. Even though I grew up in a Hispanic community and I've worked at 2 Spanish-speaking jobs, I really don't speak Spanish. Part of the problem I told you where I'm kind of handicapped, even though I'm a genius, language is not my strong point. If I pay real close attention, I can sometimes understand Spanish. I can sometimes put a sentence together. And I can read it fairly well, but I've just never been able to pick it up. I have difficulty with language. So it was interesting, but I was hired for 2 reasons: for fiber optics and because I knew Linux. And I think they thought I was exaggerating in my resume because they told me they want me to be able to configure something if someone's talking to me over the phone. They didn't realize that you could hand me the keyboard and I could build the servers. And eventually that's what I started to do, and I'm configuring hardware and what have you. But early on, when they hired me, they didn't actually have anything for me to do yet. It's like they hired me before they needed me. So So I wound up being used as a field hand where I was out proofing lines. I did a lot of hard work, that highway construction type work. But you know what? It fed my family, so I was okay with that. And during the course of that, actually for the first time in my life, got certified to drive a forklift. I'd done it before, but I never had a certification. I started to learn how to use man lifts that I'd never used before, and I started pulling trailers, which I'd done before, but I sucked at it. Now I'm good at it. And what this has done is it's improved my relationship with my father. My parents didn't know what to do with me. So considering I did go along on the tech side of things, and I may have to look at something. Give me a moment. Okay, that doesn't concern me. I'm from an energy family. My mom's side was natural gas. My grandfather worked for Houston Natural Gas, which became Enron. My uncle worked there. On my dad's side, his grandfather was working in some of the early Standard oil fields back when they were still wooden derricks and covered and the whole 9 yards. And his dad worked for, my grandfather worked for Oxy Petroleum. When I was a child, my dad worked for Parker Drilling, so it was all oil on one side and natural gas on the other. I'm from an energy family, and here I am. I want computers. So they really didn't know what to do with me. But now that I'm working in a more industrial setting, I put on a hard hat, I put on high vis. If you go and you look through my profile on Mines, you'll see where I got stuck up in a bucket truck and made about a half dozen posts about getting rescued. They think it's the battery on down the line. You'll actually see, I post pictures from work on occasion. And now that I've got these sorts of things to talk about with my dad, it's actually really improved our relationship. There wasn't a lot of common ground between us. I mean, I've always liked my dad. We've always gotten along. But he always saw me as kind of weird because I didn't do what he did. I didn't want to be a cowboy, even though I did ranch work. I never really considered myself a cowboy. I just didn't want to be some drunken redneck out in the middle of the desert. So we had a hard time lining up, and this has really brought us closer together just because we can talk about so many industrial things. And I didn't realize how much that meant to him. He's tried talking to some of my friends in the past, and they can just barely communicate. I guess, just different worlds. But no, I've enjoyed this. I'm trying to get out of it now. They're making me remote into a Windows machine to manage my Linux network now. And I can't properly support my client anymore. I have to leave this job because I'm proud of the work I do. And I cannot properly support them with the way they're making me support them now. So I started looking for a new job as soon as they rolled that out. I'm still looking for one now. I have a batshit crazy plan that I actually want to do, but it would take a lot of crowdfunding to get it off the ground. And I mentioned that I'm going to have a custody battle for my kids, so I don't know how practical it would be anyway. But I've actually thought about seeing if I could crowdfund an RV, one of the ones that they call it the toy hauler, the kind that's got a garage on the back. And I want to put a bunch of stage equipment in that garage, and I want to do something like a TED Talk setup. I actually have a lot of plans in mind to have other people do what I'm doing now, have a talk about what they do. I've has to do with people that live outside the normal way of doing things. People who grow their own food, people who maybe build their own vehicles, make their own fuel. I want to interview people like that. I don't want to do left wing TED Talks, and there's some really, really good TED Talks. I wouldn't call it left wing. But I kind of want to do more of the do it yourself, live off the grid. I want to focus on people like that. I was like, man, if I could crowdsource an RV with a garage and a stage set up, and I could do webcast from all over the place, I would travel the United States on other people's dimes just to interview the people that need to be interviewed. And I think there's a lot of people on minds. Several come to mind right ahead, or right now, off the top of my head, that need to give these talks. And I'm not just talking about Bill Ottman. I'm talking people in this, some of the few people watching this now. But that's kind of a crazy plan I have, and I guess I got to wait it out a little bit and see what happens divorce-wise. I got into a dark place when that first started to happen. When I committed for life with no reservations. And when that rug got pulled out from under me, I didn't take it well. But I'm coming back around now and being strong and getting ready to move on. But I'm watching. Does anyone have any questions for me?
So, are you ready to do questions and answers?
Yeah, let's do that. I've been watching both rooms. Haven't seen much come up, but if anyone's got a question, yeah, ask away.
No, we got Karma Love on here, so I guarantee that she's got some questions for you, dude.
All right.
Karma, if you want to unmute, you can unmute now.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
Hello.
Karma.
I was just going to ask you, when you were talking about switching and doing your TEDcast. Well, I have a few questions, but this one is the first one, because you were saying not the same thing, but I get what you're talking about. Have you been researching people that you could possibly be interviewing? Because I know there's a lady in California. She was harvesting her own rainwater, stuff like that, and in your area too as well. Just because you have your cowboys and stuff like that. Would that be something that you would consider? Would it be more are you interviewing people that are specialized in certain things, or people that kind of, like you say, they do things non-traditional, or are you? I know you're toying around with the idea. I was just curious.
Well, I'd actually thought about this a little bit. My thoughts: there are several people in this area that I would like to interview, and my thoughts were, what I would do, first of all, I was going to create a group of people interested in this. And I was going to crowdsource some of this to them. And what I was going to do to generate interest is the first person to go up there and give one of those talks was going to be me. And what I was going to do with the talk was I was going to explain why I was I'm not revealing what I'm calling this. I was going to reveal what I'm calling it, why I'm calling it that, and what I'm going to do with it. And I was going to, I have an idea of doing the main talks and doing an EX version of everything. So the main talk is what's scripted. That's what's the equivalent to a TED Talk. But then I was going to have additional content that would be more like a less formal documentary thing, because when I go to see one of these people, I'm going to be there a little while until I get up and go to the next one. And I figured, you know what, we can do a lot of video where they show us what they do and how they do it, and have formal EX things. And the EX things can even be unrelated things. I've got some other ideas in mind, depending on where things go. with the boys in custody. I am active with my boys in Trail Life USA. And if you've never heard of Trail Life, it's a Boy Scout spinoff. Um, the problem with the Boy Scouts is they were a secular organization. And since they were a secular organization, they were open to government regulation and open to all kinds of lawsuits and what have you. And it really started about the time they forced them to let girls in. And it opened the door to more things. And right now, the Boy Scouts are nearly bankrupt because of how much kid diddling happened there.
Mhm.
And what happened is when they made the vote to basically allow gay scout leaders, there were people at the top who spun off a new organization called Trail Life USA. And they declared it a Christian organization, but it's not. It's non-denominational. And by declaring it Christian, they were able to make it boys only. They're able to be a little pick and choose a little more of who they want involved with it.
Hmm.
My boys are heavily involved with it. And I was thinking, you know what? This winds up being a family road show. Now, I'd talk to the national leadership and see if I couldn't, you know, get my have my boys still collect their branches if we went to like different trail life groups every time I parked the RV somewhere else. So I was thinking I could do like a secondary show that would have to do with the traveling, meeting all the different trail life groups and talking to the leadership and some of the boys there and doing a whole nother show that rides on the back of this one. Just because we'll do hike and bike trails everywhere we go and what have you. And I think I could do 2 or 3 shows just by moving this one RV around. Set up the stage for the official talk, do the backstage documentary, get to know you just YouTube thing, throw in the hike and bike trails and meeting the different trail life organizations. And you know what? Boy Scouts aren't a pariah. If I go someplace without actual trail life, I don't mind meeting some scout leadership. They're not a pariah, but we did separate from them. So I was thinking, you know what? I could totally work this out for them. And by the time they were done, my boys would have, they would qualify for some of the special badges for community projects and what have you, because we'd be making the videos. So yeah, I could totally see that working.
Okay, I have another question. Excuse me. And if you have more to talk about the show, you can. But I have another question in regards to the racism you said you experienced.
Yes.
So you said that when you were growing up, you were basically different from everyone around, which is not the first time I heard that about Texas. Because I had an acquaintance who was from Texas. He was from Wellington, and he used to work on a farm too as well. He used to say the same thing in regards that it was just it was really basically a place where a lot of Mexicans were at, and so there was always discrimination to where it would be more like even like the melanin and the white people might be closer, but even though too most melanin people had their issues. Now I would like to know what type of effect do you feel as though that racism that you experienced may have had on you in regards to your interactions with people of, like, I know you said you have friends now or associates now that are Hispanic and they're really nice, or you work with a company and they were really humble and you guys got along well, which was different from your previous experience. But just on like a day-to-day basis, does it kind of trigger you when you go around people like that, or is it something that you've been able to kind of maintain or hold under
I haven't
control?
had a problem with it in many, many years.
Oh, that's good then.
As a matter of fact, even when it was still bad, I realized that not everyone was like that. I took a Mexican girl to prom. I think that girl is great to this day. I mean, she's my age. I'm calling her a girl now. But, No, I still talk to her on
Unless she had
rare
to change,
occasions.
I think she's still a girl.
Yeah, but no, I realized that I was in a shithole, and I knew. My parents told me while I was growing up, if you leave, your problems don't go away. Your problems are a part of you, and you can't run away from your problems. And I'm sitting here looking around this shithole, saying, you know what? If I leave this place, 85% of my problems go away because they're walking around me. And guess what? When I left, 85% of my problems went away.
Right, though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really was a crappy place to live. And
The mentality was like weakening, and it was hurting you, affecting your energy. Right, I can totally relate.
yeah, I honestly think I qualify as an indigo child. If you looked into that,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
and
I've
I
heard that.
have reasons beyond things I've talked about to say that. Um, one of my biggest flaws as a person is I see the best in everyone. And that is a personal flaw
Why do you consider it a flaw?
because I see what people are capable of and I lock onto that because I see potential, I see what someone can do. And most of the time, people just don't want to live up to their potential.
Hmm.
If you see someone who can do great things and you let them into your life so you can work with them and make great things, they eventually screw you over and leave. Um, Most people don't want to live anywhere near their potential.
What do you think the reason is for that? Do you feel as though their reason for? Do you feel as though their reason is for being unable to live up to, unable or unwilling? Do you feel as though they're unable or unwilling?
Unwilling, but it's not just unwilling. I wish I could live 1,000 years because my eyes open so slowly to so many things. I think if people could live 1,000 years, a lot of the social problems we have would go away because we don't really live long enough to learn what we need to learn. Um,
Do you feel as though we could? Do you feel like living extended spans of life are is something that's possible?
Maybe. I'm not going to branch off into that right now, but
Hmm.
what I have learned is the psyops are real and they're everywhere. Um, I have learned the more TV someone watches, the less likely they are to be a go getter and less likely they are to get anywhere near their potential. And I'm not truly blaming TV for this in general. I enjoy relaxing with some scripted shows. By scripted, I mean fiction that was written to be watched as entertainment.
Hmm. We're
People,
recognizing the difference because now it's hard for people to separate reality from fiction. But yeah, okay.
but the people who watch reality shows that aren't reality,
I understand
people
it.
who keep up with the Kardashians, people who, watch TMZ and want to chase celebrities.
They forget their life.
Yeah, people who follow fashion. Like if you know what the trends are this year and why you shouldn't be wearing last year's clothes. The more shallow you get like that, the less you care about actually living up to greatness or doing what you can. You just want to keep up with the Joneses.
Right.
Um, yeah, so
So, do you feel as though it's been a crippling effect on you in regards to the type of opportunities you've given people that you've encountered that were unable to live up to their potential or your expectations? Also, too, do you feel as though it was their potential that you were actually seeing, or was it expectations of that person giving you the energy you could feel surrounding the being? And
Um, a little bit of all the above. I did a lot of this when I was younger, where I kind of taken astray, if you kind of want to put it that way.
right,
And I learned to quit doing that. I, I I draw back a lot these days. I don't reach out to people like I used to because, first of all, I've had situations where people think I'm being conceited or whatever. They think you know more than everyone else. I actually had a guy at NASA that would just ask me question after question after question. Oh, we're in an L minus 14 or something like that. And
just to see if he could catch you slipping. Yeah,
yeah, and
yeah. Just that's the only reason, right? I know.
yeah, and there were times where I would say, I'm not sure, but I think. When I was wrong, he just completely,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I
He
mean,
he right off in the sunset with that. That was what he was waiting for the whole entire time.
yeah, I would actually, and this, I don't state something as a fact unless I know it is a fact. I will
Yeah,
say, I would assume that, or I will say, I am not sure, but this seems,
it's
or
quite
I think it
possible.
is.
It's highly likely. It's yeah,
Yeah,
something.
I
Yeah.
will make sure that I prefix an answer where I'm not certain with an uncertainty.
Hmm. But
And
when it's certain, you'll speak it the same. Yeah, I get you. You'll speak it with certainty, so that way they can understand the certainty in regards to the situation because it's certain. Yeah.
right. And it's amazing how few people can grasp that concept. Uh, I have actually found I told you I have problems with language. That's one of the centers of my brain that doesn't work right. But
Det är lite precis så för kavuya. Do you understand? But it all bit si si for the kapita the let but kapapupa ay kya mosker mo buta. But I guess I'm trying to figure. I'm attempting to figure out how to say it in English. Kalabe monta sa okay, but in the middle of your head there's a hole. Kaput you could feel like it. But it is you could I'm asking you, do you you can understand all the Englishes, all the languages. But it just jumbles up together. Okay, anyway,
right,
I apologize. Kapag ala, po
All
yun po
right.
kababae, talaga, apesinta, ay kapag ay, mo ba dito, ay, do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
no,
Okay.
okay, but yeah, but I actually do understand a lot, most of the nuance of English, and it surprised me how many native English speakers don't really understand the language
Hmm.
once you get beyond TV. You know,
Right. And then when you attempt to teach them, they think, look at you like you're insane. Like, hey, just look up that etymology, and they're like,
No.
because English is so
I do.
broken.
I do have a thing that I do want to mention too that stuck out to me. Like, when you were talking about going to that vocational school and stuff for when you was younger,
right?
that really stuck out to me too because like you were talking about being or working over in Tempe, and when I was younger, like in my teens, I used to live in Arizona, right there in Mesa, which is just next to Tempe,
Mm.
and
Just like,
I haven't been to Phoenix and the surrounding areas in years now, but back when I lived there was back in the '90s, and I can agree with you on that. Like there was vocational schools everywhere out there. My friend Chris Wallace in high school literally went to a vocational school after school where he had learned, like you were talking about electronics, and he even got his hands into mechanics and stuff. And the thing I was wanting to ask you is, do you see a lot of those vocational schools just kind of vanishing over time, like not available to uh, even high school students? You know what I mean?
Okay, well, let me tell you what I have seen. Uh, Obviously, High Tech Institute, it actually advertised on TV in Phoenix when I lived there. I remember when I was young, there was the Lincoln Tech commercials on all the time. There were ITT Technical Institute commercials on all the time. Then during the Obama administration, that all went away.
Hmm.
But I have noticed a return of advertising for, is it ITT or Lincoln Tech? I've actually seen, at least during the Trump era, I actually started to see some advertising come back for some of the tech schools once the administrations changed. Uh, I don't watch enough TV to actually know if any of them are advertising now or not. Most of my exposure to TV is usually when I'm visiting a relative, but I do pay attention to things like, hey, a tech school commercial again. Awesome. Um, Honestly, I don't know if any of them are advertising now again or not, but I have noticed they started to make a little bit of a comeback during the Trump advent. And I honestly don't know what they're doing now.
Yeah, because I was wondering that myself. That really stuck out to me. Within, I'd say at least right after Enron, really is where I started noticing the drop offs when the Enron incident happened and everybody was having problems. Well, the first time they were doing the stimuluses, you know what I mean? Like right around that time period is when I started seeing these vocational schools just kind of vanish. And it used to be before then they were available. I mean, there were students going to high school who could go to them on the side after school for about 2-3 hours after school, you know, and stuff like that. But you just don't see them no more.
I will tell you, my roommate, when I was out in Arizona, actually dropped out of high school, and then went to the tech school and came out with an associate's but no high school diploma.
Yeah.
And what's interesting, you know, I talked about how crappy my school system was when I was growing up in it, but how it's better now. My niece and nephew are still in the same town where I grew up. Well, I guess my nephew might be out of it now, but he got his associate's degree at the high school 2 weeks before he got his high school diploma, just by doing on-site classes. Damn, I wish that would have been available to me.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he got his associate's degree first. But you know, if I was him, I'd have gone ahead and finished out too if it was only 2 or 3 weeks. So you know,
I see that too with like this generation. They've got their problems, but one thing that I do have to say, you know, with me and my brothers and sisters, the best we did was like GEDs and stuff. We weren't really school material, you know. But I look at these kids in my family now, and every single one of them graduated. And not only did they graduate, but they graduated with straight A's. But even there, you know, I mean, it raises different questions for me because, like, when I was growing up, it was always talking about the dropouts, right?
right.
But now I'm starting to see that it's not just dropouts in school, like high school and, you know, stuff like that. But what about the students who graduate with straight A's who just drop out? You know what I mean? Like, they have the potential to make something out of themselves by going to college and wherever else they want to do, but they just decide they're not going to do anything, you know. Um, have you
Perhaps they learn. Perhaps they
have
learn.
you learned or have you seen that as you were, you know, just basically getting older and seeing it from the younger ones where they do that, they do great in school, but the moment they graduate, they don't want to do anything. They don't want to progress any further than that. They did their time. They're done.
I actually have seen a little bit of that. One, a friend of a relative comes to mind who actually did want to do more school. She went to school and got a pretty good degree, left school and went to work at a coffee shop. It's like, why would you waste all your time getting a degree if you're just going to go to work at a coffee shop? Uh, there is a man in the town I live in now, kind of a different story. He got a pretty good degree and he mows lawns for a living. Turns out he makes more money mowing lawns than he would using his degree. I'm in a special place myself. That tech school I went to, I came out with an associate's. All I've got's an associate's. I'm meant to go back to school and get a little bit higher. My plan, I had a good plan. My plan was to go to school, get a job, pay off what I already had, go back to school and get a higher degree. Well, my first wife kind of had a problem with that. And she made sure I never got back on track again. I could have got back on track, but then I got married again, so I guess I'm stupid, whatever. But no, I never could get back on track to get a higher degree after that. So, and my plan totally didn't work out. And it turns out it's an issue now. As you can tell by listening to me, I have an incredibly broad base of knowledge. There's not much I can't work on. I'm, a junior pro bicycle mechanic. I can work on regular cars. I do Unix, I do Windows, I do Novell, I do Mac. I can do fiber optic cabling and terminate it. I do low spec cables most people have never heard of, coax. I can actually do a lot of the engineering, even though I'm technically not an engineer. I work on high voltage. I can do an electrician's work. I'd still have to have a licensed electrician sign off on it. But I'm an electrician without being able to call myself one. I'm an engineer without being able to call myself one. When it comes time to get a new job, all you got's an associates. This guy over here who doesn't know half what you do with a bachelor's, yeah, we're going to hire him instead. When they hire people with bachelor's degrees where I work, guess who trains them? It's kind of, I refer to the college system now as the education mafia. You have to pay the Don by going to school to get the job. And it really doesn't have anything to do with ability or skill level. It has to do with paying the Don. So,
yeah, that's kind of what my big worry about that whole situation is, because like I've got really good or really smart nephews and nieces, but I just don't think they understand that concept. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people out there that are just going to freaking hire you off your paperwork. I mean, if you haven't got the ability written on paper, there's just some people that aren't going to hire you. Like with your story, you worked yourself up. You did the deal each step of the way. You know what I mean? But they don't even do that anymore. Like, even in a truck driving job, you can't be grandfathered in anymore. They just don't tolerate that. You know what I mean? I know that because my family has basically come from nothing but truck drivers mostly, and that's just truck driving. So.
Will you drive big trucks, 18-wheelers?
Yeah. Well,
That's what Papa drives.
Well,
he used to.
I used to. I can't cope with that stuff no more. That's for the big dogs.
But you were saying like how people kind of phase out of that type of stuff. It's because a lot of the times we're learning, people are in general are learning that the system is really rigged. Like, the United States is a corporation, it's not a country, and it literally we're their employees and they're set to monitor us, and that's why they're able to have a different set of rules and a different set of laws. So the truth of the matter is, it really is not that they're just like not living up to their potential. Perhaps they're facilitating it one of their own, because right now sustainability is going to be more important than academic acquisition, just because nothing is unknown to the mind. Knowledge is the foundation of all things in existence. Education is actually the act of bringing out of the mind. So it's already there. Educa is the root word of that, and it means to bring out of. So people are actually learning more, just different aspects, as opposed to folding to quote unquote the man. They're actually becoming the man. And so I think it's more that what we're experiencing, less than people just kind of giving up on themselves. But it's yet to be like publicized or embraced, because people see it as a weakness, like, oh, you're just lazy, or oh, you don't want to do this. But it's like, really, you're being controlled by a system that's set out to kill you, to destroy you. I was asking if you felt like we could live longer, and you felt like you needed 1,000 years. Well, what if you could live 1,000 years? There's stories of people that were able to live ages. How come we're not able to? It's because we've been calcified. In order for us to be able to recreate this type of existence, we would have to become decalcified of our pineal gland. And that's just a whole different talk. But I was just saying, like, I'm listening to you talk about how you would like to branch off and do something different. I'm sure if you had the opportunity, or if it was more open to where doing the podcast, traveling podcast, was something you were shown in school, like as a trade or just as an option, given that an option, you would have probably, that would have latched onto you then. You would have saw it then. It was like, oh, wow, that's a really good idea. You might have not ever made it to NASA, but you might have been world renowned doing something you're passionate about. And a lot of the times right now, we're not even given an opportunity to excel in our passions, because, like you were saying, you have to have that paper that says you paid the money. But I mean, if that's the case, then you're not really being yourself. And so you'd rather hire someone that's not authentic in order for you to be able to say they did this. And how do you know that they did not pay somebody like AI to do their entire college career for them? And now they work for you and they're idiots, because they had no experience. They literally just typed some stuff into a computer, and this is what presented their diploma. And now, as a result, they look at you like you're clueless, because they never really did the work. Whereas someone that knows what they're talking about may not have it written down on paper, but can prove that they know what they're talking about, show you in live action what they're doing. That's unacceptable, because, well, you didn't pay the money to pretend that you know what you're doing. That's weird.
Let me talk a little bit. I just sent Roger a private message with a link. And I have come up with a new way to address my employability, and I don't know if it's going to make a difference or not. But I had an idea. I told you I worked for a marketing company for a while. And I saw some of the resumes that came in, creatives trying to get hired. And they would make works of art. And they would send them in to the company because, hey, it's a creative type company. They want creative people. Well, that kind of inspired me. And I had an idea for, if I can get an interview with a company I'm actually interested in, I'm going to hand them a book. I'm actually going to hand them, I need to turn off this. Let's see if I can turn off this background thing. Hide stuff, I'd probably have to leave and come back in.
It's okay. Just
yeah, I actually, this is a first draft of a new resume that I'm doing.
all right.
I'm actually making a book that has that's why I'm not sharing it to everyone. There's personal info in here, like contact info.
Yeah.
But I'm actually handing out a book if I get an interview, so they can actually see pictures of my work. And I totally shouldn't have set that X-wing background. I don't know if y'all can see it or not, but
Oh yeah, it's cool.
yeah, I sent you Roger. I sent you the actual PDF of it that Google gave me after I printed out my first draft. That's the first draft you're looking at. That's not one I'm going to hand out. There's things I need to fix.
That's pretty.
But I knew I had to print one before I could find out my mistakes. So I'm one of those that I can look at the original pieces 900 times, but until I throw the switch, I'm not going to get it all. So I knew I was going to have to spend some money and print one if I was going to get it right.
Now,
I'm one of those people that I've been building computers.
before we go on, can I ask you if if you give me permission, can I go through and check all this out? And then, like, if there's things that are interesting to me, do you think maybe at a later time we could sit down and discuss it like we're doing now?
Sure. I covered most of what's in there, just babbling on.
Well,
You
you,
might find something in there you like a little better.
yeah, but you were talking before about being a little bit more organized too, and like if I find something like that, we could like have like an entire conversation on just that topic. You know what I mean?
Right.
Something like that. You know what I mean? Because I mean, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you give it a look over, you'll probably find some interesting stuff.
Okay.
And I do know there's a little bit in there I didn't really cover. Well, what's interesting about this resume book? Um, I used to do family photo albums. Last year was the first one. I hadn't done one in a long time because of what happened. But I found that if I made a Google photo book of the previous year's activities and I gave them to grandparents and what have you, they absolutely loved it. And I was thinking of those photo books, and it's like, you know what? I'm going to make one of those as a resume. And what was interesting is there's a 20-page minimum. I ran out of resume making about 10 pages in. So I started just adding a little bit of extra about what I do, about my hobbies, and what have you, so they got to know me a little bit better. And I tried to keep it at least half-ass professional anyway. But since I had to add a bunch of filler, I decided to make some filler that just kind of relayed who I was. So you might actually find some good stuff in the back. I got pencil scrawl all over the physical copy about notes about what I need to change before I make an official one. But yep, that's the prototype I sent you a link to.
Yeah, I would love to do that. I I really enjoyed everything you said here, and like especially when you was talking about the stuff in Arizona because like that's real life to me because I was 13 when we moved from Florida, which I was talking to Karma about the other night, to Arizona, and that was like an entire different universe. You know what I'm saying? I was going from running all around barefooted to freaking not being able to run barefooted in Arizona. You know, you don't.
Step on a cactus.
Yeah, and those rocks don't feel good when it's 104 degrees outside. You know, I remember the first time I tried it. I was trying to run across the street because we lived out in the desert on a dairy farm, and I was going to check the mail, and just going outside of where we lived and crossing the road, man, it tore my feet up. I never did it again. You know?
Well, I'm going to tell you something you may not believe. Uh, Growing up in West Texas, I was in the Chihuahua Desert, and I never could figure out why the Chihuahua Desert and what was it, the Sonora Desert were different deserts. And it turns out, after having lived in both, yeah, they're different deserts. They're completely different. But I grew up in the Chihuahua, and Pecos was in a plains area. It was flat land for miles and miles. But we were surrounded by mountains. Basically, the Guadalupe Range forked in Mexico. And to the east of us were the Davis Mountains. And to the west of us were, I don't remember what they're called in the U.S., but it was northern Guadalupes, just crossing over the border. And then the Permian Basin, once you got close to Odessa, it was still plains, but you actually went to a continental plate, and there was an elevation change from one plain to the next because literally there was a fault line there. And the area we were in was quite a bit lower than it was to the north. And it created a bowl effect, kind of like Mexico City has. And we had a microclimate. And I'm going to tell you, it got hotter in the summer in Pecos than Phoenix did. And the people in Phoenix didn't believe me when I told them that. But I told you it was kind of a backwoods podunk place. It got up to 128 one summer while I was growing up there. And it's not officially recorded anywhere because the closest weather station was in Kermit, and Kermit didn't get that hot. No, they was to the north a little bit. You know, Pecos was a microclimate, and it had a caliche-based soil. So the soil would radiate heat all night long. It never cooled off there just because the ground set kept radiating it. It's kind of like heating up a brick and how the or a rock and it just stays hot even after the heat goes away. That was the whole town. And no, it got up to 128 one summer while I was growing up there. And when I picked cantaloupes, it was commonly 115, 116 all day. And that was just normal to us there. But I will say, I do believe it was sun cycles because the extremes Pecos experienced while I was growing up there, it was colder in the winter too, by the way. It would get really cold in the winter and really hot in the summer. It just had to do with the exposure and the bowls set up. But it hasn't been to those extremes since the late 90s. The past 25 years, it's evened out a lot. And I think the same is true in a lot of places. They're trying to brainwash us into thinking it's the hottest it's ever been, but I've seen hotter. I mean, I've experienced hotter. And they are pulling psyops on us right now. But it was hot there, and it's evened out a lot now. And it might be a little bit hotter this year than the last couple of years, but that's weather. Yeah, the people in Phoenix didn't believe me.
Well, I know that when I was living there, there was a lot, or in Arizona, the the thing that I loved the most about it was the desert in the mornings. Like when you woke up in the mornings, it, there, there's no other experience than living in the desert and waking up at like 7 o'clock in the morning to go to school. I mean, like the dew in the air, and like cactuses when they freaking, what do they call that? Just that stuff that comes out whenever they're trying to freaking mate with other
Pollen.
yeah, pollen. The pollen in the air, man. There's days where that pollen was about the size of a freaking snowflake. You know what I mean? And I mean, just beautiful stuff. Those are the memories that I had of living out west that I really did like.
Pecos really didn't have many cactus. We had a lot of mesquite. We had a desert plants, a few cactus all around us. You go to Fort Davis, you know, you had what if you headed east or if you headed west, you got cactus. But out where we were, there just really wasn't a lot. You'd see occasional ones, but it was weird. We lived in a nearly cactus-free zone, surrounded by cactus. It never made sense to me.
Yeah, I also want to mention too to Carmen or Karma that
Yes.
I closed off the chat on the side, and like whenever you were doing the chat stuff in there, that's actually pretty cool that you did that because I mean, like that's gonna be awesome on the video. 'Cause we're getting like the messages popping out on the side.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I figured it would be easier so I was not interrupting and then I could still voice what I was saying without it being disturbing.
I
Video
like it
wise,
too,
that's
by the way.
awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Not
I've been watching other notices since, work environment. I got to see what they're talking about. But
Well, I mean, if you guys are done, man, we can put an end to it and everything. And I really enjoyed this. I thought that I thought that you presented yourself excellently. To be honest with you, I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, I like your vulnerability. I really respect your openness to be able to disclose the
now
information that you did.
now before
Um,
we go though, what I would like is if you have anything, if you want to make a plug for yourself, basically, um, like
I think I pretty much covered it within the interview itself.
you got any
I,
social medias that you want? Anybody?
Mine's is pretty much my major hangout. I've kind of had a Mexican standoff going on Facebook. I haven't participated much in over a year, mostly because of the thing falling apart with my wife.
Yeah.
I wish I could talk about that. I really do.
You
I,
said
I could give an interview far better than this one, just talking about my personal life over the years on things that I skipped.
yeah.
Do you
And I'm
have any
telling you, it
advice
would
for
sail
anyone?
in the steamy fiction section if I really anonymized it. But yeah, I have to leave most of that out, and that's most of that's distant past. After my first marriage, I was married to a sociopath, and it was really, really bad being married to a sociopath. And in response to that, I did a few underhanded things, just kind of self defense.
Hmm.
And as time went on, I looked back at it. I told you I grew up in Sunday school and what have you, and I've learned to take the high road always. I never wanted to slip back into what I did to basically have to defend myself against a sociopath. I've learned to take the high road always. I am very honest. I make I don't lie to a fault, and my honest the way I present myself is I'm just going to tell you how it is. I'm honest about everything. As I've tried to explain to my kids, if you lie to someone, you have to keep track of who you gave what lie to. I actually heard it explained recently as in the truth just is, but a lie takes energy. When you tell a lie, you have to continue to put energy into it. I don't want to keep up with all that, you know. So yes, I have taken a path in life of absolute honesty, and it's actually part of what's caused my divorce. And you know,
Well,
I
I'm
look
glad.
at
I'm glad you did share what you did share because I mean that was real. With I think if people couldn't relate to that, then they're just not human. You know, I mean, really, it's you said enough to where you made your point.
yeah,
You know.
Yeah,
yeah.
no, you're
If I
just
had
very
to go back and if I could tell some lies to keep my marriage together, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And it's
hmm.
not because I didn't value my marriage. It's that,
You value yourself.
yeah, exactly.
That's what happened with me and mine. Not to compare stories and say, but I'm just saying it's you're in a safe space because I completely understand. I was married for 10 years and I never saw divorce at all, and like so. But when you start becoming who you're supposed to be, and you start being honest about who you're supposed to be and what's happening, and paying attention to what's going on around you, it just creates a whole completely different reality. And in most cases, it's not the one you had in the present. So I understand.
I try to live in the real reality, and I seek the truth in all things. And I can't live a lie. And I don't think most people have achieved anything near wanting to live in a reality on that level.
It scares them. They're intimidated by having to do the work within themselves because what if they don't like what they see? But it so will live this illusion and pretend that it's real and definitely the standard as opposed to actually doing the inner work to be able to create the truth because the truth is present. We're just ignoring it. And
Yeah.
it's just
Oh, well, the thing is, you don't create truth. The truth
well,
just
you
is.
create reality in general just from your
Right.
thoughts. But I mean, it's the truth of that. I mean, truth is. truth is based off of who you are. I mean, like,
Right.
you're creating yourself, but if you've been an illusion, you have to create the truth, because all that's been created prior to you actually accepting the truth is an illusion. So it is a form of creation, but it's just the recreation of actual self, or the establishment of the creation of self, and this the separation of the illusion. So you're right, you're not creating it because it's always been, it's your foundation, but at the same time you have not been harvesting it, nurturing it, or growing it, so it's just kind of been laying dormant, and now you have to bring it to life.
Hey, Carmen, you keep talking. I'm gonna make you do an hour interview like I'm doing with him. So just
Now, I'm
I'll
going to
stop
go ahead and
talking
take off,
now.
folks.
No, let me
okay.
shut up.
It takes me over an hour to get home from work. And honestly, sitting here a little extra is not so bad. 'Cause I spend less time on the road if I leave later. I mean, instead of spending an hour and a half to get home, now I can spend an hour and 10 minutes getting home. I'd rather sit here and talk to you than sit in traffic. So,
yeah.
Your show was great, like your interview, and it was just informative. And then for you to talk about the reverse racism thing, it's kind of like it's just right on time. See, I grew up. My mom's a doctor. I grew up around all white people in New Jersey, so racism is not something I really become accustomed to, except for like internet bullies, and then like and even in Florida, I live here in Florida, and people always talk about the Spanish people, but the Spanish people embrace me. They cook for me. They are very nice to me. They watch my kids. Like when I'm out and about and making friends and social, and not in my I'm going right now, so I'm kind of nurturing self mode. So that's why it's just like it's just bizarre to me. So I kind of react like, are you kidding me? Because like literally I'm babysitting for Dr. Levin, she's Jewish, and then Dr. Spinosi, and like these people who they're not looking at me like, oh, you're a melanin lady or a black girl, or God forbid the N word. They're like, that's Dr. Palmer's daughter. And so it's like, it's just, I don't know. I take real offense to it, but I appreciate you being able, because I like, even Roger, he was explaining to me, a lot of people, they don't understand because they grew up in different areas. And so for me, it's just like, well, why are you acting like this? We're all people. Because where I grew up, we're just people. And like, for me, very well off people at the time. So it's just, I don't know. It's just so different now, though.
uh, I've, I'm probably not going to find myself another white American woman. I've made that mistake twice. Oh, and
We've
uh,
I don't want to let them cry because then now I'm being offensive. But
the,
that's
the
kind of
only the only thing that's different between the women you found and the women I found is you married them. All right, that's
I,
it. I've been single all my life, and I came close once, but she almost killed me. So
oh my.
there are knife scars on my arms from where the first one tried
yeah,
when I was playing dodge the knife. She was going for my neck, and I did like this, and yeah, I got serration marks. Here's from the serrated edge she tried to use. So,
so before we start digressing, let's go ahead and end this,
Yeah, because
guys.
that got like real dark for a second. I was like, whoa.
I
yeah,
love having you guys on here. This makes the second one that we've all done together, and it both of them has been successful. And I would love to have you come back because, okay, I'll say that eventually, right? How did you say it again? Picos,
Pecos. Yeah,
Pecos,
I'm going to spell out uh, how it's pronounced by the locals.
Pecos. Okay, gotcha.
I keep
That's
hearing pay cuts every time you said, but so I just take the, yeah,
yeah.
pay cuts.
Did you hear me give the original pronunciation earlier, Karma?
Yeah, I've been here since 6. So yeah, and
Yeah,
when you, yeah, and why you were named it, because not a lot. There was some guy who wasn't really from your city. He named himself that. So he was like, "But I'm
yeah.
really from there," and you
It
haven't
was
had
a
any
tall
issues.
tale
What's
of
your name?
Pecos Bill. Pecos Bill is like Paul Bunyan or something like that. If you look up the stories of Pecos, Disney actually did some short cartoons, and there was other cartoons from the 30s and 40s based on him. But he's a tall tale. Comparing to Paul Bunyan or what was the railroad guy? John Henry.
Yeah,
Mm.
So it was one of those things.
but
All right,
yeah.
well, I'm going to go ahead and take off because I got some driving to do, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will see you later, Karma. I want to
I'll see you
thank
tomorrow.
everybody for joining again, and I'm going to end it right here.
Good night.
Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another stream live with Roger Hanson. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I have Pecos Dave with me. Usually Karma is coming in, but she
I'm right here.
oh, there you are. I had no
I've
clue
been
you were
here.
there. Oh,
Mhm.
okay. And Karma is here. She's been here so much, I'm gonna start calling her my co-host.
You funny.
But
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
say hi to everybody. You want to say
Yes,
hi,
hi.
Pecos?
Hello. I'm here.
Okay. All right. Now, today I wanted to jump straight in from where we left off yesterday because of Jack Parsons, and the reason why I wanted to do Jack Parsons is because, like, a lot of people don't realize he was really an intriguing man. I mean, there was a lot of stuff about his life that didn't just pertain to Aleister Crowley. I mean, he was the founder of JPL, which later was affiliated with what a lot of people call the secret government. Also, they were involved in dark projects like reverse engineering and stuff like that. And I just, I just think that those are things that really people don't latch on to, you know.
I'll send it to Trina.
And also, another fact that a lot of people aren't aware of is Jack Parsons' ex-wife actually married L. Ron Hubbard, who eventually established Scientology. And believe it or not,
Just drawn to the occultism, weren't they?
yeah. Um, and eventually, I know with the conversations we have, eventually Scientology is just gonna have to pop into the whole equation when it comes. I don't know which one is going to come into, either conspiracy or strangeness, but you really can't avoid it. I think that's what scares the shit out of scientists the most. It's like when in chat we were talking about science being a religion.
Yeah.
I think what really scares a lot of people who think scientifically is they think Scientology and the way Scientology is going and stuff.
See, the interesting thing about science being a religion is it's not always a religion to those who practice it. There are people who practice science that aren't religious scientists, and there are people that basically who call themselves atheists that practice science that are religious.
Yeah.
So there's a line there because science is very much a method that is non-religious. But certain people cross the line with it. It's almost like the LGBT thing. There's gay people, and then there's religiously gay people. Now there's a whole difference, and science kind of lines up the same way.
What do you say are the differences? Like, how would you describe the separation between the two?
Between someone who practices science,
Yeah.
it has to do with faith. If you practice a scientific method, you can have any belief system you want and practice the scientific method. It's a proven, tried thing. But people who say certain tests cannot have a result that disagrees, once you say there can't be a God, you're now saying you've eliminated an outcome based on feelings and opinion and not the scientific method.
Without work, exactly.
Right. So by
research,
eliminating the scientific outcome and not accepting a possibility, you've declared you're not a scientist. And that's when it becomes religious.
Are all Scientologists scientists?
Scientology is completely separated from science. Scientology is first and foremost a religion, and it was actually a scam if you follow what L. Ron Hubbard did. The entire religion was created on a bet. It was a bar bet.
Pretty much like Dogecoin.
What's that?
but they didn't say it was a bet.
Dogecoin. Yeah.
It all starts with the bet. Then anyway, that was just funny.
Now
No,
see,
Yeah, Hubbard bet someone that he could get a bunch of people to follow a religion if he established it, and damn it, he was right.
I heard the same thing about Jesus Christ and being able to reestablish the Roman Empire. Granted, that was through a documentary that I just recently engaged with, but I heard the same exact thing to where Jesus Christ was actually responsible for establishing Christianity. And he was not a Christian, but he was in order to bring back dignity to the Roman Empire. How true it is or not, I still have more research to do. That was just one notation, but it makes a lot of sense in regards if you look at the timeline and the fact that one of the biggest emphasis was the part of quote unquote Jesus's life who is not where we don't know much. It was like 17-year time span that he pretty
well,
much does nothing,
the whole
and then
thing, Karma, the whole thing about like bringing back dignity to the Roman Empire. I mean, that's something that's kind of hogwash. Have you ever heard about how the Roman Empire was actually formed?
completely formed. Enlightened.
No, I mean
May not have, but
the two brothers.
Caesar.
No, Cronus and Cromulus or something. I forgot.
No,
the name.
haven't heard of them.
They were two brothers, and freaking they were basically abandoned by their father. And,
Oh yeah.
And
This isn't the same story.
and basically fed to the freaking wolves. Basically, is what it comes down to. And they had to fend for themselves in the wilderness. And I mean,
Well, I don't know that I necessarily believe what I'm
but-
hearing just so
but
far.
the whole thing with like with their dignity, Rome never had dignity. I mean, it
Yeah,
was,
they were pretty vicious from what I've been discovering. It's not just a cliche. They really are those people that you hear about when it comes to the viciousness, and that's wild to me because allegedly that was the whole point. And they were talking about the sex parties. It's funny because like they were talking about like the sex parties
the
and
orgies
a lot
and
of the
shit.
incestuous things that were happening and stuff like that. And but my whole thing is how we will not do that research. That's not even a story that we're allowed. I've never been allowed to engage in stuff like this. When I was a kid, it was you go to church, you read your Bible, and that's what it is. And that's probably
Yeah.
what started my willingness or desire to, almost a need, but I don't like to say need, but you understand, to discover more, to learn more. Because if you're telling me this is like this, I know you're hiding something else. You're telling me not to look
Yeah.
over there, but why don't you want me to look over there? Like, what's over there I'm not supposed to look at? Almost kind of like the whole eat from the tree of life type of thing, but that's the whole 360 degrees compared to the 33 degrees that the Masons stand on, even though that they represent the 360.
I just wanted to point that out about the Romans, and
They've
like,
been trapped. No, I don't mean to say it like that.
with Jesus and a lot of that, like Jesus, there's plenty of facts that go farther back than Jesus, from the resurrection and freaking.
But even they said that
things like
his practice
like
of meditation.
who was it? Horus. Horus was the one who climbed up the ladder into it was the goddess of the sky. Like
Sun god is Ra, but the goddess, when you're talking about goddess, is somebody different. That sounds like a woman. Cleopatra, no.
Egypt believed in the goddess of the sky, and the father it was Earth. It was the opposite from a lot of cultures, and that's the resurrection. Then you had Ishtar. So I mean,
But even out of the biblical sense, they were attempting to kind of correlate it to where the Bible kind of just incorporated what actual facts into bibliology.
It was a
Bibliology.
culmination. You know what
Bob,
I mean?
bibliology.
A,
Yeah.
a lot of the Jewish and Christian religion, it was basically incorporated into it. Like
They said that
The Book of Genesis is nothing more than Babylonian freaking garbage. I mean, that's pretty much all it is.
that's what they were saying. Okay, so hold on. Even with the resurrection, how you mentioned it, they were saying how Jesus had went and studied in India and learned meditation and self healing and being able to inflict wounds on himself
But
and
he
to
didn't
kind of
have
enter a trance. Like
to see
yes,
like right there. He didn't have to do that because they okay. Zoroastrianism is a part of, or was a part of the Persians, and the Persians historically were the ones who freaking freed the Jews from Babylon. That's historically valid. Okay, that actually happened. Even in the Old Testament, they make Sargon as the it's the only time it's mentioned in the Bible as a Messiah in the Old Testament before Jesus. Alright? He's the only human that was ever referred to as a Messiah. And the reason for that was because he freed the Jews from Babylon when they were in captivity. And he was what would be Iranian now. And back then in Persia they practiced Zoroastrianism. Now, Zoroastrianism is the basic phonetics for freaking all Buddhist religions. The reason why the Buddhists broke off away from Zoroastrianism was because they disagreed with the teachings of Zoroastrianism. Okay?
before I started learning through documentaries and research, like I had a direct conversation with Source and Jesus, or who you help people see as Jesus. Like we are more connected to, like we were holding him, and even he says not as superior, but nothing that we're unable to do. This is just direct messaging, and we think that he is a superior, but because of his so the superiority that was presented was falsified, not necessarily falsified, but was created in order for him to sustain a certain type of business. I knew this before the documentary. I just never heard it said again besides through him. And I know that sounds whatever, it sounds like, but it's the truth. And so then in regards to what we listening to messages being told to us because it's strategically presented to us, and we're not looking for answers anywhere else because it's significant enough, or maybe we're just uninterested in finding any other type of answer. Okay, so with our
Okay.
abilities, we question them. They've been limited. We don't believe that we have healing powers like Jesus. We don't believe that, not all of us, some of us do, but we don't see ourselves on such a divine
Okay,
level. You
so
know what I mean? Even when I talk about it.
let me give you a breakdown on what the Britannica calls Zoroastrianism. Okay,
Uh huh.
uh, Zoroastrianism is an ancient pre-Islamic religion of Iran that survives there in isolated areas and most prosperous in India, where the descendants of Zoroastrianism, Iranian, Persian immigrants are known as Parsis or Parsis.
As Parsons, you said Parsons,
Parsis
like
or
Jack Parsons.
Parsis or Parsis.
Parsees. Okay.
Okay, the Iranian prophet and religious reformer Zoroaster Astra flourished before the 6th century BCE, more widely known outside Iran as Zoroaster. The Greek form of his name is traditionally regarded as the founder of the religion Zoroastrianism, contains both monotheistic and dualist features. It's likely influenced the other major Western religions such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Okay, now that's what I'm basically saying. Like you can take Zoroastrianism and sit it right next to the New Testament Bible, and I mean, it would blow you away how similar these two religions are. Okay, and that's kind of going back to what we were talking about with like Scientology. Okay, I mean, Scientology, they just basically did the same thing, and it's known throughout history where they've just like they've merged things into one another where they want to have one religion. You know what I'm saying? And
May you give me the basic gist of Scientology because I have my understanding of it, and I like to develop more understanding based off of multiple understandings. And so, how do you describe Scientology? Like, if you had to define it to someone, how would you define it?
you want to say that, Pecos?
It is, in practice, it's a religion based around money and influence.
Can you elaborate?
I'd have
May
to
you
say
elaborate?
it really is too, because I forgot her name, but she was the one who played the wife off of King of Queens, and
Yeah, I love that show.
she she had a real big issue with him. She used to be a Scientologist, and I
Yeah, I
believe
remember she came out of it, and it was
she
crazy when
came
she
out
came
of
out
it
of
and started making some accusations, and even what's his name?
it. Tom Cruise.
No, the other one, the one that played John Travolta. John
Mm.
Travolta even had an issue with her because he's a Scientologist
Oh,
too.
yeah. See, they like to prop up their celebrities. Their celebrities are kings in their religions because they draw more people in.
Oh, no more.
Now, on the religious side of things, it is a convoluted mess that has to do with, at one time in ancient history, a bunch of refugees from another planet arrived in spaceships that looked like DC-10 aircraft. I don't know why they said DC-10 aircraft. They look like DC-10 aircraft, and they crashed the aircraft into some evil dude crashed the aircraft into a volcano or some crap.
What?
And the refugees still exist on Earth to this day as, what's the name of the little spirits that attach themselves to you? The spirits of these people attach themselves to people, and they become a burden on their
Leeches.
spirit. Yeah, they become like spirits. And that's what they do at the mall, is they hook you up to a machine to test for those spirits.
You said at the mall.
Right. You remember the Scientologists used to always have booths in the mall to get tested to see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I was a teenager, they were in Arizona. They actually would encourage kids to take these classes where you go in and you start reading material and stuff. And then they would have you stand around in a circle and play ping pong with each other to see what your coordination and shit was. But they would do weird things like that. And it was
What's the
a
incentive?
series of tests that you had to go through in order to determine how smart you were and stuff like that.
Okay, so if you were attempting to convert someone to Scientology, what would be some incentive key points that would be presented in order for them to be more interested?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not a Scientologist.
Not you, but what would they use? I would like to know how did they get people in? Because if you tell me, hey, you're going to be here and spend a whole lot of money, I'm not intrigued at all. I am not in at all. So there's something that they're offering. What are they offering?
First of all, I mean, people aren't being offered anything to become Scientologists. I mean, these people are just
because they
falling for
offer
it.
salvation and religion.
They're just falling for it. Is all they're doing. It's like, nobody comes to your house and freaking offers you money or anything like that when it comes to being a Christian. You know what I mean?
No, they offer you salvation. So
Yeah,
I'm saying,
I mean-
what is the offer?
Well, the thing with Scientology is like L. Ron Hubbard was supposed to be the most intelligent man on the face of the earth. Like whenever they talk about him, like they say that he took an IQ test and they couldn't even score his IQ. So if you want to be intelligent like L. Ron Hubbard, then
You become a Scientologist.
you
Okay,
become a
okay. Now I see what it's
Scientologist. You see what I mean?
infinite knowledge. Open door to full door.
But that's basically it.
Yeah, I actually did watch the movie that was based off of one of his books that the Scientologists got together to make, and it wasn't a bad sci-fi movie. It didn't push the religion. Apparently, what was in the movie was actually based on what's in their religion about the oppressive gods or the oppressive aliens that act like that overrule us. And there was another alien in there that sent us a message and a recording, and it actually wasn't a bad movie. I don't remember the name of it.
Oh, okay. I'm about.
As long as you watch it as a sci-fi movie as it was intended, it's okay. It wasn't the greatest movie ever.
Right, but yeah. It gave some insight as to what's going on, or at least the beliefs in regards. Are there any type of movies or documentaries that talk about Scientology? I'm like,
all right. If you look in the chat, I posted a link to a Reddit page. And in that chat is a clip from South Park. And the clip from South Park actually goes into what the Scientologists believe. But it does it in the very South Park-like manner. I mean, but when they're showing the video describing what the Scientologists believe, that is it. They were not exaggerating it in the video. There's the lead-in and the trailing part, but that is actually a fairly good summary of the basis of their religion from Matt Parker and Trey Stone. Or Matt Stone.
And this L. Ron guy is the guy who started it?
Yeah.
On a bar bet.
On a bar bet. That part. That's a Church of Science. Oh, wow. We have one right here in Orlando. How nice. That's so great to hear.
They're everywhere.
I had no clue. Maybe I might have to go. I don't want to delete the time. Maybe they definitely.
Yeah, they're everywhere. I mean, it's like you turn around and you check it out, and you'll find out that they are everywhere. But,
just a warning. There's a chance we'll get clam baked just for doing this video.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that could be an issue.
And blood transfusion.
The thing that I wanted to point out too was like with Jack Parsons, okay? And like everybody makes it out like he's just all about, the freaking thing with Aleister Crowley and the worshiping stuff, but they seem to forget the fact that he was also the founder of JPL. I mean, and this man was a rocket scientist, okay? And JPL eventually got rid of him, supposedly, and then they said that frickin' he accidentally killed himself at a frickin' his own personal lab at home, okay?
Who said they? Hold
Jack
on.
Parsons. Jack Parsons.
Okay, but who said they killed himself?
This is general knowledge. That's everybody says that. Okay.
Yeah, but they also said that.
Well, let me finish here. Let me finish here, because this is important now. That they claim that he killed himself, and we know that JP Labs has been involved in black projects. We know that they do reverse engineering. We know that they're associated with Area 51. So why wouldn't they take somebody like Jack Parsons and disappear him? Okay, so you're trying to tell me that a intelligent scientist who freaking knows how to build rockets before rockets went to the moon accidentally killed himself in his own personal freaking laboratory? Okay, that's the thing that I find mysterious about that, and I don't know. I mean, then when I mentioned his ex-wife and everything, I didn't intend to freaking run off into the whole Scientologist area, you know what I mean? Because that's exactly what I'm talking about. It takes focus off of, you know, things that people aren't really paying attention to when it comes to Jack Parsons. You know, this this man was affiliated with Aleister Crowley, but there's absolutely no evidence that Aleister Crowley was ever satanic. I hear everybody say that all the time. He was into dark magic, and there's a difference between dark magic and Satan worshiping. Okay?
What's dark magic considered to be?
Dark magic is the opposite of all the good magic that you believe in. Okay? The only thing they believe in is freaking taking shortcuts on the rituals that people who believe in white magic. It takes time and effort to freaking practice white magic. Dark magic believes that it can be achieved quickly through the use of demons and stuff like that. Okay, and that's what Aleister Crowley believed in. He wasn't a Satanist. He didn't get up there going, "Oh, holy Beelzebub." He never did that shit. You know what I mean? And the reason why I know that is because I played around with that crap when I was a teenager. I was one of those kids who wanted to learn about that stuff, so I checked it out, and I was also one of the idiots who believed that the Necronomicon was real. You know what I mean? So I started researching on that stuff before I was even an adult. And
So black magic is used to harm people. That's what the difference is.
black magic is used to get freaking effects quickly. Like, you don't have safety involved in it. You don't care if people are harmed or not.
That's like using a red candle for killing. Because like I have my candles and we do candle magic, but you can use it for good or you could use it for negativity. You have
right. And the negativity would be
the black magic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just looked it up because I thought.
But see, my whole thing is like everybody focuses on all of that, but they don't understand. You know what I mean? This was a man who believed in dark magic, but then was also freaking a rocket scientist who freaking founded JPL, who's associated with Area 51. Who's participated in freaking dark projects, which JPL has, I should say, not necessarily Jack Parsons, but JPL has done this stuff. They're involved in reverse engineering, and they admitted openly that they do it with the Soviet Union's technology. You know what I mean? So, you know it's happening. But that's one aspect that I noticed when it comes to Jack Parsons. There's no evidence proving that that man was ever killed or died. You know what I mean? And if you go on Netflix and you look at the video that they made for him, okay, it's kind of a joke because, like, at the end of the video, he's in his laboratory and he has a vision of a beautiful freaking, like, spirit female, and he drops a canister and it explodes. I mean, how the hell they know that shit? You know what I mean? They're just filling that crap full of banter, making him out to be an idiot. Why would they do that? You know what I mean? It just there's certain things that don't make sense about that story, you know. So what's your guys' take on that crap?
I'm looking for stuff on Jack Parsons now. I want something that nobody pays attention to.
Well, they don't pay attention to him, period. Like, think about how many other things you've heard about, and you barely hear the topic on Jack Parsons at all.
Yeah, no, I just started recently hearing about him and Casey. And I know that it's not the same supposedly, but it parallels, and people get cocky. So like especially, like, I don't want to say like murderers, but people that feel like they got a little bit of power about themselves, they always get sloppy somewhere. They all they have to. It's like a calling card. It's like they just gotta let you know I've done some greasy stuff because it's that power surge. There's somewhere that what you're talking about makes sense, or he's here still. He's still here, but he's reincarnated. He's be dead now. No, he's not, because he's
He
established a
he
way in
would
order for him
he
to
would be dead by
be in
now. I mean,
existence.
there's no way
But
he's
based
alive
off
today.
of
There is no way that he's alive today. But
not alive for what you're used to.
well,
Again, light
we're talking
energy.
about 1935. He was
1952 is when it says he passed away. Yeah, I see it.
I mean,
In 1914, he was born, supposedly.
yeah,
And we're
19.
basing this off of what they're
He
saying.
was at the height of his career in the 30s. You know what I'm saying? Right when rocket science was really taking hold. You know what I mean? People were actually freaking learning about it. Like he was one of the pioneers. This wasn't like some crackerjack shit. You know what I mean? You hear about people freaking who did all these great things in NASA back when the NASA was first started out, but this was before NASA was even thought of. You know what I mean? So I mean, you're talking about pioneer days when it came to freaking space exploration and rocket science.
Yeah, it's been forever since I read up on any of the early rocketry stuff, but I'm pretty sure I've read about him.
He's pretty hardcore. I mean, it really is like, and nobody even pays attention to it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like freaking everybody wants to talk about the bad side of it, like Aleister Crowley, because Aleister Crowley is exciting. You know what I mean? And like, why?
Wasn't he his protege?
Yeah, he
Wasn't
was his.
Parsons his yeah.
Yeah, he was his protege. If he wouldn't have died, he would have became leader of Aleister Crowley's cult. At least that's what they say. I don't know if that's true or not. Because Aleister Crowley had his ego. You know what I mean? And he ended up, in the end, too, losing everything he had. Um, he was one of those hardcore people, you know, that just.
How has he done podcast interviews? 66 of Jack Parsons podcast interviews. How does he do podcast interviews? Podcasts didn't even exist when this man was alive. That's what I
they,
mean. These
they
people
take
be
old
reaching.
footage. I can listen to old footage, too.
I guess it's the same how they have Napoleon, because I listen to Napoleon Hill and Earl Nightingale, and like it's just.
But yeah, they have old footages or old audio sound bits that they put together and they make it into a podcast.
Have you ever done anything like a seance or channeling of the spirits or extra? Or you said you did dark magic before. Have you channeled energy in order to become more insightful?
It's with a lot of the stuff that I learned about. It's all about meditation, and you have to create a ritual where you can invoke a spirit or an entity into coming into our world and doing your bidding for you instead of you doing it yourself. First, you have to start out in deep meditation, and you have to visualize yourself in a dark room. And when you're in that dark room, you have to visualize a candle, or at least some inanimate object that you can focus on in your mind. Then after that, you envision a doorway, and inside of your conscience, when you get to this stage, you're supposed to stand up and walk through that door, and that door is supposed to be filled with a stairway, I believe, that leads up to another door. You go into that door, and it's solid white, and within that area, that's when you're able to create an environment where you can actually freaking speak to these entities. And later on, you create the ritual after you've made contact with them, and you can summons them into our reality, according to the books.
Yeah, there's other ways to do something, but I understand. I was just wondering, have you ever attempted to talk to Jack Parsons?
No,
Or
uh-uh.
okay,
No.
we
I
should do
mean,
it. We should
back
do it.
back when I was a teenager, I didn't even know who Jack Parsons was. I only found out about Jack Parsons in later part of my life. I mean, like this is the time of the internet and technology and information. I mean, I'm talking about freaking 80s and early 90s and shit. We
You should
had
do it. We
we
should
had
do it.
bookstores. I had to steal my first book of the Necronomicon, dude, and come to find out that was just a fraud. I mean, H.P. Lovecraft was a science fiction writer, and me
I
being the
wonder.
idiot I was, I
He would
freaking
probably channel you
I
better than
believed it 100% to be true,
mine.
man. And everybody kept saying, "No, dude, that ain't real. That's
I
not
bet
real."
Elon Musk could channel him real good. I really wish I like. We got to get him on here. I mean, like, and talk in real time and talk about like this because like I want to channel this guy
Well,
and I want to know if I just want to see what he's on. Jack Parsons. I mean, Elon's a no brainer. But I mean, Jack Parsons, that might take some work. I want to kind of, and I feel like that might actually be him. And I know that sounds crazy, but I think he knows that because, like, I just found out about Tesla, so I don't doubt that, like that's him,
well,
that is
Dave,
him.
Dave, what do you think about my idea about Jack Parsons?
You know, I don't put anything past our government. If he was too big of a pain in the ass, especially when it came to the secret, you know, the dark projects,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they'll off him. There's no doubt about that. Uh, I don't have enough solid knowledge in my mind to really have any opinions on him. I do know, tying the religious part and the science part together, I do know post World War II, Operation Paperclip, a lot of the Apollo and earlier uh, project scientists, the top scientists, would do satanic rituals on the landing pads or on the launch pads.
Mm-hmm.
So I know the occult and NASA, there's some ties, especially historically, but unfortunately, I don't know enough about what you're talking about to really say a lot. I just know it's been baked into the space program, at least in its older iterations. I didn't see any direct evidence of that while I was there, but that was after all the paperclip guys were gone, so I don't know.
Yeah, and you know, on Jack Parsons too, it might not have been them offing him off either. It's just a fact that maybe they didn't want him to be in the public eye anymore because they found out that he was affiliated with Aleister Crowley. You know what I mean? Or maybe even they all were a part of Aleister Crowley's little hangout. And he just had to go. Under the freaking curtain, basically. Instead of killing him off, make it to where freaking he just everybody thought he was dead. He could have been living and doing his work in secrecy, and nobody would know. I mean, he was supposed to have died in his home. You know.
Or he didn't get killed and he just continued his work. He didn't get killed, more like he just separated himself from your existence in order for him to work freely. I can relate to that. That makes
Well,
so much sense.
Now,
I want
I
to find
do have a general
Elon.
question,
Oh my
just to be
god.
skeptical. There's all these stories of
Yes,
fiction
I do.
about people faking their own deaths and continuing on their life somewhere else.
yeah.
And I've seen stories of basically nobody's pulling it off, usually criminals pulling it off for a long time and eventually getting caught. But how many times have we actually seen where a celebrity level individual faked their own death?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't recall anyone.
If you doing it right, then you did. Listen, hold on. If
You know,
you do
they-
it right, then we should be
Well,
zero.
well, if they did it right, we'd never know.
That, exactly. If we know about it, then you've messed up somewhere
But-
along the line.
The big thing too is like when you get into that topic, Dave, have you ever like found out or checked out how many scientists who have died mysteriously since
I
World
know
War
people
II?
who have unpopular opinions or go against the opinion being pushed sometimes go away. I don't know about doctors, I mean, scientists so much recently, but a lot of natural doctors died in waves before the COVID-19 thing hit, and some afterwards. They were actually trying to do, real medicine. So I know about.
And then what happened? They disappeared.
No, they died.
No, they just died.
Yeah, there was like 10 doctors in a 2-week period, something like that, that
Mhm.
died because they were natural doctors. I was actually worried
been
that
hearing
one of the
people with
doctors
COVID.
I used might go because she was a pharmacologist who became a doctor later and makes her own medicine and didn't believe any of the bullshit. I'm surprised she survived. She's still practicing. But I know about doctors getting offed. It happens to scientists too. We're getting into the area of things that I don't know for certain, how I talked about my levels. But apparently, the Smithsonian's there to cover up history more than it is to reveal it. And, if you find an out of place artifact, the Smithsonian's likely to show up to make it go away.
Yeah.
I could see them.
Why do you feel as though that is? What do you feel as though if someone was doing something like that, or a group
that
was?
would have to be that would actually have to do with government. I mean, there's something there going on, and it doesn't really matter.
With our government?
Yeah, with all governments, okay?
Mhm.
And like everybody knows that with knowledge is power, okay? That's a basic understanding that everybody knows. And like if we are taught to believe anything, all right, and all of a sudden freaking they come up with something that is just so outrageously off the grid and not a part of what we were being taught, then that's going to cause a chink in the freaking in the chain, you know what I mean? So finding giants out in the desert, hidden in caves with red hair, in the middle of freaking the Southwest that
I
are.
believe it was Kentucky, wasn't it? Or was that Oklahoma?
Wait, I think that was Kentucky.
Yeah, I
But
think-
we have aliens. You think it's so far fetched to believe
Well,
stuff like this now, even with aliens?
That's the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Giants with red hair in Kentucky, you know what I mean? Freaking that.
The local Indians smoked them out, if I'm not mistaken. They sealed the door and filled it with smoke to kill them.
Okay, 10 leading scientists who died of suspicious circumstances. Since the start of the 21st century, some have noted that many leading scientists suddenly began to drop like flies. Some were murdered, while others appeared to have died in tragic accidents. While most people found the explanation for these scientists' deaths perfectly acceptable, some began to investigate further, and the conspiracy theory that they were being eliminated was born. Many of the scientists were found to have had secret ties to the intelligence community, and it was argued that they were being targeted intentionally. Here are 10 such people. Dr. Rodney Marks, Australian astrophysicist Dr. Rodney Marks died from acute methanol poisoning. What isn't known, however, is how he was poisoned. Suicide was officially ruled out during the investigation that followed. As more time passed, it's likely that his death will remain a mystery. Marks, who was employed by the Smithsonian Society, was a part of a research project in Antarctica for the National Science Foundation at the time of his death on May 12, 2000. He had suddenly become unwell the previous day, even vomiting blood as his condition worsened. Accidentally, investigators have cited their frustration with the National Science Foundation, noting a distinct lack of cooperation from the group, which made the investigation difficult. Coroner Richard McElrea stated that he was not entirely satisfied that all relevant information and reports had been made available to New Zealand police. And that was one of them. I figured when you guys were talking about the Smithsonian, that would be a good example.
Yeah, I really just raised my eyebrow when you said that he worked for them. So that's quite.
And see, what kind of research are they doing? The Smithsonian isn't just about government. I mean, the Smithsonian actually goes out and does scientific investigations and stuff too. You know what I mean? So you kind of have a they go in a lot of different directions.
Now, something I do want to inject into the conversation based on what was said earlier about governments worldwide covering everything up. A little more than a decade ago, India pledged to stop covering up UFOs and to start making all of their news, what would be news items that would quickly get covered up elsewhere. They've pledged to make theirs public. And I have seen them do it a little bit in some of their news sites. Unfortunately, when you try to read through Indian news sites, you get so much crap anyway. It's very hard to go through Indian news and find things. Because they tend, I mean, their newspapers are like their movies. So.
They're horrible.
Yeah.
Like some of the stuff. Some of the stuff they put on there is just crazy because like they start talking about these Muslims that kidnap their women and shit. You know what I mean? It's like freaking. I'm like, are you serious? You're gonna just openly post that shit on your freaking news or newspapers and stuff? You know, that stuff is basically shut down in most other countries. I mean, because it's like it's a growing thing that everybody does. You know what I mean? These horrible Muslims are stealing our freaking Christian women and forcing them into the worshiping Allah and shit. You know, and India still does it. They're like, because most of them are like Buddhist or freaking Hindu. You know, and oh, God forbid, freaking those horrible Muslims moved into our area, which they've been there for the longest time, you know.
But Allah is just God. Allah is God. Allah is just another way of saying God. See, that's what I mean by religions separate. Because, and then there's talking about...
They've been in India since freaking, well, let me stop and think. Since the Asian invasion. Since freaking... or no, since the Arab invasion. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
They went from freaking Saudi Arabia straight up through Iran. They made it all the way to freaking the halfway mark into India, and they couldn't go any further. But Muslims have been there forever. I mean, just as long as, well, not just as long as the Buddhists and the Hindu, but now all you ever see when you check that stuff out is, you know, stuff like that. And that was just an example. There's other crazy shit they post.
But see, is that not propaganda? It's almost like pushing Christianity.
Well,
excuse me, in a certain area of life. Like it's
not just Christianity. It's not just Christians doing it. It's, you know,
no, that's what I was saying. Muslims,
Hindus and Muslim,
Christians.
Buddhists. You wanna piss a freaking who is it, a Hindu off? You freaking eat a cow. Okay, you go out there and freaking butcher their cow and eat their cow for freaking dinner, and you watch what happens. They'll straight up kill you. I mean,
Hmm.
Oh, to be fair, if you butchered a Texan's cow right in front of them and tried to eat it, a cowboy probably
yeah.
They don't play on Texas.
maybe for a slightly different reason, but
Yeah. You're gonna have the same results that way.
It's, I mean, the kind of stuff that you listen to, it just comes back to having discernment. You just have to really be aware of what's going on. You know.
What would be the point of a government attempting to fuel us with a certain type of belief? Like, why would you? What would be their motive? Would you, if you, it just regular combo, like not saying anything is definite this, but if you could guess, what would you feel as though that would be the agenda?
okay, this is a good question. All right, you saw probably in some of the discussion earlier today where strong socialist regimes want to get rid of any type of religious influence because they want to replace religion with the state. If you run into a serious socialist, or what we in the United States call liberals, but it's not the proper definition of liberals. Proper definition, I'm probably a liberal. That's not the definition we use. But if you find the ones that are pro-state everything, they're going to believe everything the government says, they have replaced religion with government. And the government wants that. Anything that might, okay, layer one might move people towards non-government religions they don't want getting out. Second, on another layer, not everyone in the government is part of the globalist plan as we talk about it. We've talked about globalism a little bit, the one world government plan. Not everyone's on that boat, but they would still want to block certain things because, okay, especially in history, at one time the U.S. was a majority Christian nation. You could just assume the average person walking down the street was probably some form of Christian. Well, people who are very, very strict in certain interpretations aren't going to believe anything. If you start introducing aliens into the mix, all of a sudden that draws up too many religious questions, and you have to worry about upsetting the nation you want to keep running smoothly, because all of a sudden they start thinking about aliens, and it becomes
I thought there was a separation between church and state, though.
yeah, right.
I mean, like, but do you see what I'm saying? Because, like, go ahead, keep going, please. Thank you.
But yeah, they were worried about, you don't want to upset the nation, you want to keep the gears turning. You don't want anything that'll throw a cog, you don't want to throw a sabot into the gears.
I think America's trying to back out of a bad deal without paying the piper. I really feel like they're attempting to slide on these people that got them under a strong arm, and their only way to do it is to separate from the powers that they consistently use, i.e., their money, i.e., their religion, and that's what's really going on. Because I'm not.
Well, let me kind of add in on that too, because like Dave has a point in what he's saying there, okay, and I can use a perfect example, okay, and I was mentioning reverse engineering, all right. Well, let's bring up Area 57, all right. We know that something's going on in there. Now, all of a sudden, freaking, we have these ufologists who believe that Area 57 is reverse engineering UFOs. Now that could be true, but what if it isn't? You see, nobody wants to flip the script and say, okay, what if something else is taking place that they don't want me, you, and Dave to know about? So they go out to these ufologists and they endorse it. They say, yeah, put that stuff out, man. We're going to throw some money your way too. And of course, it's not going to come directly from them. It's going to come from a third party. Okay. And the reason why they're doing that is because they would rather you look at the alien conspiracy rather than what's really taking place in Area 51. Okay. You see, there could be things going on there that concerns genetics. They could be doing genetic research on freaking human beings. They could be doing well, hell, that's about as bad as you can get at genetic research. You know, chemical
But they are. I mean,
warfare,
that's what they have.
chemical warfare that's been illegal for since World
Adrenochrome
War
and
One.
selling
They could be still
melanin.
doing chemical warfare. You know, experimenting and freaking all that. You have no clue.
Now, there's been quite a bit done in all the topics you covered there. Genetic. When I was a kid, there was a magazine I used to read. It was a science magazine dedicated to kids. There was a TV show too. I thought the TV show sucked, but I loved the magazine. 321 Contact. And in that magazine, before all this stuff, everything that's a hot topic today was a hot topic. This magazine covered it, and it made it sound good, and they addressed it in an informative way. And yeah, we've been doing genetic splicing. I think I was reading this magazine in the late 80s and the early 90s, and it was talking about the GMO crops, about goats producing genetically engineering goats to make spider webs so that you can make armor. And the Chinese have been doing that for a long time because they copied our tech on it. No, this magazine covered everything that's a conspiracy topic today, just out in the open, in a kids magazine in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing about truly one of the most horrific things they're doing behind closed doors now is genetic splicing. It includes human DNA. Because once they mix some DNA in there that's not human and they produce something, it could be 99% human. It's like, oh, we've got something spliced in that's not a human. They don't have rights. And they can produce what's basically humans. Create slaves. They can create, body slaves. They can produce real slaves.
Military.
They can produce anything they want, and it has no more legal standing than a lab rat. And that is some of the stuff they have done behind closed doors.
Yep. Now, like Avatar. Okay, have you ever watched the movie Avatar?
Yes.
Excellent movie, yes.
Okay, now Avatar really hits onto that because, and like you were talking about genetic splicing, it's known that in cancer patients that whenever they freaking want to replace a gene, they can freaking do genetic splicing, and they can introduce freaking the gene of a rat into the gene of a human and place that into the human body, which is actually used, and it's beneficial for fighting off cancer. And the rat's cell actually can work with this genetic splicing, and they've been doing that. They've been openly doing it, and they say that it's beneficial, it's good. Nobody really overlooks that, you know what I mean? But nobody takes it into consideration that there was research behind that shit. You know what I mean? They just didn't come up with the idea. There was years and years of research that went into that before they could make it.
Right. So imagine how many mess ups they had. How many people just had to kind of, oh well, we couldn't save you.
It just didn't spawn up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And then you take a real close look at Avatar and what it's saying right there. Okay? You go into a freaking pod, you lay down, and your body is your mind is separated from your body completely and put into an avatar. Okay, on an alien planet. Okay, and that right there is what gets me. I mean, that right there is right there in your face.
But you don't have to do that.
Well,
But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, no, because we are. Yeah, okay.
it's becoming
Yeah.
acceptable. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's what
Never
we're
forget
doing
the Bruce
now.
Willis version that came before it.
Decepticons. I call them
I can't remember the
Decepticons.
name of that movie right now, but it was basically the same idea with androids.
Yeah. Yep. And this stuff is
Yeah, I
just
call them
being
Decepticons.
it's just being put out to the public to where freaking all of this stuff is either criticized or it's being freaking just socially acceptable. And see, I thought 321 Contact was also a PBS TV show back when I was a kid.
Yeah, I knew the TV show was there. I watched it once or twice, and I thought it was stupid.
It was annoying. I
But
hated
the
it.
magazine itself was actually, they put a lot of work into that magazine, and it was shilling for future globalist programs, is what it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see it in a lot of the old cartoons we used to watch too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like what was it? It was the one where they had to travel into space, and they had a ship that looked like a spaceship, Star something, but it was before Robotech and all that stuff, and they were just straight out freaking, on one side they'll talk about how horrible the devastation of Earth is, but then they'll also freaking endorse nuclear freaking power and using freaking nuclear bombs and stuff like that so that they can go out into space and explore and stuff. So you could see where nuclear power was being pushed back then. And back when the 70s was around, you take a look at people back then going out and protesting because they're putting nuclear reactors up around their neighborhoods so that they could have power. And now you look at it today, everybody's all cool with it. It's the safest form of energy. Like flying, it's the safest form of travel. And it's just basically they literally brainwashed everybody into believing that it's true. There's other forms of transportation other than airplanes that are just as safe, if not safer. Just like friggin' there's other forms of energy that can be used that's 100% safer. But they just want you to think that it's okay to put a freaking power plant up in the middle of the Ukrainian freaking war so that Russia can freaking sit there and shoot missiles at it. But that's not a conspiracy. It's just, they already had one accident over there, which the city itself that it happened in can't even be lived in now. But
Yeah,
hey,
Chernobyl. Yeah, that's
Chernobyl.
actually in Ukraine, but it was part of the Soviet Union when it happened. So.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Now this new nuclear power plant is just down the road from it. It's like maybe freaking a 6-hour drive. And a lot of people don't realize that shit. They're okay with it because scientists can go out there with their freaking their testing, and they can freaking test how the freaking animals reacted to it and shit like that. So they keep quiet. You know what I mean?
I actually saw a news article last week about why Germany has so many radioactive bores, and it led back to Chernobyl. I didn't read the whole article, but apparently the radiation gets into Germany through animals. That's a pretty long walk.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, have you heard Elon Musk's bullshit when it comes to radiation too? And I've noticed a couple people online are jumping onto the bandwagon about that nuclear power shit. Like, he's saying, well, you know, we we're going to have to freaking stop this whole thing about radiation and everything, because the truth is when we travel to Mars, our astronauts are going to have to put up with high levels of radiation in the first place, which is true, okay? But I think he's kind of going off scope there, trying to freaking push the power issue, you know what I mean?
I'm actually pro nuclear power, but not necessarily in the old way. If you read up on pebble bed reactors, that sort of thing, I'm all for a pebble bed reactor, something that's less dangerous. And I'm not fully against the old fashioned way. The problem with the old fashioned way, it's a combination of too much regulation and not enough correction. You know, there's so many safety rules in so many instances have gotten so strict and so in depth, you've actually had the opposite effect. When you get too stringent and nitpick a safety to death, you eventually hit a point where people start ignoring problems because they don't want to have to deal with the safety involved.
Yeah.
Or things start getting overlooked and things don't get addressed because of the bullshit red tape around it. I saw this all the time when I was on a government job, you know. You would have things that would just fester for years because no one wants to do the paperwork. And I think that's part of the problem we've had with nuclear power. There's certain places where they need to relax, and there's certain places where they need to buckle down, and they didn't necessarily choose the right options. And by the way, Bruce Willis movie was Surrogates. Before Avatar came out.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, are you preaching or are you preaching? I'm just sitting here listening.
Well, see, the thing about that is it's all fine and dandy here in the United States, but on a world scale, I mean.
And how do you fix the world? And does anyone care about fixing the world? Don't say you can't. That's negativity.
Like, you got these regulations. You got these regulations in the United States, but those same regulations aren't going to freaking help when it comes to China. It's not going to help when it comes to freaking Pakistan, who smuggled their freaking nuclear technology in through freaking Azerbaijan.
There has to be a common incentive, and it has to not be money. Power.
Yeah, and smuggling. I mean, that was just so wrong. They totally cut the Clintons out of the equation and didn't bribe the technology out of them like a civilized country should.
Yeah. See, now we're getting into the good shit. That's conspiracy right there. See, that's.
But is it?
Now, remember when we first started this, I said conspiracy versus conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Okay, that's right. Conspiracy to commit a crime that was completely overlooked. So what did they do? They used conspiracy theories to freaking keep people away from thinking about that. You know, because if you even mention the word freaking Hillary Clinton, all of a sudden you're a freaking conspiracy theory kook who freaking is uneducated and knows nothing about science. Right?
I mean, look at us. We're getting clam baked and Clinton in the same episode.
Yeah.
Double different.
And they want to separate the two, like there's a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory. No, there isn't. It's basically the same shit. You know, these people who are making these claims that are conspiracy theories are talking about people who are committing are in the process.
But a theory discredits it. And that's why they slap theory on it, because a theory is something that cannot technically be proven, although it can be possibly real. And so that's the issue. When you slap, hey, they kind of think that this is real, but it's just a thought.
Go look at Wikipedia's definition of conspiracy. You know, I mean,
I'm doing it right now.
that's why I don't freaking use Wikipedia, is because Wikipedia is the
Well, regular people, I can go post Wik- Wikipedia. Like I can, well, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm a discreditable source. I'm just saying like there are a lot of discreditable sources that know for a fact that because they have that access, why not? Why
the
not mislead people? Okay, you said Wikipedia. Here we go. Of conspiracy or conspiracy theories?
either
I
one.
see conspiracy.
Look
Yeah,
at
I
them
got
side by
conspiracy.
side if you want,
Yeah.
because it's really interesting how they place that out there. You know what I mean? It's like, and you can see it
With
when,
political motivation. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
I
yeah,
actually donated to Wikipedia a couple of times, 13, 14 years ago.
hmm
And because of their protected bullshit information that got put out on some articles, there were some that I found flaws in that I fixed. They kept putting the flaws back in.
yeah,
And once they described anything negative politically as right wing and anything good politically as left wing without any foundation or reference, oh yeah, Nazism is a right wing thing. Yeah, socialism is right wing. It's like, no, socialism is pretty much the definition of left wing. But then
yeah.
they started changing the definitions of socialism, and
Well,
I
the
had to quit. I never gave them another dime after one in particular. It
the
was a
the
biology article.
the issue I have about like freaking them saying Nazism is right wing is it's not. It's left wing. I mean, all of it is freaking left wing. So, Nazis. Nazi is an acronym for freaking the Germans' work party. Okay.
National Socialist.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
they
it.
and they turn around and they say freaking Nazis were fascists. Well, how do you think fascism came along? They used to freaking manipulate monopolies. You know what I mean? Socialist programs are manipulated, and monopolies were created. You know, and it's 100% freaking socialist. And everybody keeps arguing with me on that concept, and it's not hard to freaking understand. Like, Nazis don't hate freaking socialists. They
Oh, see?
don't. No, Nazis love socialism. Socialism is what freaking made them who they are today.
Well, most people don't realize about World War II, Germany and Russia hating each other. It what they and one of it was the communist and the socialist hating each other, even though it's basically the same philosophy. It was all about who their hero was. It wasn't because they disagreed. It was infighting for the most part when
Mm-hmm.
it came to the base concepts. They were having a giant infight because communism and socialism are so closely related, and it had to do with implementation and who made the decisions.
It's
Yeah, our
it's crazy.
biggest war ever was a communist infight when it gets down to it.
The the Mussolini, okay, is the one who first first came up with the whole concept of socialism and made it into what it became. And Hitler um, jumped on the social or the freaking the fascist bandwagon. But at the same time, before he became into power, he knew that he needed to go in and he needed to freaking manipulate these socialist groups. There was one that was out. I forgot the name of it. It's like the Vol or something like that. And they believed in freaking blood and soil. Okay, and they were very much into like what Greenpeace would be into today, and the Volve, because that's how the name Volvo came to being. It was because of that group, and they were big in politics back then, and Hitler and the Nazis took advantage of that stuff, and there was a whole bunch of freaking socialist groups that were involved with Nazis back in those days, and they just became a part of the freaking
Volvo the car.
yeah, Volvo the car. I forgot the
Uh,
name of
Can you say spell? So
V.
it's spelled Volvo. How
Volvo is VA
The
VO?
VO.
VOL.
The car is VO.
I have Volvo, but is that the same way you spell this group? I'm gonna tell. How will I search this without pulling up a card?
I believe I can find it. It's Vol or something like that.
Volvo fascist.
The Vol or something like that. VUAL or. But anyhow,
There the years of the.
the it keeps wanting to. The
It's
Vol.
all good. I just
I'll find
I was
it at
just
some other
looking.
time and mention it. But
Yeah.
they did this with all these socialist groups, and then after they did that, that's when they started freaking learning how or implementing monopolies like Krupp. Have you guys ever heard of Krupp?
The rapper.
No, his name was Krupp. He was a freaking industrialist back then who had factories that built the German missiles and stuff, the bombs that they dropped, okay? And what he did was he ended up creating a monopoly with freaking Nazis to where he manufactured the weapons and everything. And the Germans used the Jews as freaking slave labor. So they would be in there building these bombs and freaking doing all the labor for him while he was making a profit with Germany by building these weapons. And that's basically the function of fascism. Okay?
I'm going to go off on a tangent here because we've been talking about World War II vehicle manufacturing, or manufacturing during World War II in Germany.
Uh-huh.
Ford was actually had factories in Germany in World War II making vehicles for the Axis powers, while the Ford factories in the U.S. were making Ford vehicles for the Allied powers. And when we sent our Army Air Force over to do a bombing run, they always had express orders to not bomb certain factories because they were Ford and they belonged to us.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Most people have no idea about that.
you've heard about IBM, haven't you?
Oh yeah, definitely IBM. That's what the tattoos were all about.
Uh-huh. And IBM even made the freaking time clocks and for the Jews whenever they had to freaking clock in and clock out when they went out to do their work. They actually were the ones that gave the Germans those freaking time clocks. So every time you see a movie where freaking they're going up and they're getting their time cards before they leave the camps, they're freaking getting those time cards and clocking in and clocking out because of IBM. But nobody knows that. They don't want to hear that. Just like they don't want to hear that DuPont was going to freaking do a coup against the American government because we entered the war. The DuPont family.
Right.
So, but all that's fact. But it's a
I
conspiracy.
actually didn't know the DuPont one.
Yeah. They
Problem with me, I graze everything, but I don't deep dive into everything.
DuPonts, they actually supported the Nazis in what they wanted, and whenever we went to war against Germany and Japan, they were actually in the process of freaking performing a coup, and because it would affect our economy, because the DuPonts had a lot of money back then, they decided to let them off. They got away scot-free and never had to paid for their consequences, just like Krupp in
Right.
Germany after World War II. All these people that got freaking sentenced with war crimes were killed, but they let Krupp go because he had so much money that it would affect the economy. So they let it slide. See, this is the kind of stuff they don't want you to know. Not everybody who were war criminals were actually freaking brought up on war crimes. That's just a complete fiction.
I know a lot of prominent businessmen were pro-Nazi in the beginning, Henry Ford being one of them. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Walt Disney kind of pro-Nazi?
No,
Anyway.
I never knew about that. I know that he was he was weird. That's
Yeah.
basically it. He was really weird. That's about
He
it.
was obviously anti-Nazi later because Disney did produce a lot of propaganda, anti-Nazi cartoons later, but I think early on he was pro-Hitler, and I know Henry Ford was. And there was a pretty long list of people that were, but didn't he make Times Man of the Year twice before the war?
Yeah.
And
Walt Disney?
yeah, there was like Hitler
Hitler.
mania over here in the U.S.
Hitler.
before the war started.
Hitler actually made Man of the Year for Times Magazine twice. I know that. That's the crazy part. And like when it comes to eugenics, that's here in the United States. We were the leaders in eugenics. Okay. Adolf Hitler actually admired America for their eugenics programs, and when it
Didn't he write FDR or was it FDR? He wrote a fan letter at one point to one of our presidents.
Yeah, and they endorsed this stuff. The United States did. We're the ones who came up with freaking the abortion thing. But like, see, there's voluntary eugenics and then there's involuntary eugenics, and Hitler was a part of the involuntary groups, but he understood the concept of the voluntary groups, like abortion. You know what I mean? Abortion was created because of a racist white woman who freaking thought that it would be a good idea to freaking use abortion to kill off freaking uneducated black babies. But you're not going to hear that. This is Planned Parenthood, okay? This is important today, you know. But that's left wing and Hitler is right wing, you know what I mean? So they don't connect. And a lot of people don't even want to hear that. They don't want to understand that the person who freaking founded Planned Parenthood was a racist white woman who freaking thought it would be smart to freaking kill off freaking uneducated black children and use
Now, let's follow what happened with Planned Parenthood after Margaret Sanger moved on.
Mm-hmm.
Who led it up later?
Now,
Well, that would be William Gates Sr.
Oh shit!
Bill Gates' daddy headed that stuff up.
See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his father was head over Planned Parenthood for a long time.
Are you kidding me right now?
I have seen some actual, transcripts from what amounted to basically 4chan trolls. But they got into the chats with Planned Parenthood and asked if they could give donations specifically to, and they actually didn't say it like, they didn't put it nice. They actually said, can I donate money to abort jigaboo babies or something like that.
Yeah.
And they said, Planned Parenthood being professional and political and all said, so you would like to make a donation specifically to go to a woman of color? And they the 4chan went in trolling, and Planned Parenthood said, yep, give it to us. And Planned Parenthood said it all nice, but
Yeah, no, definitely. I
Yeah.
see what you're talking
Now
about.
see,
Until 2020? Are you kidding me?
I didn't know that. I kind of went off on the left side there where I got this. Oh, not on the left side, but I kind of went off onto the side and got distracted with that. I should have followed up on it, and I didn't. But where I kind of jumped from her was to the fact that I found out that after they do these freaking abortions, they take the fetus and they actually do scientific research with it into genetics and everything. So these baby fetuses that they're freaking aborting are being used for genetic research. Okay, and that is what blew me out of the water. I mean, so they're
oh,
actually making
they
money.
sell them. Sometimes they get them still alive and sell them to colleges and what have you.
That's crazy.
Uh, yeah, that's how Project Veritas first got their real big start. And by the way, there's been a coup at Project Veritas since then. Project Veritas was doing so much damage to the deep state. They basically did everything they could to blackmail and compromise everyone else in the organization to get rid of James O'Keefe. And then they started dismantling the organization after he was gone and tried to sue James O'Keefe whenever he tried to start basically going undercover and doing the same thing all over again without him. But yeah, that's what started Project Veritas was exposing just how much money was tied up in Planned Parenthood and
Well,
the selling of the parts.
you heard about the founder of Greenpeace, right?
Oh yeah, he. I mean, no. Let me make sure I'm thinking of the right person here. He's the one who's going around talking against them now, right?
Yeah, yeah. And what happened was is he was discommunicated or whatever they call that from Greenpeace because he got upset with Greenpeace when at first when they first started out it was always about freaking going out and saving the whales. You know what I mean? There were ships freaking full of people sitting in front of boats that were fishing for whales, stuff like that. You know, actually doing activist stuff to save animals. So it went from that to the point where everything became environmental climate and lawyers and freaking politics. They Greenpeace spends more money now on lawyers and freaking sending money off to freaking politicians than they do in anything else. All right, and he became frustrated about it. He ended up freaking walking away from Greenpeace, and they completely disavowed him, and he's no longer considered even though they can't technically say he's not the founder. They're saying that they just don't even want to acknowledge him as being the founder of Greenpeace over that.
And what really happened with Greenpeace, as far as I know, they started out like you said, save the whales. And what happened, and I think there's more than one organization, is that I know the Saudis came in and basically started funding them to protest oil. And but they were protesting oil on everything except for Saudi, where it came to the Middle East. They were trying to stop us from drilling our own, is what it boiled down to.
Mm-hmm.
So it became a semi money laundering organization. It became a protest organization for hire. And yes, once you start getting into the dirty money into things, you do tend to fall in with the globalist. And yeah, once they start paying them to disseminate climate change garbage, yeah, it's just a major sellout organization.
Yeah. Well, ExxonMobil is funding a lot of these environmental environmental science or yeah environmental climate groups, I should say, so that they can go against the coal companies, which is their greatest competitors as well. So they know that if they take not just Exxon. A lot of the oil companies are catching on to it too, and they're sending this money off to these environmental climate groups so that they'll protest against coal, which is their competitor. And without coal getting support, they get more money out of the part of it, you know what I mean? And then they can turn around and they can invest into making batteries and, you know, thinning their oil out to where it's freaking less harmful to the environment. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? So they're on their last freaking grasp, and they know they are, but they can still make money off of them. So
Now, I'm going to tell you, I have done work for ExxonMobil, and that was a completely different experience. About once a week, they would have a site-wide meeting, and they'd call everyone to the big, I think it was the cafeteria, but it was set up, like a big gym-style address conference, and they would call on people to give their personal opinions on matters. And your personal opinion had better line up with what they wanted.
yeah.
There was all kinds of cloak and dagger. It was like 1984. People reporting on each other behind the scenes, and it was very much, you had to worry about everyone down around you trying to take you down and report you. It was a 1984 scare fiasco working for them. You know what? When they got rid of me, okay, I'll tell you why they got rid of me too, and this is really screwed up, but I'll tell you in a bit. I mean, when they got rid of me, it was almost a relief, because then I could go work somewhere else.
Yeah. I've heard that actually. I've actually heard people say that it's a horrible freaking job. It is horrible.
The reason they got rid of me is I was too good at my job and I shared my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I am not kidding you. Because I knew as much as I did with all the experience that I had, when I talked about things and how I solved things, when I was actually trying to help the other, the younger guys grasp the troubleshooting methods and what have you.
They were intimidated.
I might have been intimidating other people and making them feel less adept than I am. So I had to go.
Oops.
So yes, I have been fired for being too good of a tech.
Good, period.
That's the thing that really gets me about it and everything. Right now I'm going through and just kind of scrolling down on the
Xenu was the name of the guy I couldn't remember earlier. So yes, Xenu.net.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at this project paradox that you guys were talking about. There's like this whole research, the paradox of project control, and there's just a whole bunch of stuff in the part.
Now, Venunu, have you guys ever heard of Venunu?
Not ringing a bell.
Venunu was Operation Samson. His name was Medichai Venunu, and he was also known as John Crossman, and an Israeli former nuclear technician and peace activist who cited his opposition to weapons of mass destruction. What happened was I don't know if you guys remember the story of what was her name? She's the one that mysteriously died. She worked at a nuclear power plant back in the 70s, and she was mentioning to her boss that there was nuclear power rods that had come up missing, and she kept insisting on that the fact that they need to find out if those rods were stolen, and it got to the point where people started becoming worried, and on her way home she was run off the road and killed. Well, a lot of people believe that was involved with a nuclear deal that was taking place with the United States and Israel, and what would happen is they would ship these nuclear rods over to Israel, and Israel had their top secret nuclear plan going on, and it was called Operation Samson. Now, their nuclear program isn't set up like ours or any of the other ones. Like, they don't have missiles sticking out or down in silos. They've got them built underground, and it's called the dead switch. So if like there's going to be an invasion and Israel knows that they're going to lose, they're just going to hit a button and destroy their own freaking country. All right. For decades, Israel denied ever happened this stuff until Vanunu came out with it and gave the information to a news media in England. In the process of him being in England, freaking Israel was debating on if they wanted to take him back to Israel or kill him, and they finally decided that they were going to take him back. So they arrested him in France, transported him back to Israel, and he's been a prisoner there ever since.
And when did this happen?
This happened back in the 70s, I believe. Okay, I'll click on Wikipedia just for that. But I'm doing it in protest, David.
It's in the name of research. It's in the name of
like I tried Info Galactic.
Nuclear arsenal.
It just got stale.
Yeah. But it happened, the British press in 1986. Yeah, and it was the Israeli nuclear weapons program. He gave the information to the British press in 1986. He was lured to Italy by the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad. Now, Mossad is another group that would be a good discussion too, because they're some dirty freaking people, man. Where he was drugged and abducted because they had a beautiful woman who pretended that she liked him, you know, and seduced him into leaving England and going to Italy, where they were able to drug him in his drink and then take him without problems. But that was an interesting story that I got caught up into when it comes to all this stuff and energy and nuclear and all that. But I thought that would be interesting in sharing. And I did show Operation Clam Bake.
Yep.
So we've been doing this now for an hour and 37 minutes. You guys want to say some last words and then we'll end it?
It works for me. It seems like we've had a pretty good wandering discussion here. That
I love it.
Discussion works about like my brain does, point to point to point. So
I think we did all right. Plus, like I said, there hasn't been much covered over Jack Parsons. You know what I mean? And
why do we keep going astray from that subject? The same thing yesterday. See, something's there. You gotta understand energy and.
This stuff is probably connected to him in some way.
That's what it is. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you don't hear much about him, and like what you do hear about him is involved in a lot of these programs. I mean, he was a rocket scientist. Think about this, okay? And everybody now, they're used to that shit. But like, he was a rocket scientist when being a rocket scientist wasn't freaking smart. People
wasn't even thought of. Wasn't even a consideration, right?
He was that crazy guy out in the field that was freaking setting off freaking fireworks and shit. You know what I mean? But, I mean, that's the time set that we're thinking of there. You know, people weren't going to the moon yet. People weren't freaking going up to the satellite or space stations and stuff, you know. So that's that. That's the thing, man. I think a lot of that actually is most likely where the start of this was in JPL. I mean, that's that's a serious freaking corporation, and you're talking about people disappearing. All right, people disappear. Trust me, and there's a good chance JBL has something to do with it. There's also the donut in England. I don't know if you guys heard of the donut.
Yeah, I just recently heard of it, but I'm not fluid in it.
You heard of the donut, Dave?
Just, I was about to say,
No.
they talk about it with the crown.
The donut is basically a building shaped like a donut in London, and they have since, I don't know when it started, but at least in the 70s or 80s, they've been listening in on every conversation that people in England have had on the telephones. It moved from the telephones to the internet. Now they're freaking spying on people on the computers and stuff. But it's called the donut.
Okay. I know that that's done here. You know, there's one right down the street from where I'm at right now. Do you remember the old telephone buildings? You know, you had to have all the wire frames. I know what the frames look like. We actually had some for Davis when I was at the Space Center. But you had these huge relay centers with all the wires going everywhere to switch telephone conversations. You had to have your switch buildings. Well, we don't need that anymore. Even if you've got two landlines, when one calls the other, it gets converted to digital somewhere, and it's all done over network switches and the internet and what have you, even if you think you're using a landline. We have all these telecom buildings all over the United States that are still standing. They're still secure. You still see vehicles at them all the time. Most of them really don't have any windows. That's where the spooks hang out. Those things are full of FBI. They're still owned by AT&T. They're still owned by whoever. But instead of running a bunch of network phone switching equipment that we don't need anymore, that's where we're monitored from. These old phone buildings that are theoretically next to useless now are just full of spooks.
Yep.
And you drive by one, you see a normal-looking guy go in, chances are he's at NSA.
Now, the donut is the nickname given due to its resemblance to a donut to the headquarters of the Government Communication Headquarters, a British cryptography and intelligence agency. It is located on a 71 hectares, 176 acres site in Ben Hill in the suburbs of Cheltenham, Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire in southwest England. So that's where it is. And I brought up the picture too, and I made a
I think I have seen this before now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to pop it back up?
No, I'm looking at it right now. No, I think I have seen pictures of this building before, but I just kind of kept going. I thought it was a sports stadium because I've seen it in passing.
So
now that I look at it, it's obviously not a sports stadium.
That's why I tell English people they need to just shut their mouth, because like they freaking make it out like we're the freaking ones spying on everybody's intelligence or on their conversations, and like they're the ones who started it. You know what I'm saying? Like Queen Elizabeth, or not Queen Elizabeth, but what's her name? The one that was during Ronald Reagan's era. She didn't want to.
That was Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth didn't want to get on board with oh, Margaret Thatcher too. Neither one of them wanted to get on board with Ronald Reagan on the space program, the Star Wars program,
Right.
because the United States didn't want to freaking get involved with their freaking intelligence program, which consisted of that facility. All right. So Ronald Reagan had to freaking actually negotiate with them so that they could get on board and they could work together, which meant that the freaking Star Wars program was like completely downsized. You know what I'm saying? Like what he wanted to do and what was actually done didn't match up, and
Right.
it was because of that bullshit. So that's one another thing that's a pretty good thing to talk about.
I remember Star Wars being talked about extensively when I was a kid. But I wasn't until I was older that I actually figured out what the hell they were really talking about.
Yeah.
You hear all the news when you're a kid and you don't really know what's going on. But
Yeah. Well, I know it was a lot worse back then, though. Like now, they don't even talk about it. I remember when I was a kid, I was always wondering why freaking all that bombing was going on in freaking Israel and over there, and it was always on the news. You know what I mean? Now, like they're barely even talking about it. Like it's not going on.
the more you learn about what's really going on, the more you just kind of pull back and don't know what to think of this earth anymore.
Yeah. Well, I think we had better end it. We're on an hour and 46 minutes. And
Yeah, it's time for me to go home.
all right. I'm glad you guys are here, and we had another good conversation. I'm really glad you guys were here.
Yeah, it was really good. I appreciate the information. I have a lot of stuff to do now, but definitely appreciate the information.
And
All right. I'll catch y'all some other time. Thanks.
Tomorrow is the round table, so you should come. Yeah, that was a really good round table last Friday.
Yeah.
Really good turnout. And you can talk about like mines and what you like to do with mines, how you would like to monetize. That was some big topics. And those some of the big dogs they come. I don't like to call people dogs, but you know it is what it is. But they do show up sometimes, so that'll be good, especially if we could get a turnout like that.
Yeah,
And
I won't be turning up tomorrow.
you said you're turning up. Where
I
you?
won't be turning up tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you said you're turning up. I was gonna say, hold on, where you going? Are you
I'm going to go
partying
get my
today?
boys tomorrow, so I won't be around for that.
you
Oh,
have a
okay.
good weekend with them, and I hope you enjoy yourself. And
Yeah,
I'll,
y'all have
I'll
a
see you
good.
guys later, man.
I'll see you tomorrow. All right, then, y'all. See you. Good night. Be safe.
Bye bye. That was good. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to my podcast on strangeness. Today, we're going to continue where we left off. We were getting into topics concerning Casey and or Edgar Casey, and then we went from there into Jack Parsons. With me right now, I have Karma Love. Karma, you want to say hi?
Hi, everyone.
And I'm glad to have you here, Karma.
Thank you.
Last time we were getting into that, and here today, Pecos was talking about Burning Man, so we might be able to do all that, and if it gets to where Pecos or anybody wants to come in and talk about that, then we can go there, you know. But I really like what we were getting into with Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, and even with the stuff with Edgar Casey. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff there as well. Like, we're going in a good direction, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, do you have anything like any documentaries or anything like little short bits on either one of them, I feel like that would be good.
When it comes to like documentaries and stuff, I don't really like doing the videos or audios because of copyright infringement.
Oh yeah, I forgot you. I remember you telling me that now. Yeah.
So like everything I do is usually my own content. Like even the music that you hear in the background, stuff like that. That's my stuff. You know.
You make music too?
Yeah.
That's so neat. Do you sing?
Oh no, I don't sing.
But you just do the beats. That's still cool.
If I can
Nice.
find somebody who's willing to sing for me, then I'll put that stuff on here. I mean, just to put that out there. I ain't got no problem with it, but
I would hate to torture your ears.
I mean, I'm serious. I have no problem with that, but the thing is, man, I just, like I said the other day on a previous stream, you know, it's a big scam in the copyright thing, so I try to stay away from it.
Like triple, quadruple taxation. Yeah, no, I understand. Because it's like, would you not like your music to get played? And you already getting paid from it being streamed on YouTube. So as long as you're streaming it on YouTube, these people technically are supposed to get paid. But it's like a hope. No, we want it streamed only on our channel. Only look at us. You can't use our stuff to get it drawn to yours without paying us again, even though we're getting paid because of it being played. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
And then everyone thinks you're dumb and don't know that that's what's going on.
It's just crazy, yeah. They want to play around and screw people over on that stuff.
Right, when music is entertainment. Like, it's, are you not entertained? Definitely not. I can hardly even listen to it when I need it. I get it.
Yeah, I gotta figure out where I just had that. Here we go.
Do you think you should remind Pecos? Oh wow, look at this picture.
He's probably caught up in that. We were talking about Anonymous and Reddit, and the guy that started Reddit and everything, and how he ended up getting in trouble with the law and stuff.
A lot of these people nowadays are getting in trouble, like especially if they did, you know what I mean, like between the crypto people getting in trouble or coming up dead. It's like a lot of real schemy type stuff going on in the world. Like big CEOs, oh, I'm no longer going to be the head of this company that I founded and headed for 20, 30 years, which I learned with some of the legal stuff that I've been watching. If you turn your company over to someone else, any trouble that you had following you kind of disappears. So they have to restart the case over again and no longer able to investigate you in the same manner. And it's wild because when you listen to all these people, I know this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but it's just just go ahead, because I was just saying, like, it's insane though, because it's if you look at that,
it really does. It fires people up. I mean,
yeah, when you think about what's going on in this world.
Yeah, it's messed up. So I pulled up something here about Edgar Casey.
That is such a cool picture.
Yeah. So it is coming through, right?
Guys, see it. Wow, it looks like a constellation.
All right, let me make sure. Oh, it keeps blacking out every time I come in there.
Wait, you mean it's not supposed to look black? It looks so dope black.
Oh, yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, here's the article I've got from edgarcasey.org, and it's the 20th century psychic and medical clairvoyant. Edgar Casey has been called the sleeping prophet, the father of holistic medicine, and the most documented psychic of the 20th century. For more than 40 years of his adult life, Casey gave psychic readings to thousands of seekers while in an unconscious state, diagnosing illnesses and revealing lives past in the past and prophecies yet to come. But who exactly was Edgar Casey? Casey was born on a farm in Hopkinsville, Kentucky in 1877, and his psychic abilities began to appear as early as his childhood. He was able to see and talk to his late grandfather's spirit and often played with imaginary friends, whom he said were spirits of the other side. He also displayed an uncanny ability to memorize the pages of a book simply by sleeping on it. These gifts labeled the young Casey a strange, but all Casey really These gifts labeled the young Casey as strange, but all Casey really wanted was to help others, especially children. Later in life, Casey would find that he had the ability to put himself into a sleep-like state by lying down on a couch, closing his eyes, and folding his hands over his stomach. In this state of relaxation and meditation, he was able to place his mind in contact with all time and space, the universal consciousness, also known as the superconscious mind. From there, he could respond to questions as broad as what are the secrets of the universe and what is my purpose in life, to as specific as what can I do to help my arthritis and how were the pyramids of Egypt built. His responses to these questions came to be called readings, and their insights offer practical help and advice to individuals even today. Many people are surprised to learn that Edgar Casey was a devoted churchgoer and Sunday school teacher. At a young age, Casey vowed to read the Bible for every year of his life, and at the time of his death in 1945, he had accomplished this task. Perhaps the reading said it best when asked how to become psychic. Casey's advice was to become more spiritual. Tools for wellness, spiritual growth, and personal empowerment. Although Casey did die more than 60 years ago, the timelines of the material in his readings, with subjects like discovering your mission in life, developing your intuition, exploring ancient mysteries, and taking responsibility for your health, is evident by the hundreds of books that have been written on the various aspects of this work, as well as the dozen or so titles focused on Casey's life itself. Together, these books contain information so valuable that even Edgar Casey himself might have hesitated to predict their impact on the contemporary world. In 1945, the year of his passing, who could have known that terms such as meditation, spiritual growth, auras, soulmates, and holistic health would become household words. The majority of Edgar Casey's readings deal with holistic health and the treatment of illness. As it was at the time Casey was giving readings, still today individuals from all walks of life and belief receive physical relief from illnesses or ailments through information given in the readings. Some readings were given as far back as 100 years ago. Yet, although best known for this material, the sleeping Casey did not seem to be limited to concerns about the physical body. In fact, in their entirety, the readings discuss an astonishing 10,000 different topics. This vast array of subject matter can be narrowed down into a smaller group of topics that, when compiled together, deal with the following 5 categories. 1. Health-related information. 2. Philosophy and reincarnation. 3 dreams and dream interpretation, 4 ESP and psychic phenomenon, and 5 spiritual growth, meditation, and prayer. Further details of Casey's life and work are explored in the classic book There Is a River, which was in 1942 by Thomas Sagru, available in hardback, paperback, or audiobook versions. Members of Edgar Cayce's Association for Research and Enlightenment, ARE, the nonprofit founded by Cayce in 1931, have access to the entire set of 14,306 readings in a database residing online in our members only section. The readings can also be found in their entirety located in the Visitor Center, second floor, at our headquarters campus in Virginia Beach, which is open to the public daily. So that's Edgar Cayce. What do you think about that?
Well, the parts that I heard, because for whatever reason I feel intercepted, and it's like a hack. So people are listening in on the line in a way that is not beneficial to you as well. You will not be able to know that they're here. So they disrupted a lot of what you said. But the fact that he has I just would like to put that out there for the record. But the fact that you were talking about his psychic abilities and being able to actually talk to people and communicate with all dimensions, it just sounds like I'm aware of similarities that parallel. So it's definitely intriguing, because honestly, I've never heard of Cayce before you. I heard of, like I said, Crowley, and then I heard of Parsons. But as far as hearing of Cayce, this is new. And so when you're talking about them calling him the sleeping prophet and everything like that, just it's wild, because yeah, I mean, like I know one person to date right now that can do stuff like that, and that person is not hardly taken seriously enough. But I definitely think that it's cool that it's something that is documented as having been done by someone who is well respected. So I mean, it just makes you more motivated, I guess, to engage in stuff like that. What do you believe in those abilities? Obviously, right? Because that's what we're talking about it.
Well, see, like with Cayce was a strange one, and there's another guy from France who kind of is along the same lines of him that I did a piece on about 3-4 years ago, and what they have in common is
it's breaking up again. I don't hear you at all. Like you're talking, all I heard was France, and like then.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I'm gonna have to probably put it on my hotspot. The Wi-Fi in the house isn't working, but I have hotspot on my phone, so I'll probably just transfer to that.
No, a lot of the stuff that Cayce had when it comes to his physical, healing and stuff like that. When they went to actually find out if it was good, I mean, he was right on the nose about it. And he had gotten no education whatsoever in the medical field at all. Okay. And he would come up with remedies for helping with arthritis and stuff like that, which people were like, how did he know this? He had no training whatsoever. So in that aspect, you have to look at that is pretty interesting when it comes to all that. So I don't know if you heard all that or not, but yeah, I think she's bouncing in and out. You haven't?
No, I'm here now, but you see how there's two of me? But I told you someone was intercepting. They have me hacked, so someone else is listening through my account, making it appear as though it's me. I have no reason to have two accounts here, because I only am using one phone. This is nonsense. Like, I don't understand. Like, no one pays this phone bill, but everybody's sure enough utilizing the services. That's wild to me. Well, go ahead. I apologize. My frustration is peaking.
But did you hear what I was saying about Cayce?
Nope, not at all. Wasn't allowed to. I heard French And then after French, it was just, here we are.
Now, what I was saying before was like with his health. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening. Everything's
Okay.
perfect now. Again, like I said,
With his
as
health remedies and stuff like that. Like, first of all, he was never trained in any kind of medical field whatsoever. You know what I mean? And he would actually be able to properly tell people, this is what you need to take care of arthritis, or this is what you need for this and that. And they found out that a lot of the stuff he was telling these people to do actually worked. You know what I mean? And these are medical professionals that were saying it. You know, I think that's one thing that I thought was pretty interesting about it, because I did find out that was true, and these were coming from his meditations that he was doing. So that is interesting. Now he got off onto the whole thing about Atlantis and everything, you know. So I don't know about all that. Like, those were prophetic dreams that he had, you know. And I see it like this, you know. Even what was his name? We were talking about him the other day. He was the one that everybody always mentions. He did. Oh God, what was he did the quatrains.
Probably, I don't.
Nostradamus.
Oh yeah.
You know, Nostradamus did thousands and thousands of prophetic, you know,
visualizations.
You know,
yeah, I remember you were saying
he did that, and
and yeah,
like all the stuff, out of all the stuff that he said was going to happen in the future, like a handful of that actually came true, you know. So when I look at it in those aspects, I mean, Casey actually, percentage-wise, he did pretty good, you know, other than the fact of the library that he said was underneath the Sphinx and stuff.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean they never were able to find it?
No, that was never. That there's. Well, for one thing, they won't let people under.
There you go.
You know what I mean? It's like they're restricted from that and everything. So that would become an issue. There's people today that still say that those Sphinx have something underneath it. You know what I mean? And I find that part interesting too. And that all leads into Casey, who actually started talking about Atlantis. Like, this organization that the EdgarCasey.org, they still freaking send people out to do freaking like, especially diving around Cuba and areas like that, because they believe Cuba was close to where Atlantis and the Atlanteans actually existed. So
really,
yeah, they really do believe that. They have scuba divers that go down, and they have archaeological finds on, I think it's the south shore of Cuba. I'm not positive, but I think it's on the south shore of Cuba, and they've been doing dives down there for years. So it's a pretty interesting setup there that's going on there, and they have tons of money.
it sounds like such, but I never knew that it was so close to as Cuba. Like, I never knew that was where we're saying that Atlantis was actually located at all. For whatever reason, I thought it was like on the other side of the world.
Well, there's different hypotheses on what and where Atlantis is. Like, it's not just Casey. Casey was like what Robot said the other day. Okay, he believed that it was the Atlantean Empire. You know what I mean? Like it was an empire of people within the kingdom of Atlantis, and Atlantis was like an island that was located near America, and a lot of that I'm okay with, but like I've noticed like even when I like to watch Viper TV on YouTube, which has to do with a lot of the ancient astronaut stuff and the Anunnaki and everything. And a lot of the stuff that they get into starts out with the Sumerians, and then it goes into the Assyrians, and then it goes into the Egyptians, and eventually now they're talking about freaking South America. It always ends up somewhere in South America, you know. And it just seems like a popular trend, you know. So I try to stay away from all that stuff because, I mean, for one thing, I'm getting sick and tired of freaking people trying to link freaking the Sumerians with, you know, tribes in South America.
Yeah, because that's like completely off base. But I mean, at least from what you're teaching me, I had no clue. So maybe that they have, but again, we talk about those correlations and the separations. Perhaps maybe they are some Samaritans that actually were travelers and resided in such, or at least established something and such.
Well, see, I mean, I do believe that there is a connection with Africa and South America, because there's a mummy that was discovered, and I don't have the article up or anything, but a mummy that was discovered that when they took samples off of the tissues that were around them, they found traces of cocaine. Well, see, cocaine is
indigenous to South America.
Yeah, and it's not indigenous to Egypt in Africa whatsoever. So in order for that to have happened, ships had to travel across there. And in the old sailing routes, when ships would sail, they always knew that it was better to go from Europe south to frickin' like the edge of Africa, the African continent, and then shoot across to make it up into the West Indies. Instead of going straight, you know, because those waterways are faster in that region, because it comes down the shore and then it shoots back up the west or the east coast for our continent. So that's how they got around. So I
that would make sense then. I mean, but the finding of it will make you wonder about the usage, or at least.
I mean, it's just I could see travel happening there and everything, but I mean, they could have. It seems just a little bit too trendy for a lot of people who believe in ancient astronauts in Atlantis to kind of like jump on the bandwagon and say, you know, that the Sumerians are directly connected to people who were in Peru, you know what I mean? Or
Right.
But it just that's the one thing I really do try to stay away from. Now, if there's compelling evidence, then fine, you know, but
You'd be more inclined to accept the theory, but in the meantime, it's just, I mean, for all we know, the people finding it could have just spilled some of their own stash. I mean, I highly doubt that. I knew that when I was just saying, like, there's really no solid proof, whereas you have solid proof of them being present in Lebanon and in Turkey and stuff like that. Like, that's different.
Yeah. Now, after that, we were talking about Jack Parsons, and I'd like to read what I found on him.
I would like for you to tell me more about what you know, just based off of what I've heard. So yeah.
Now this is from Linda Hall, the Linda Hall Library, and it's a scientist of the day, Jack Parsons. It was made on October the 2nd, 2020. It's just a small article. And it goes scientist of the day, Jack Parsons. And Jack Whiteside Parsons, an American rocketeer, was born October the 2nd, 1914, on October the 31st, 1936. Parsons teamed up with Frank Molina, a Caltech graduate student, and 3 others to successfully ignite a small solid fuel rocket in an isolated area of Pasadena known as Arroyo Seco. Molina was a graduate student of Caltech, but Parsons had only a high school education. Still, his passion for rockets had convinced Theodore von Karman to put him in touch with his student Molina. It turned out that Parsons was a rocket genius. He helped invent not only the solid fuel rocket, but he was also a pioneer developer of JATO technology, which used baby rockets hung under a plane's wing to provide jet-assisted takeoffs. Parsons went on to co-found Jet Propulsion Laboratories, JPL, the government-funded agency at Caltech that has run most of our space programs. Indeed, in much of their promotional literature, modern-day JPL traces its origins to that Halloween Day rocket firing in 1936. Parsons also co-founded Aerojet Corporation, which initially made JATO rockets and then moved into space rockets. All this sounds quite impressive, so why have we heard so much about Werner von Braun and Robert Goddard as so little about Parsons? Mainly because, in addition to being brilliant, Parsons was a genuine occultist wacko. Parsons became a follower of the wickedest man in the world, Aleister Crowley, and his magical order, the Ordo Templi Orientis, or Order of the Temple of the East, or OTO. In 1942, when his rocket career was peaking, Parsons became the leader of the Pasadena Lodge of the OTO. Parsons supposedly would recite odes to Pan when launching rockets, which brings to my mind anyway, William Blake's engraving of the fertilization of Egypt. Parsons was let go from JPL and Aerojet in 1944 because of his OTO activities. He took his wife's sister for his mistress. His wife then left him for none other than L. Ron Hubbard, a lodge member who would soon found the Church of Scientology. Fritz Zwicky, an astronomer at Caltech and the discoverer of the neutron stars, would have nothing to do with Parsons, whom he regarded as not just crazy but dangerous. And in a sense, Parsons was dangerous since he blew himself up in his home laboratory in 1952 at the age of 37, apparently unintentionally. Because of his stranger-than-fiction lifestyle, Parsons has been the subject of numerous books and plays, one of the latest being Jet Propulsion, a 4-actor play by Peter Bakley that was performed here at the Kansas City Fringe Festival in the summer of 2011. Surprisingly, no feature film has ever been made based on Parsons' life. Someone should do this. They could call it The Wrong Stuff. There is a short 3-minute CBS video that has few factual errors, but is worth watching because of the many good photos of Parson and his cohorts. And this Dr. William B. Ashworth, Junior Consultant of the History of Space, Linda Hall Library, and Associate Professor, Emeritus, Department of History, University of Missouri, Kansas City. Comments or corrections are welcome. And that's the end of that one. But that's his professional career. And like, this actually was a pretty harsh review of him, other than the fact, that yeah, he was associated with Aleister Crowley and stuff, but JPL too. Okay, he was the founder of JPL, and JPL in conspiracy theorists corners have really deep contacts with the dark government, or the secret government, so that's one thing that really sticks out to me. Like, a lot of people who are into UFOs and believe in UFOs, they aren't really too friendly when it comes to JPL. They're a little piece of the cog there. And Jack Parsons was the one who led the brigade back then. He's the one who started it all. That's the reason why I wanted to make him a part of today's stream too, because not too many people really ever talk about Jack Parsons. And if you mention, or if you notice, they also mention the founder of Scientology as well. I've heard that he was actually part of an occult too. So his wife ended up leaving him for L. Ron Hubbard, and I've actually heard L. Ron Hubbard was a part of an occult before he founded the Church of Scientology too. So that is really good stuff that you could dive into if you want to find out more about that, because it's I don't know how else to really put that other than that's some pretty good stuff, man, I'm just getting a black screen, ain't I? Yeah. I'm gonna have to switch that. I'm gonna switch it back to my general minds on that, so we can. Yeah, they put a stop to my screen sharing, didn't they? Yeah. So I am going to go ahead and continue. I've got Jack Parsons covered on that. We've gone to 35 minutes, and she says, it says you left, Roger Hanson. Tell her no, I am still here. You are gone. Yeah, And Moose says he's wishing you beautiful folks a great day. I haven't been active on mines today, been on the move, but I will try to get around the show. Some love to all your pages shortly. Yeah, Karma has lost contact with us. And like I told you before, Pecos Dave was talking about the issue that happened in the desert when it comes to Burning Man. Yeah, that's what it was. So let me see here. I can pull up what I have on Burning Man. So we got Edgar Casey, Jack Pearson, and now we can go on to the topic. Now, I have no problem with Burning Man. Like I told Pecos Dave, you know, most of the people that I've met on the internet concerning Burning Man were basically, you know, people who wanted to live off the grid, you know, off the grid hippies who like to sell, you know, tie-dye shirts and stuff and artwork and things that they made by hand. I mean, that's pretty much what I've always found when it came to people concerning Burning Man. So I'm not saying that any of this is true. I'm just saying this is what they're saying now. They are, if I can find it, I've got like tons and tons of stuff on here. Yeah. Oh my. What time is it? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, well, anyhow, they ended up trying to say that it was a mass sacrifice to Satan. Burning Man satanic conspiracy claims erupts as alleged video of hellish fires go viral. As Burning Man attendees continue to navigate the unexpected muddy terrain, speculations of the festival being satanic in nature has gone viral on X, formerly known as Twitter. Many conspiracy theories believe that the event's supposed hellish history led to the affair going haywire. Meanwhile, false videos of the Nevada desert being on fire have gone viral. X-user Sprinter 99800 took the social networking site and attaching a video of barren land catching fire with what seemed to be a tornado also wreaking havoc. Some people were seen running away in disarray while others watched on. The netizen wrote on, in the tweet, "Fire tornado at the Burning Man Festival in the USA." At the time of writing this article, the tweet had amassed nearly 5 million views. One might assume that the video, which has gone viral, is something which happened recently since the tweet was uploaded on 2nd September. However, there were no fire tornadoes in the desert recently. X's community notes clarify that the video was actually taken in 2002 during the Burning Man Festival itself. Meanwhile, other tweets of netizen claiming that the event is satanic in nature have gone viral. Ex-user Taylor Marshall claimed Burning Man is satanic. Burning Man is satanic. Claims of Burning Man being satanic take social media by storm. Ex-user TPV John boldly announces that God Almighty is over Burning Man. They also added in their tweet that paganism and satanic worship would only be tolerated for a brief moment. They also attached a video that showed the current predicament at the Nevada Desert Festival. The clip showed people walking in their night robes wearing trash bags for shoes, people partying in the midst of chaos, and also muddy water which people slowly walk through. Ex-user Heather Winalda tweeted, Burning Man is a pagan ritual. Nothing satanic in that. Idolatry, drugs, hedonism, behavior, yeah, it's all normal, right? Thou shalt have no God before me. Ex-user Stacy Rose 756774826 also took to the platform to announce that the Burning Man Festival is similar to the Celtic Wicker Man ritual where Berber inhabitants were burned alive during satanic rituals. They went on to add that the Black Rock Desert Festival attendees were conjuring negative spirits from the past. The Burning Man Festival is a copy of the Celtic Wicker Man ritual from the 16th century when the Moors did not. White people were being burned alive during satanic rituals. Netizen at CBK News 121 also uploaded a video of Chris Rock and Diplo escaping the Burning Man havoc. Oh, let's just bring Chris Rock up in here. They claim that the festival would be a mass sacrifice to Satan. They also added, all those young kids fell into the trap. Look like Ebola maybe, but certainly with a gain of function. FEMA appears to be locking it down, fencing the people in. They going to high gear. Sad. Platform user Nick Mondu uploaded a lengthy tweet which called the festival the Devil's Playground. They went on to explain how awful the situation at the desert currently was. They said that the porta potties were unusable following the heavy rainfall, which led to people defecating and peeing in unhealthy conditions. People were told to save their water and food to avoid dehydration and starvation. Concerning levels of carbon monoxide were let out into the air, with excessive drug usage also taking place. They also added, this event is well documented as a hedonistic orgy-fueled bohemian rave for the elite. Pray for these wandering souls. It just sounds like a really fucking crazy version of Woodstock. I mean, at Woodstock, you had all the same elements. You had the drugs, you had I'm talking about the 93 Woodstock too, by the way. But you had the mud, you had the drugs, you had the carbon monoxide. The only thing they didn't have was rock stars. Well, they might have had. Chris Rock was there. He probably got up on stage and did something to entertain them, so. Okay. So, now we come to the satanic claims go viral as news of a person passing away at the festival make headlines. The Las Vegas Fire Department confirmed on Friday that an unidentified person was found unresponsive. They announced that the cause of the death could be drowning. The Pershing County Sheriff's Office stated that their family was notified over the tragedy. Alright. Yeah. I didn't really even want to get into all that because it's like I knew it was a lot of religious banter. There's been protests over over freaking the Burning Man, and I don't want to even go there. I know that it's just really some crazy stuff. I personally don't have an issue with Burning Man. I think that it's people who actually have a freaking good time, you know. And it was just a misfortune that somebody had to die. And I just personally don't I don't believe in all that. I don't think it's true, you know. I do talk to some people on the internet, or I did a while back. I haven't really gotten on my YouTube channel very much, so I do talk to them whenever I'm on there who are involved in Burning Man. I used to have them on Facebook back when I was doing Facebook, but I gave up my accounts there. And you know, these people, they're nice people. I've never met anybody who goes to Burning Man who was like all evil and demonic and stuff like that, so that just seems a little too far-fetched for me. And I am getting a lot of notifications, man, which means people are going crazy. And I know I knew today when I got into chat, and I Pecos Dave brought it up, I knew that there was going to be some stuff starting from this, because like I seen it on the news the other day, and it's really crazy. I honestly I think that it's strange. It's more strange about people having that mentality to where they want to say that frickin', you know, something that's the equivalent of pagan Woodstock is, you know, the devil's playground. And like Christians have always been against pagans, and pagans have always, you know, well, they aren't today as much, but like back in the beginning of Christianity, they really were against the Christians, but not really today. I mean, it's just really sad that happened, and I really hope that they get this straightened out. Yesterday I seen a news broadcast that said they're actually having to pull trucks out of the mud and stuff and everything like that, and it's slowed down to where it's going to take days, maybe even a week or two to get them all out of that area because of the rain. I made a comment in the chat earlier where, I said, honestly, it makes sense to me that, all of that would have happened because, they're sitting there, they know a storm is coming. It's kind of, it's kind of not, it's a no-brainer, you know what I mean? You might not have expected it to be at that level, you know what I mean? But that's still really messed up. So I wanted to finish this off with those topics, and I figured I would do a short little bit on Burning Man. I just don't take that serious. I don't really like getting involved in all of that when it comes to people being like that. And I could see that coming, but I hope that you guys enjoyed the show today, and I am going to go ahead and end the stream, and wish you guys a good week, and that's it. Hello everybody, and welcome back again. I am going to start this off a little bit different than what I did before, and how I am going to do that is I am going to go over a couple of things that I wanted to bring up before, and I kind of went over it, but it's really important and it really needs to be discussed a little bit better than what it was, in my opinion. So I am going to first go over the filing system that I discussed, about how to set up a filing system for my streams and things of that nature. And the reason why I'm saying that is because, like I said, you can do this any way that you want to, and I know that a lot of people have a lot of different approaches, but this is basically what works with me. So the reason why I do it like this is because with these files, okay, the longer or the more that you add to the files, the bigger they get and the bulkier it gets. And eventually you got so much information on those files that it just ends up crashing on you, and it'll crash repeatedly on you over and over again. So what I did is I broke down my Blender files into segments, and I wanted to go over that with you so that you guys could kind of get an understanding of what I'm talking about. Now, in my document section, I set up a filing system, and I named it blend files. Now these are my blend files right here, and as you can see, if you can see it, I'm sorry if you can't, but I have one for Gaming with Infamous, which is my gaming channel, one for Strange Stories, which is not for gaming, it's for like strange stories and UFOs and ghosts and stuff like that. Then I also have a folder for my templates, which I use at the beginning or ending, and sometimes in my Nuzlocke and stuff for retro games and things like that. Then I have a folder set up just for my textures and simulations. Now I also have a channel that I call the Praetorian, which is about current events, history, like ancient history, modern history, stuff like that. And I have the Storyteller, which is just basically telling stories and everything like that. Well, then you go on and you have what I'm basically going to have for this is it's just working with audio and video. Now, what I've done is I've gone in and I have set up blend files that go along with each and every one of these for my gaming with Infamous. I have Asura's Wrath, Call of Duty, Control, and each of these settings are set up according to each of those games. So it has the intro in it, it has the video edit and how long I want each video to be, plus it has the changes that I want in the scaling and stuff on the video, you know what I mean, and the resolution settings are all set up and ready to go according to that game. Now what I did is I set up a blend file for that, and if you see here, I've even got folders for just my retro games, my RPGs, Elder Scrolls, and Warhammer. In my Elder Scrolls, these are different kinds, like Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Lore, and Elder Scrolls Online. So I have each of those with their own separate blend files. Alright, now that is one example that I wanted to point out that I do personally. Now you don't have to do that if you don't want to, but that's what I do. So after that, I'd like to also point out the fact that I do my videos on OBS. So on OBS, I record the video and I put those videos into another folder file system, or another folder, but this is in my videos, okay, and I name that unedited videos. So in unedited videos, if you look here, I've got Gaming with Infamous, Strange Stories, and the Praetorian. You go into my Gaming with Infamous, I have 24/7 live TV watch, with Roger Hanson, and that's something I'm trying to do on Minds right now. Then I have my new games, and then I have my old games with all the unedited videos that I've done with OBS. This is my retro games, and these are my RPG games with Dungeons and Dragons, Palladium, and White Wolf. So I have those all set up and organized. Then I have my Strange Stories. Then I have Praetorian. Now, I do this with all of my videos now, and I keep them filed. I usually don't save the unedited ones. I used to, but I noticed that it does bog down the system, so I stopped doing that. Once I have them edited and everything, I just leave them alone. I can go into my unedited videos, go to gaming, and then new ones, and you can see that this is what it looks like. So I've got those are what needs to be edited. So after I do that, I go and I take those videos and I put them into my video editing on Blender, and once I'm done editing them, I put them in this file system, and this is my edited videos. And inside of my edited videos, I have my captures, I have my Gaming with Infamous intros and outros, okay, which goes at the beginning and at the end of every video. New games, older games, retro games, RPG games, then and so forth, like I did with my editing. But these are finished. Now, inside of each of these, like here I have my ancient history, I have ancient Egypt, ancient Near East, background videos, which is the background videos that goes with those narrations, which is my audio, and I'll go over audio later on too, by the way. Then I have my Greek history. I've started my live stream videos, and then my Phoenician theology. Now, inside of here, you'll notice that I have a folder and it says already used video files. These are the ones that I want to keep and I want to store. So I have those in there, and eventually, whenever I get all of this done, I transfer these over to an external hard drive for later use. Now, I do this right here in order to make it to where my videos or my blend files don't become overbearing, where whenever I go to start it up, the blend file just doesn't crash. And it works out this way. You don't have to do it this way. It's just, that's the way I do it. And before I go further, this is something I wanted to say as well. I'm not doing these videos to make money off of them. I'm trying to keep it as casual as I can, because I'm not really wanting to make this out to be like some kind of a tutorial. I'm just showing you how I do things with